In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule then came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Put it there, boy, and we'll show these fascists what a couple of hillbillies can do. Well, I'm going to tell you, fascists, you may be surprised. People in this world are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose.
All you fascists bound to lose.
I said,
All you fascists bound to lose.
yes, sir.
All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.
There's people of every nation marching side by side, marching across the fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.
All you fascists bound to lose.
Yes, sir.
All you fascists bound to lose.
I said,
All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.
I said,
All you fascists bound to lose.
yes, sir.
All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.
When the people's will is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts, when the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics. We must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say, all are your comrades and none are your enemies in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise, proletariat, and make them cower.
Downloaded the 5-A-Day app and found out that Adam Schiff's voicemail box was full by 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time BWA.
That's awesome. But you know what? First of all, Turtle Chum, thank you for getting a tier 2 sub. Now you can lord over all the orange names in chat with your brand spanking new red name. But number 2, let's fill it up by let's fill it up by 10 a.m. Okay, 2 p.m. That's pretty good. But you know what? We gotta hit that early lunchtime crowd, the brunch crowd. Okay, we gotta fill it up by brunch. All right. Let's shoot for 11. All right, because we need to fill up these voicemail box. We need to actually, we need to get to work. We need to like make it a part of our daily routine to call our local representatives. Okay, that's what we need to start doing. Do I have a lightsaber? No, these are just the lights I've always had. Hello, I'm Idaho. Hello, Gwennifer, Roxanne, Farwach. Hello, ACAB includes Stone Please. Hello, Ulersoth. Hello, Brianna Arabia. Hello, Anthony Owens. Hello, Socialism is Not a Crime. Hello, Explosion. Hello, Max Left Dragon. Ooh, I like that kind of dragon. Ms. Gender Lynn, thank you for the tier 3
less
sub.
than 3 always.
BWA less than 3 always to you as well. Punky Gal, hello. Metal Kitty Mom, let's go. Hello, Dragonfly. Always glad to see you in chat. Hello, John Bogardus. Hello, Shakespeare. Hello, Mr. Miyagi. Hello, Will Kale. Hello, Two Dad Smoochin. Hello, Stoudman. Hello, Arachnomancy. Hello, Ethriel. Hello, Gamer G. Hairstyle looks good tonight. I'm going for 90s mom. I think I'm nailing the 90s MILF aesthetic, okay? Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Shell Bell. Hello. I've been really vibing on that William Tell song. Honestly, I've been really digging that one. I wanted to share that one with you guys because that's some good shit right there. Hello. That name color is vibrant. It's gold. Hello, Clarice Marie, the love of my life.
Happy anniversary. I love you and I am so glad we met years and year ago.
It's true. We're on year number 4, everybody. I'm so excited. We had such a lovely anniversary. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Hello, Electra. I have an appointment, a house rep on Zoom the 12th with other members of the community. Hell yes. We need even more of those things happening. As a Gen Xer, I gotta dig 90s moms. Hell yeah. You're legally, contractually obligated. It's true. Eventually, I'll actually go for the yellow name. Gotta time it with other stuff. That's fair, Harold. That's fair. Love to the happy couple. It's, yeah. I found out my city councilor used to be a lobbyist and a real estate broker in Maryland during the urban redevelopment. I'm going to ask him about it on Monday and then again at the next city council meeting. I'm sure he will love that. Good on ya. Hello, Darth Gently. Hello, Zeke the Beast. Nice to see you in chat. What was the name of the artist again? For the William Tell song, that was Ken Theriot. Or Ken the Riot, maybe. But Ken space Theriot, which is just spelled like the Riot. He has a great album called Outlaws and Bystanders that is about like different historical figures, which is neat. Like historical figures. I like it. RSVP'd to my local DSA group, trying to convince my sister to come with me. Hell yes, drag your friends, drag your family. Okay? My partner has gotten members of her own family to go to DSA. You guys should get members of your family to go to DSA. Let's go. You know, if you are already in DSA, start being annoying. Start bringing people who are new, okay? I smashed one of my guitars after playing a song about fascists. That's cool, though. Sophie Bliss, hello. I'm still in stress and panic. You know what? That's fair. That's, like, if you are feeling stressed and panicked, you may have perhaps the most accurate view of what's going on. That's fair. That being said, recognize your limits, and if this is not going to be helpful to you right now, you can always come back to it, because we all have our own limitations that we have to deal with and manage. And like, you do not have to like destroy your mental health to be doing things that are helpful and useful, okay? If you cannot take the news right now, I totally understand. But just commit to like going to DSA, or commit to, you know, phoning your representatives, or going to your representatives' offices in person in order to talk with them or their staffers, okay? You do not have to like subject yourself to the full scope of everything that is happening that is bad, because it's too big for any one of us to deal with, you know? Like that's kind of the ethos of socialism itself, and like social democracy itself, is the idea that no single one of us can handle everything. You know, the same way no single one of us can do everything in a factory to make it run by ourselves. We need each other. And so if you cannot handle what is happening right now in the news, you know, handle what you can, and have faith in your fellow comrades that they will step up and do what they can too. And that enough will be done by all of us working together. You know? You are not alone. Okay? Got my girlfriend watching your content? Hell yeah! Hello, Derek IT Pro's girlfriend. Maybe that was the wrong emphasis. Hello, Derek IT Pro's girlfriend. Thank you for watching my content. Very new to politics, appreciates how you break things down. Also, your AOC Treffin. That's weird. This is bizarre. You're back. You broke the stream. That was weird. That was odd. Haven't had a hiccup that bad on YouTube in quite some time. Huh. Looks good now. Weird. I'm just gonna run a little diagnose on my network. See if there's anything hiccuping. That was odd. Cool. The man is out to get you, you know? In these times, who knows? Was it all Twitch was fine? Okay, cool. Watching closely to the US every day. Yeah, ISO stars, I don't blame you guys. The current management of the United States is running all of us ragged. Let's see here. All right. The man is out to get all of us. You know, honestly, kind of. Yeah, a little bit. So, folks. Are we back? We back. It was just like a weird little hiccup. Yeah, I wonder what that was. Usually if the YouTube goes down. Wait, since there's some time, wait, did it pause again? Are we good? We good? Okay, whew, whew, whew. Oh, wooga! All right, we good. All right. So, folks, one of the things So, folks, why? Wait a minute. Bizarre. All of my camera settings changed. What is up with this? What the hell? Okay. Anyway, whatever. It's fine. Fuck it, we ball. That's the energy I'm seeking to bring into the next several years. So let's go. Folks, one of the things you all should be paying attention to right now is kind of what is happening to those, in the high echelons of power. Because right now we're seeing the preliminary volleys of an internal power struggle within the Trump administration coming to light. Largely, it is happening due to, well, the fact that Elon Musk is a Nazi and has brought in a bunch of Nazis into his circle here. One of the interesting things, you should probably all be following an account on Blue Sky called Chad Loader, okay? Who's been doing some excellent work unmasking some of these Doge folks. For example, we already got one out named Marco Alez, who was, a pretty dangerous individual. And I do want to say there is some indications that maybe we should be worried about him just wandering around with the amount of secrets he was able to gain access to. Setting that aside for now, it is good that he resigned and was forced out due to racist posts, right? If that is indeed true, we should also probably be paying attention to the other Doge folks that Elon Musk has brought in. Did they hire him back? Wait, animated archivist. What? Wait, is that confirmed? Oh my god. As of 11 minutes ago. From the Washington Post. Musk to rehire a Doge staffer with history of racist tweets. His decision came after Vice President J.D. Vance and then President Donald Trump backed the reinstatement of the software engineer Marco Alez. Well, that's really bad news. That is really bad news. Yeah, he will be brought back. So he hasn't yet, but he's going to be. That's bad. So, yeah. Was it a stunt? I don't think it was a stunt. I think that there is a power struggle going on within, like, the Donald Trump world, largely due to reporting to that effect, right? So let me pull this up here if I can just get it handy. Let's see.
So this is a
Oh god. All right. Where is this? Trains and bullshit. Thank you for the $5 dono.
They hired him back because he is just a small bean who deserves a second chance at racism. Also, it was his birthday soon.
Yeah. It was his birthday soon. They had to. You guys don't understand. Okay, this is reporting from earlier today. From the New Republic. Elon Musk is driving Trump world absolutely insane, which is not like he's driving like all of the MAGA supporters insane. No, Elon Musk is driving the inner circle of Donald Trump insane. There have largely been rifts. How do I put this? To kind of summarize the situation, there are a bunch of people who have been Trump loyalists for, almost a decade now. These are people who have been supporting, Donald Trump before January 6th, through January 6th. They have stuck with him through thick and thin. and they feel that they are owed something by the president. And they do not take very kindly to Elon Musk within the span of like 6 to 7 months, suddenly becoming the most ascendant figure within Trump's circle and being given practically unilateral power within the US government to do, things that they view as unseemly, right? And so, and you combine that with the fact that Elon Musk is basically has negative riz. He has no charm. He is a deeply unintelligent man. He is so, egotistical and self-absorbed that he has to cheat at multiple video games for no reason, by the way. He has to cheat at them to pretend like he's the best in the world while then going on streams and sucking ass at the video games he plays, right? And so he is not able to schmooze with Trump's inner circle in a way that they are capable of accepting. And so what's been going on here and what is being reported on in the New Republic is largely the ongoing breakdown
I've been thinking,
of what's happening.
Elon's wealth is from his shares in companies, right? Well, can a bunch of us short those stocks? Or buy shares outright and sell for cheap? Like legally crash the value?
I'm sure that is legally permissible. I don't know how successful that would be. It's a lot of money for us to raise collectively. And that money could probably be used to more productive ends. But here, first of all, thank you for the $10 super chat. I do appreciate that. Now, what's interesting here is the reporting. In an interview with MSNBC's Ali Vitali, Wired's Jake LaHutte revealed Friday that a slew of longtime Trump loyalists have turned to the so-called Ice Maiden to liberate the administration from Musk's influence, and that would be White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles. Now, keep in mind, Susie Wiles is also a billionaire, is my understanding. Now, not quite the same kind of billionaire as Elon Musk. But let's see. Yeah, she's basically been like a lifelong lobbyist. She wields a lot of influence. And what is her net worth? Yeah, she's about $5 to $10 billion, I believe. Yeah. No, wait, sorry. Not 5 to 10 billion, 5 to 10 million? That seems absurdly low. But she has made a lifetime of working within lobbying politics. So, yeah, her reputation is as cold, calculating, she wants to run a tight ship. And she's basically the one that Elon Musk is supposed to report to. There have been attempts over the last week or so to get Elon reined in by whatever standards MAGA politicians consider that. The poor man's billionaire, yes. Yeah, it's an interesting and ongoing situation, very fluid. But let's continue taking a look at this, okay? Where is it? Here? Yes. You've spoken to half a dozen Trump loyalists, Republican aides, and advisors inside and around the administration, Vitali started. I think many of them, even though they are shocked to be saying this, the rift almost seemed inevitable. But how much of a rift actually is it, and what is the sense behind the scenes? I still don't have a clear sense of the factions at play here, but it's happening, LaHutte said. I wouldn't call it a full-blown freak-out quite yet, but the folks I've talked to have all been loyal to Trump and have been on the Trump train since before January 6th. It takes a lot to rattle or surprise these people. And these are folks who, normally would be inclined to spin this in some sort of way, LaHutte continued. Instead, they don't know who to turn to. A lot of them want Susie Wiles, the White House Chief of Staff, to intervene in some form. Wiles, whose job it is to iron out the creases in Trump's chaotic cabinet and streamline his mission, has already butted heads with Elon Musk. Last month, she refused the billionaire a coveted permanent office in the White House. That move came weeks after Wiles told Axios that anyone who wants to be a star would have no place on her team. Quote, I don't welcome people who want to work solo or to be a star, Wiles told Axios by email in early January. My team and I will not tolerate backbiting, second-guessing inappropriately, or drama. These are counterproductive to the mission. And that's basically the entirety of what Elon Musk brings.
Oh no, no.
Cannabo Brex, thank you for the tier 1 sub. So basically, there is some kind of conflict brewing here that is just not a fully blown conflagration, you know? Conflagration, my bad.
Just joining. If Marco did indeed edit code to defund USAID, wouldn't that effectively make the Treasury payment system a ticking time bomb?
Kind of, yeah, Alexis Vandam. But we're getting there. We're getting there. We are going to talk about that. But I think it is really important to talk about, like, where kind of the state of play is in the internal politics of MAGA world right now, because that's going to become increasingly relevant.
I might get character limit by Ryan Mack and Kate Conger. I need to read something to dunk on Elon Musk's fragile ego. But I am slightly worried it will raise my blood pressure.
Andrew S., it very well may. Thank you for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, that's essentially it, Blueberry Bumblebee. The more actual out-and-out butting of heads, the more conflict within the Trump administration. And I do think that the fact that we have Marco Alez resigning and then being brought back is one of those symptoms of that conflict. The more conflict we can stir up between them, the better. The more we can put pressure on Washington in total, you know, the better. You know, pressuring Democrats, pressuring Republicans, the more people in Washington feel compressed, the more they are going to fight each other, right? And I think that that is only to our benefit. Okay? What can we do to help the breakup of Trusk? Honestly, continue memeing. You know, if you're a shit poster, shit post about Elon Musk and Donald Trump and their kind of fucked up relationship. All right. Like make memes about the fact that like every single guy that Elon Musk is bringing in to try and gut the government is a goddamn Nazi. You know, like, I was going to mention this earlier, but you guys all need to follow Chad Loader on Blue Sky, okay? Because Chad Loader is accurately pulling the masks off of these guys. Here's Gavin Kilger, Elon's Doge Hitler Youth shutting down USAID, now indirectly responsible for the deaths of thousands of children. His Instagram appears to be at G Kilger. He is scrubbing his online footprint. Yeah, here's Gavin Kilger's Absolute Brainworm Substack blog, which he may have tried to delete today. And you can actually still find it over on Internet Archive. And you know what? Also, there are a lot of other ones. And surprise, surprise, folks. They all post Nazi shit. They're all retweeting Nick Fuentes. They're all, you know, jumping in on this, talking about the same kind of stuff that Marco Alez resigned over. The fact that they're pushing like eugenics immigration policies, the fact that they are pushing, you know, the superiority of the white race type shit. Okay? Make sure that you share this kind of information as much as possible. Honestly, if you live in a place with a Republican congressperson, you call them. Don't make a partisan complaint. Complain about how blatantly unconstitutional this is. Yes. If you have a Republican congressperson, do not make it about like, yeah, I'm a Democrat and I don't like what you're doing. Make it about the fact that they are every single day, every single hour, every single minute that goes by actively violating the Constitution and the separation of powers. Okay. Call your Republicans and make sure you get your voice heard. If you live in a place where they are deeply red, fill up their voicemail box. After every, you should be calling every single day, and that goes for every single one of you, okay? Call your members of Congress. Call them every day, leave them a voicemail, be firm, be direct, and be succinct, all right? You do not cuss them out, be firm, direct, and succinct. And y'all need to do this. It is one of the things that freaks them out more than anything, all right? There's a great app you can use called 5 Calls. Make sure you use it. Makes it all very simple. Email, call, and if you can swing it, show up in person. All right? Nothing freaks out politicians more than people physically showing up to their offices to meet with them. Nothing freaks them out more than that. I'll link 5calls.org in the other chats as well. Here you go. Yeah, if you have a pocket constitution, bring it with you to any kind of meeting you have with your representatives. All right? Be polite. That is very important. All right? Yeah, by the way, here are some of the receipts about this Gavin Kilger. Here he is. On December 5th, Musk's Doge employee Gavin Krieger retweeted this tweet by Nick Fuentes, a notorious explicit neo-Nazi leader of the anti-Semitic white supremacist Groyper movement, encouraging young men to flex their adopted black kids instead of their huz. Now that's fucking traditional. Zoomer Nazis have a long history in the Trump administration. In late 2020, 22-year-old Oliver Kravaric was brought into the OPM to implement Trump's anti-DEI order. Kravaric praised Adolf Hitler and called for a neo-Nazi takeover of the U.S. government. He also invaded the Capitol on January 6th. Look, these people are Nazi fucks. All right? 5 Calls looks useful. It's very useful. Yes. So I also want you guys to know that there is a reason that there are now executive orders coming out that are frankly just blatantly racist. The mask has slipped off, and that's because they've filled like their guys, their Nazis, into the U.S. government now at this point. One of the things that has been put forward here, let me pull this up. This went live today. From the White House, presidential actions, addressing egregious actions of the Republic of South Africa. Now, you might be like, what egregious actions could they be talking about? Well, do you remember years ago how there was a story being circulated in far-right politics about a white genocide happening in South Africa? Well, that has now permeated to Donald Trump in the White House. And so he's officially offering asylum and immigration to white folks from South Africa who are fleeing the unjust and evil genocide against them in South Africa. So, yes. And also, of course, this is a condemnation of the black supremacists in South Africa. And if you all are like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Yes, it's just racism. There is no white genocide happening in South Africa. That's just always been a lie from start to finish. Saw an ad yesterday for PragerU's course explaining the Constitution. Should we be concerned, especially after removal from the White House website? Look, at this point, I think we should be concerned about an awful lot of things. I don't know if PragerU's course on that is top of the list, but like, we are, there's a reason the name of this stream is "We Are in the Greatest Constitutional Crisis Since the Civil War," and that's because it is rapidly worsening. Because so far, a lot of the legislative efforts to combat this constitutional crisis, to slow it down, have not directly impeded it to the degree necessary. Yeah. Also, Elon Musk today took to Twitter to brag about closing the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, an organization that has literally only existed to get you money. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, all it does is make sure you are not being screwed over by fraudulent companies. That is its entire purpose. And it has gotten billions of dollars back to Americans who have been defrauded by companies. Under Elon Musk and Donald Trump, it will no longer exist. And honestly, it may currently no longer exist. So, things are worsening. And one of the things I wanted to talk about here is that also, apparently Elon Musk has talked about going into hiding or something. It's very bizarre. Scoop, Elon Musk and his mom, Maya Musk, spoke today at the JP Morgan Investment Conference in Miami. Musk was interviewed by David Rubenstein remotely because he said his work with Trump and Doge has led to death threats, said a person in the audience. He said expects Doge to cut $2 trillion from the government budget. He's working night and day. So much, in fact, he said he's been sleeping on the couch. He said he expects his Doge/White House work to last about 4 months, people there say. It has a wide-ranging address where he spoke for 40 minutes, went through his childhood and to what he's doing now with Trump, who he speaks to incessantly. Conference was put on by Mary Erdoes, head of JP Morgan's wealth management division, and included heavyweights from across biz and government story development. And I just want to say, if you saw the number in there, $2 trillion, there is no feasible way to get $2 trillion of tax cuts short of closing like every branch of government minus like the Pentagon and like 3 others. Like that's not tenable. Okay? It's just not. And that is what they are trying to do. That is what they are trying to do. And what you see happening in this story is basically Elon Musk, as a representative of Donald Trump, going to a bunch of business elites, the massively wealthy and powerful people of the country, and saying, look, guys, you just have to hold on for 4 months, then it'll all be over and things will be back to normal. That's essentially what he's trying to communicate. Like, look, we just need to rout the government and then you'll get your tax cuts, because guess what happens in about 4 months, guys? They're going to be talking about the budget with all the tax stuff. That timeline lines up almost exactly with when they want to be talking about the budget. So essentially what he's saying is he's reassuring these other wealthy fucks that essentially what they want to do and what they want to have happen is, they're going to sow a bunch of chaos. Elon's going to cut all the stuff, and then they're all going to walk out of this government burning down with gigantic bags of cash, essentially. And that's it. It is the greatest looting of America at the cost of our Constitution, at the cost of our institutions that have been built up over centuries to, keep us safe, to better our lives. Is he paying them, though? No, he's not paying. Elon Musk is not paying these billionaires. their payment is going to be massive, massive tax cuts. You know, when you are like a billionaire, a tax cut of like 30% is like you get to keep tens of billions of dollars, you know? That tax burden has to then be shouldered by us, working people. They are stealing from the poor and working people of this country in order to pay people who are already the wealthiest folks to ever exist. Okay? They are robbing us. That is, and guys, understand, maybe explaining it this way will help put into context a little bit, okay? In 1776, we fought an entire war against a tyrannical monarch, against the idea of, with the catchphrase, no taxation without representation. Effectively, what they are doing is taxing us and bypassing representation. That is what is happening right now. The bypassing of Congress is literally taxation without representation. And so I say that because I want you to understand that right now, the crisis we are in is the kind of crisis that leads to actual, like, war. This is what leads to actual, like, overthrowing of government kind of stuff. Historically, that is what happens. So, and what I'm also trying to maybe get at here is that this is being done by the federal government. We have state governments that still function. And so what we are kind of maybe seeing, especially if, things continue to worsen and, like, the Constitution continues to be violated, that Constitution is what binds all of our states together, folks. The Constitution is what keeps the United States united. And if that is broken, then we start seeing
Excited to see y'all
insane
string
shit.
these people up like the hogs. They are in like 5-ish years.
Jesus.
Looks much more like an Italy than a German.
Okay. Number 1, don't Fed post. Number 2, definitely don't Fed post with text-to-speech. Otherwise, I have to turn it off, okay? I cannot condone that. All right? For obvious reasons, you guys can't be like, oh man, I hope we can see these people dead. For obvious reasons, you can't do that. Don't Fed post. U.S. balkanization arc. I mean, if U.S. history is anything to go by, we aren't looking at balkanization. We're looking at something else. So yeah, what I really am trying to underline here is that whatever outcome happens, if the Constitution is sufficiently undermined and rule of law no longer means anything, is that our country collapses either into, like, balkanization, as some folks have been suggesting, or into conflict, What happens when the U.S. military here is asked to choose sides? Especially when, our soldiers have friends, have family, have roots across the nation, and have not been fully indoctrinated to listen to the whims of, a literal goose-stepping Nazi. So, yeah. There's a lot riding on this. Do you see them in an Icarus situation? Honestly, I can definitely see that playing out as well, Arachnomancy. Like, I'm trying not to make predictions. I'm just trying to, like, say historically what has happened. But the way things are going, there is a possibility of, an Icarus flying too close to the sun type situation, because I do not think that they have necessarily consolidated the amount of power that they need in order to pull off what they are trying to pull off. I spoke with an Air Force lieutenant. That's my local AFB. His statement when I asked him, "Do you think the troops would shoot?" was a plain, "Yes, I do. They don't know how to say no to an order." I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. I think that's true if you put them in any country on Earth. I'm not sure if that's true if you put them here on the ground in America. And especially if you've got units that have people from California being asked to shoot on the people of California. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Sorry, can't stay. Keep having imaginary convos with my family about this. Having a panic attack. That's fair. Caracal, thank you for the $10 super chat. I appreciate it. Please take care of yourself. I, for one, look forward to the day these people pass peacefully in their sleep, surrounded by their family, not under any suspicious circumstances. Me too. Me too. For the record, trains and bullshit. Indeed. So yeah, a lot of this is, I think, a lot more intelligible and understandable if we realize that the people who are currently trying to rob us are some of the stupidest motherfuckers to ever make it into politics. And their goal is not even necessarily creating like a fascist utopia. They're just aided by people like that. Their goal is just to make a shit ton of money. And so I'm hoping that that means they're going to make colossal mistakes. If we don't collapse as a nation, rebuilding all this stuff is going to be rough. Absolutely. Absolutely, Derek IT Pro. I mean, and again, they can't even get a 25-year-old Doge staffer to resign or to stay. Their competency here is very questionable, to say the least. I'm anxious when, not if, the economy crashes. I fear how bad it's going to get. Amount of pain and suffering from it. Yes. We've been granted a brief reprieve from the Canada and Mexico and EU tariffs. But I would still suggest, folks, buy dried beans, buy rice, buy some of those staples that can last for a long time. You don't need to necessarily go crazy with it, but it wouldn't be like the worst idea in the world. So, moving right along. And honestly, guys, usually I would break this up into multiple segments, but honestly, all of this feels so much that I'm just gonna kind of go. We're just gonna go and just talk about this as we can. Okay. One of the pieces of good news today is that legislation has been launched by the ACLU about the Trump transgender passport ban. So 7 individuals have launched this lawsuit, and hopefully a lot. I know that a lot of the executive orders have been overwhelmingly horrible, negative, and just downright awful, right? That being said, a lot of these executive orders are being tied up in lawsuits that will hopefully be drawn out as much as possible. Okay? Drawn out as much as possible. That is kind of what's going to be really, really important. And this is similar. We want to tie up the implementation of all of these executive orders as much as possible. Additionally, just gonna pull this out here. Libs of TikTok here. Just a Libs of TikTok screenshot. Protesters, including one armed with a transgender-themed AK-47, gathered at the Wisconsin Capitol to protest against Elon Musk and President Trump. And it's like, you know, as things continue to escalate, I would kind of expect that there are going to be more and more armed people at these protests. And to that end, please stay safe when you're at protests. Okay? Please stay safe. Keep an eye out. Make sure, you know, you have an escape route. Make sure you are safe. And we want you to come back after the protest, all right? It is generally not a good idea to show up with firearms. Do not do that. But just be aware of your surroundings, folks. If you see people acting suspicious, if you see like armed folks at your protest, you know, maybe give them some clearance, you know? That being said, the size of the constitutional crisis we are currently in, this is going to escalate. Because so far, a lot of the roadblocks have not been as successful as is necessary in order to avoid escalation. And as much as I say here, like, don't do that, there are going to be people who are going to do this. So this is individual advice for you folks. One of the inevitable results of the inability to address this constitutional crisis is going to be more people showing up and holding firearms. And that is scary. It is dangerous. And unless the crisis is addressed, like, inevitable.
If you're trying to save money and subsistent cook, hit up your local Asian grocery store. You can buy bulk rice, flour, beans, dry noodles, spices, and sauces there reasonably. Make and freeze stock.
Yep, make and freeze stuff that will go bad. Figure out a good method. One thing I will say from experience, shredded chicken freezes. Like if you shred chicken in like a slow cooker, with sauces and spices and stuff, that will freeze extraordinarily well, and it will reheat very well. Okay? Serious question, is concealed carry for self-defense okay? I'm just gonna leave that up to folks to decide for themselves. I can't make that call for you guys. Yeah, also make sure you comply with your state laws. Additionally, folks, one of these, this is a story that broke today that you're going to see a lot more of this in the years ahead. And Lady Raincloud, I understand. But again, those are conversations I, as a show host, can't have. Measles outbreak expands in West Texas around county with low vaccination rate. Because it turns out vaccines stop measles. And if you aren't getting vaccinated, you're going to get fucking measles. And then you're going to give other people measles. And this is only going to get worse because RFK Jr. is a freak. Let's be real here, folks. Absolute goddamn freak. The whole lot of the Trump administration. You know, they're obsessed with line going up, even when it comes to preventable illnesses.
WTF is a transgender-themed AK-47? Like, painted?
Yeah, like painted, patched, etc. Yeah. Also,
Ah, the worms are back. Ah, the worms are back.
We got RFK Jr. here, making life worse for everybody.
As a biochemist who also interned in a medical lab, this breaks my heart.
Yeah, it sucks. It sucks so bad. You know? Like, we could have avoided all of this, folks. We didn't have to do this. As of Friday afternoon, the outbreaks had jumped to 14 confirmed cases and 6 probable cases among people who are symptomatic and had close contact with infected individuals, according to Zach Holbrooks, executive director of South Plains Public Health District. All the cases are believed to be among people who are not vaccinated against measles, and most of them are in children. A record share of U.S. kindergartners had an exemption for required vaccinations the last school year, leaving more than 125,000 new school children without coverage for at least one state-mandated vaccine, according to last October's data. Coverage is particularly low in Gaines County, where nearly 1 in 5 incoming kindergartners in the 2023 to 2024 school year did not get the vaccine. And it's only going to get worse from here, because that was last year. That was last year, folks. That was last year under Joe Biden, and also under, the Republican administration in Texas. It's going to get so much worse. The worst people you know are going to be, like, killing their kids. It's crazy. And, like, you might think, oh, they're not going to be, like, killing their kids, Jack. That's a bit of an overstatement. Anyway, here's a news story that dropped yesterday. Matthew Coleman, QAnon dad charged with slaughtering his kids, is nearly incomprehensible behind bars as trial reaches deadline. Because, this Republican MAGA shit actually does rot your brain. It rots people's brains so badly that they are willing to kill their own family. Coleman allegedly killed his children in 2021 because he believed they had serpent DNA because, of course, Joe Biden won the 2020 election. Yep. Part of the QAnon movement believes believes that serpent people, like snake people, lizard people, control the U.S. government. Or did until Donald Trump came and fought the snake people. Yeah, the Sneeple. He actually killed them? Yes, he actually killed his 2 baby children. Yeah, not gonna go into the details of this case because it is heartbreakingly sad. But yeah, this stuff literally rots conservatives' brains. If it can cause a man to think that snake people have infected his children with lizard people DNA to the degree that he's willing to kill them, it can absolutely rot the brains of enough Republicans to believe that, vaccines are going to hurt their children. There's no talking to these people if you want to present them with truth. Well, that's true. That's true. Sari, you're blue, which is why I don't think, guys, our actions, our efforts should not be too necessarily aimed towards de-radicalizing folks. It should be to engaging with truth, honesty, and conviction with liberals and with politically unaligned folks, okay? Because it is not, like some of these people are just gone. Like they are gone. It is not worth trying to talk with someone who believes that the US government is run by snake people. It is not worth the time to de-radicalize someone who believes that, JFK Jr. is back. There are people who genuinely think that RFK Jr. is actually JFK Jr., playing the long game. Okay? It is not worth your time to engage with folks like that. So, engage with people who are actually reachable, all right? Now we have to talk about maybe one of my least favorite elements of this. And that is about Balaji Srinivasan. So, those of you who've been following my channel for a while know that a while back, maybe like 6 or 7 months ago, I did a dive into the body of work by Balaji Srinivasan. He is a Silicon Valley crypto guy who made it big off of Bitcoin, and ever since has just kind of been touring around Silicon Valley, giving his talks about how he thinks the world should act and how it should be. And in 2013, he wrote a manifesto called The Network State. And unfortunately, it has proven to be extraordinarily influential, because now we have folks like Peter Thiel pushing for network state ideas. Let me see if I can pull that up. Peter Thiel network state. This was new. Yeah. So if you ever wondered why is Donald Trump so married to the idea of Greenland in particular? Why has he chosen Greenland as like this thing he cannot let go? There's like 50,000 people in Greenland, and sure, it has riches that one could access potentially in 100 years due to climate change, but what is driving this? Because we know Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about climate change. We know he doesn't care about that. We know that he doesn't care about any of this stuff. But you know who does care? Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel cares because, a startup linked to Peter Thiel wants to build the next great city in Greenland. Funded to the tune of $525 million, Praxis aims to revitalize Western civilization through a techno-libertarian city on a hill. And if you're like, a techno-libertarian city, that sounds interesting. What could that be? Let's scroll a little bit down in this article here. All of these cities present some amalgam of the laissez-faire principles, tech evangelist mindsets, and visions of a crypto-native economy. Lower taxes, fewer regulations, the architects behind them say, would promote innovation and foreign investment. Praxis goes a step further, calling itself the world's first network state. It is quite literally the implementation of Balaji Srinivasan's ideas. Okay? So in the next few days or so, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not Sunday, but maybe Monday, we will dive into his manifesto, which you can read online, actually. It's just called The Network State at thenetworkstate.com. Oh no, they're making Bioshock 4? Yep, unironically. And we're going to go through this bit by bit. Okay? But yeah, it's well, it's interesting to say the least. But also, hey, look at this. It's Balaji Srinivasan. If possible, Marco Alez should be reinstated at Doge. If that is not possible, we should fund him to do his own startup. Let me explain my logic. First, there can be no negotiation with terrorists or journalists. Giving, the very subtle comparison between journalism and terrorists. Giving a single inch to a journo on anything Doge related would be like firing Michael Flynn at the beginning of Trump's first term. Nothing should be done in response to anything they write. Second, the entire practice of digging through, which, by the way, if that is the marching order going through Republicans right now, which, given how they're getting everything directly from billionaires these days, I would not be surprised if it is, then it falls upon us entirely to mobilize and pressure Washington, D.C. It falls upon us to make sure we are prioritizing, calling our representatives every single day, visiting our representatives as much as possible, being the thorns in their asses that actually make them do things, okay? If the press is no longer going to have influence over what people in Washington do, i.e. reporting on true things and effects that they can have on us, then we need to actually make our voices heard in order to put it forward. Jay, thank you for the $2 super chat. These people are Bioshock villains. Unironically, these people are Bioshock villains. Second, the entire practice of digging through people's old posts to find some negative remarks should be depreciated. Or deprecated. Some out-of-context remarks almost never represent the whole human being, and it's like, yeah, but you know what they do represent? They represent a thing that they probably still believe. If somebody 6 months ago was talking about how you need to normalize hatred against Indian folks, then I think it's pretty safe to say that 6 months later they have not had a gigantic change of heart, and that they now believe that Indian people are just as good as white people. Barring some kind of major, Ebenezer Scrooge-like revelation, they have not changed their mind. That's just not how it tends to work. Third, if to my Indian origin followers, apparently Marco made some anti-Indian comments. Of course, I don't love that. But he's only 25 and will mature in time and is clearly very competent. I believe in capitalism and dialogue as a way to bridge this kind of divide, not summary cancellation. TLDR, if possible, Elon should consider restoring Marco to Doge. And, this is quote tweeting Elon Musk saying, bring back Doge staffer who made inappropriate statements via a now deleted pseudonym. And look, 78% voted on the poll to say yes. Yeah, that democracy on the website he has fully incorporated into his Nazi fan club. Yeah, also, it's incredible the amount of conservative politicians who have in the past said things along the lines of, well, that 10-year-old black man, was too scary and police needed to shoot him dead. Versus the grown-ass politicians who are now saying, he's just a 25-year-old birthday boy. He's just a child. He's just a child. How could you hold him to the standards of an adult at 25 years old? Just a small whittle bean. It's all so gross. It's all so gross, and it's all so performative and hollow. And the sooner we are able to point that out to as many people as possible who are not plugged directly into politics, the better. Okay, you guys need to take this information, and I don't care if you share my video with them or just convey information to folks, but you guys need to go out there and be like, we've got Nazis in the US government right now, like open Nazis who are posting Nazi shit like 6 months ago, who are now in control of some of the most powerful data systems ever conceived of by man, and they control your Social Security payments, Grandpa. They control your healthcare payments, Mom. They control whether or not, you know, your school gets funding, cousin. So y'all need to get out there, because it is not, no one is coming to save us. That is the thing every single one of you need to understand. No one is coming to save us. The only people who can save us is us. We need to be the ones moving this. We need to be the ones putting pressure. We need to be the ones making sure shit happens. We don't need any heroes. It'd be nice if we had heroes. But so far we don't have those. Okay? We are trapped in we're trapped in a, you know, what's it called? Quicksand. We're trapped in quicksand. There is no hero that is gonna come through the jungle and pull us out of the quicksand. We need to find ourselves a goddamn vine to pull ourselves out of that quicksand before we die. Okay? You have to stop giving labor to them. Yeah, but at the same time, we need to stop giving labor to them in a coordinated way. You know, unionize your workplace. Now is the best time. It doesn't matter. You know, if you can't get unionization approval by the NLRB, which is very likely you are not going to be able to get, you gotta make an informal union. All right. And again, if you are having more Fed posty thoughts, you got to take them someplace else, because we can't have those discussions here for obvious reasons. You know, you can have those discussions elsewhere via more secured means. You know, I'm not your mom. I can't stop you from doing that, but they can't happen here for, again, extraordinarily obvious reasons. If you want to start a union, talk to your local IWW. Honestly, great idea. Has there been anything from the big unions on any of this? Honestly, a lot of the big unions are currently trying to either form or help other businesses unionize. So far, things have been pretty slow on the union leader front on this. Let's see here. Yeah, there have been a number of unions in Washington, D.C. who have been making moves to sue the government over different excesses of power. Yeah. It's not good. It's not good. Also, again, here's Peter Thiel, the guy we were just talking about, wanting to make Greenland into a network state via the ideology of Balaji Srinivasan, who is, by the way, in case I didn't make it clear, he's not a libertarian, guys. He is not a libertarian. He is a fascist. These people call themselves libertarians because it is the more palatable option for what they are actually pushing. They are fascists. That is what they are. Here, for example, is Peter Thiel, noted libertarian Peter Thiel.
I don't think we're ever in a cyclical world, but there are certainly certain parallels in the U.S. in the 2020s to Germany in the 1920s, where liberalism is exhausted. One suspects that democracy, whatever that means, is exhausted, and we have to ask some questions very far outside the Overton window. Again,
he is a Nazi. That's why he's phrasing things like that through the lens of the Weimar Republic. People don't do that unless they're fascists. Okay? I really don't like that guy. And by the way, this is from 2024. This is from last year, guys. They started taking the masks off a year ago. All right? As if we couldn't see through the mask before. A lot of people did not see through the mask and believed these people to just be harmless, you know, japing libertarians. What good japes you have, sir, talking about Nazi Germany all the time. It's just jokes. Right up until it's not. Yeah, well, federal marshals aren't going to go get Trump, guys. That's not how the federal marshals act, you know. Jay, thank you for the $2 super chat. Peter Thiel does look like he's wearing a mask of his own face, kind of like a Red Skull situation, for sure. Let's see here. Also, I do think that this is kind of, let's put it this way. We're seeing a lot of fascists respond to the rise of fellow fascists in the federal government. Okay? So we are having and seeing demonstrations like this around the country. Honest to God, Nazis in the streets. And honestly, I think that part of what we need to realize and recognize is that the time we are in requires us to maybe take some action.
What's going on, man? Burn that shit, man. Burn that bitch, man. You feel me? Burn that bitch up. Burn that bitch up, man. Let that bitch burn. Let that bitch burn. What I'm talking about? I'm out. Still looking at shit's off 15 shit. Purple, man. Get them boys the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck y'all flag. Hitler been dead. Y'all living in the 40s.
Y'all living in the 40s. That's the kind of energy we need, okay? That's the kind of energy we need. The Nazis were protected by 3 separate local police agencies that these people pushed past. Good for them. You know, we are in the cool zone where, you know, the kind of demonstration we need might require action like that, okay? I love my people, man. Yeah. It's good stuff. You know, people need to come together and just make this unacceptable because, hey, guess what, everyone? One of the most popular musicians on earth is coming out as a Nazi. Again. Look at that. This is from today. Hey, remember when Candace Owens just, spent weeks and months talking about how Kanye West wasn't a Nazi? Anyway, yeah, and Anthony Fantano, good egg over there. So I support the needle drop. Also, worth noting here that members of Congress are continuing to at least try to do a few things. Here is Representative Maxwell Frost. They've called armed federal officers to the scene. We aren't dangerous. We are here to represent our people, to defend public education. This is an authoritarian regime. You cannot block members of Congress from entering the Department of Education. And
now they've called the police on us.
Advocate on behalf of your children with disabilities, for young women who have been victims. You voted
So, yeah.
We want in. Tell them what it says on the door. All access entry. We want.
Yep. So Congress was barred from entering the Department of Education. And guys, I am seeing like the performative bullshit posts, and I do understand. I understand the frustration. What if they tried to get in? Well, then presumably the police would stop them and try to arrest them. But honestly, we are getting close to the point where Congress should do that. You know, Congress should get arrested to do this. You know, especially if you are representatives, if you are representative Democrats in the House, you should get arrested to do this. A lot of the stuff you can do in the House is not going to be done because you have members able to attend congressional meetings. You know? If you have enough sitting around, you got to go in. But also keep in mind, folks, that this is all moving very fast. And one of the things that they need to do as Congress people is that they need to reckon with the fact that most people aren't where we're at. Okay? Most people aren't like aware of the gravity of this situation because they don't pay attention to politics. So part of what this week is probably designed to do, if I had to read tea leaves, is to raise public awareness of what is happening. And I would imagine next week there'd be some escalation. Maybe. We'll see. It'd be really great to see. If I had to huff some hopium about it. Okay? I do think that it will escalate because it needs to. You know, like the thing about the circumstances we are currently in is that we're kind of seeing things play out systemically, and the escalation in the attacks on our system are such that they are going to need to escalate their involvement. And, you know, it remains to be seen if they are capable of stepping up to the plate. Genuinely not sure if they can. Which is why, again, y'all need to fill up their y'all need to fill up their inboxes, their voicemails, their office queues, okay? Because they need to know that they need to escalate. They need to know that. And if we also keep amping up the pressure on Republicans and Democrats, well, the Republicans might crumple before Dems do, which is, you know, that'll be the day, but that's kind of the outcome we need to hope for. Oh, also, Kanye West is implying that he's had an affair with Ivanka Trump. So that's a thing, while also saying that he did not fuck Candace Owens. So that, you know, however much you can trust this very, very unstable man. I don't know how much you can, but just throwing that one out there. You know, just a random piece of information. One thing I do want to do is talk a little bit about Donald Trump right now, because he was actually confronted earlier today about the security around Doge's access to the Treasury payment systems. And his answer, I think, should be deeply troubling to basically everybody. All right? Let's take a look here.
So, Democratic lawmakers are really upset that Doge engineers have access to these Treasury payment systems. The Senate Intel Dems wrote a letter to Susan Wiles. They're saying that these systems are used to disperse trillions of dollars each year and contain everyday Americans' personal information like social security numbers, home addresses, bank accounts. Why does Doge need all of that?
Well, it doesn't, but they get it very easily. I mean, we don't have very good security in our country, and they get it very easily. And what we're doing, if you look at...
Fox News asked that question, and that answer is maybe one of the most troubling aspects about all of this. Because he just said they don't need access to it. But the security is really bad. Which, to me, reads like the President of the United States is basically saying, yeah, we stole that data. We stole that data. Now, I'm going to play the rest of this here, but, like, holy shit, that is a troubling response.
What has just taken place with respect to some of the investments that have been made on another agency that people have been talking about for years, but nobody did anything about it. It's absolutely obscene, dangerous, bad, very costly. I mean, virtually every investment made is a con job.
So,
again, just going to replay that answer again.
Letter to Susie Wiles, they're saying that these systems are used to disperse trillions of dollars each year and contain everyday Americans' personal information like social security numbers, home addresses, bank accounts. Why does Doge need all of that?
Why does Doge need social security numbers, home addresses, etc.? That is the question, right? Why does Doge need access to the payment systems that has all that information and disperses trillions of dollars? And the response that the president gives is...
Well, it doesn't, but they get it very easily. I mean, we don't have very good security in our country, and they get it very easily. And what we're doing, if you look at what has just taken place with respect to some of the investments that have been made on another agency that people have been talking about for years, but nobody did anything about it, it's absolutely obscene, dangerous, bad, very costly. I mean, virtually every investment made is a con job.
So he's saying that they don't need access, but they're getting the access by violating the security, which would at the very least imply that Doge is breaking laws in order to get this info. And they're breaking laws on his order to fuck with your money. Okay? Like, this is the thing I need every single person watching to understand, whether you are a conservative, a liberal, a socialist, whatever. They are fucking with your money, with your Social Security, with your Medicare, with your Medicaid. They are fucking with your money. They are fucking with every single system and agency that is designed to help you in this wild, wacky world of ours. Systems that have been built up over the course of literal centuries in order to better all of our lives. That is the entire premise of each one of these organizations. Okay? And they are bypassing your representation. Remember, hey guys, I'm gonna bring it back. Remember 1776? No taxation without representation? They are literally bypassing your representation in order to enforce their taxation. Okay? That is what they are doing here. And if you are not angry at this, you simply do not understand it well enough yet. All right? And yeah, it's quite interesting to see. This is the great con. They are robbing us of $2 trillion. And they are not making a secret about this. $2 trillion. All right? Are you paid by any politician or any NGO? Nope. I'm paid by my viewers, motherfucker. And you know what? These people are going to big business conferences. Elon Musk was just in one in Miami earlier today and talking openly to all of those business leaders about how they are going to cut $2 trillion from the US budget. That $2 trillion is our money. Where do you think it's gonna go? Once they've cut it, once they've freed it up from the budget, where do you think it's gonna go? It goes to tax cuts for the billionaires. for the biggest businesses, for the biggest business boys to ever exist. That's where it goes. Last time Donald Trump was president, he gave out $2 trillion in tax cuts, the vast majority of which went to the richest people to ever exist. This time, he's going to extend that because those tax cuts, guys, they expire this year. In about 4 months, Congress is going to be deciding what their budget is for the next several years. You know, it's the big budgetary showdown. And you know what's on the docket? You'll never guess. Trillions of dollars of tax cuts for the wealthiest motherfuckers. That's what's on the docket. And they aren't just going to be content this time with tax cuts on par with what they got last time.
Due to my anxiety, I am an NGO. Not good orator. This joke is sponsored by Big Pharma. Medicate away your anxiety and speak good today.
Trains and bullshit. Thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. But the trillions of dollars that they are going to take from your tax dollars are going to go to the richest people to ever exist. They are cucking you and all of us in real time. They skimmed the cream and milk and left the way. True, Jay. True. Thank you for the $2 super chat. So what is happening here, folks, is that we have all these moving pieces. And every single one of those pieces is motivated by how can we get tax cuts for our richest donors? That's it. Have you been wondering, hey, why are the tariffs happening? Why are the tariffs happening?
This is absolutely not Jack's Australian handler confirming that there are no foreign interests sponsoring her show.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I appreciate it. So, why are the tariffs happening? Why, people have been saying for months now, oh, it's Donald Trump's, 5D chess way of negotiation. Except the issue is, when asked by other countries what he wants in exchange for not doing the tariffs, he has said on the record repeatedly, nothing. Because the goal of the tariffs isn't to foster American industry, which is typically what tariffs have been used for in the past. The goal of the tariffs is not, in fact, to negotiate with other countries for more, better trade deals and better trade agreements. It is quite simply designed as a way to increase their tax revenue, however temporarily, so that they can pay for the fucking tax cuts. It doesn't matter if they shove the entire economy into the wood chipper. It doesn't matter if that means they have to raid Social Security. It doesn't matter if they have to steal from Medicaid. It doesn't matter if they have to loot Medicare. It's because ultimately every single thing they are doing is so that they can give money to their richest benefactors.
Gonna donate before I lay down and maybe eat. Just gonna listen tonight. Y'all stay cool.
One-eyed heathen, you take care of yourself, please. Okay? Dems need to have asks that actually fix the country. We know how economies work. We should insist on it. We should deny these regressives their hold. The issue is animated archivists. There's not really mechanisms right now available to Democrats that would allow them to do that. Democrats are the minority in both the House and the Senate. There is maybe one scenario coming up, which is the budget negotiations, during which Democrats will be able to potentially hold the line and make asks. We'll see if they actually are capable of doing that, because I've got bad news for you guys on that front. And it's very specifically, let's see here. Here we go. I have so many tabs to go through. Here we go. Here is Hakeem Jeffries holding House Dem leadership presser focused on Musk/Doge concerns, does not commit to Dems withholding votes on government spending deal or debt ceiling over their issues with Musk's efforts. And the honest truth is, those are the kinds of things we need to play hardball on if we're going to prevent the worst parts of the looting from happening. Okay? So, especially, guys, if you are in Hakeem Jeffries' districts, y'all need to be calling him nonstop. Like, if you are in his area, you need to be visiting his offices. You need to be, like, dude has no spine except what is afforded to him by his big dollar donors, all right? You need to be visiting his office to make him grow a spine, all right? He needs a little assistance. How come Dems haven't shut down the Senate like they said they would?
How come the Dems haven't shut down the Senate like they said they would?
Well, Dems have shut down the Senate like they said they would. They did a 30-hour filibuster to delay the confirmation of Russell Vought. The issue is they are not they don't always have the ability to keep that up, just because of the way the procedure of the Senate works. So they've been doing what they can, but what they can do is pretty limited, given that they are in the minority in both the Senate and the House. That being said, what they're trying to do is delay every proceeding as much as they possibly can, which is, it has hard limits. It has hard limits on what they can do. Let's see here. I will say one of the things that is actually scaring Democrats right now into potentially taking action is here. I need to close some of these tabs so I can actually see what I'm supposed to be doing here. Okay. We did that. We did that. We did that. We did this story. We did this. We've done so many stories so far. Good job, us. Did this. Oh, we did that one. We didn't do that. Did that. Did that. Okay. Ay. We've covered a lot of ground, but not quite enough ground yet. Here we go. Found it. This is from Meredith Shiner, who is, a congressional reporter, or at least a former congressional reporter. All right. I would like to members of the Primary Every Democrat Coalition to know that I've heard from Senate Democratic staffers who have read and shared this piece with others. Primary Every Democrat is working. It shouldn't have taken through 3 weeks, but they are getting it. And this is Schumer urged Democrats to oppose Trump nominees in protest of his policies. The Senate Minority Leader had initially said he would not lean on his colleagues to reflexively oppose every nominee, but changed his stance after the president's actions generated heavy pressure from the left, and we should continue going until he continues to apply pressure to everyone down the line. Okay? Sari, you're blue.
Thank you for everything you do. I often just lurk, but always find good information here.
Well, good to see you chatting in chat. I definitely appreciate lurkers becoming chatters. So, Senator Chuck Schumer of New York, the minority leader, urged Democratic senators on Tuesday to join him in voting against all of Donald Trump's nominees in a show of protest against Mr. Trump's unilateral moves to dismantle and defund major portions of the federal government. This is from February 5th, so that is 2 days ago now. The plea for blanket opposition was only symbolic. Relegated to the minority in the Senate, Democrats have no power to block Mr. Trump's nominees unless they can persuade a handful of Republicans to join them. And the Republican Party has largely fallen into line behind the president's picks. But the entreaty was a notable change in strategy for Mr. Schumer, who has come under increasing pressure from progressive activists, Democratic governors, and some senators to take a more aggressive and confrontational stance against Mr. Trump in response to the president's efforts to steer around Congress and spending policy. So again, a lot of what is possible for the Senate to do is heavily constrained right now by the fact that they currently have a majority in the Senate and the House. Primary them anyway, especially Schumer. He sucks. True! We should be primarying all of them. I agree. I was going to try to hang out for a bit, but now I can't handle what's going on. That's okay, Uncle Tony. You get good rest. We'll be here on a new day. You take care of yourself. And whenever you feel up for it, the VOD will be up. There have got to be some Republicans that know better, and we have to get them to grow a spine. The issue here is that we need to continue applying pressure, especially to vulnerable Republicans. Folks like Lisa Murkowski, for example, who I believe earlier today tweeted out something along the lines of, Elon Musk has gone too far, et cetera, et cetera. We need to continue applying pressure to Republicans, especially for them to, there needs to be enough pressure that convinces them to abandon the Trump line, because the Trump administration will exact the price for that kind of disloyalty. Didn't some reps tell folks to stop calling? Yes, there was an Axios report that went out like a day or two ago where I think, yes, here it is. I think it's this piece. Democrats' phones bombarded. Oh, God damn it, Axios. I'm not going to do that. Essentially, there's a part of this here. Yeah. There has definitely been some tension the last few days where people felt like you are calling the wrong people. You are literally calling the wrong people, said one House Democrat. And that's like sideways reporting. That is a House Democrat that is not capable of going on the record. Otherwise they would. However, I will say that this kind of pressure is what keeps Chuck Schumer having a spine. And honestly, whenever they say stop calling, my initial knee-jerk response is to say, call 100 times harder. Grab every single one of your friends and convince them every day to contact their elected representatives to do something about this constitutional crisis. Because we need to get Democrats not just to the point where they're willing to come out and strongly oppose Donald Trump. That's the bare possible minimum that we need right now. What we need is them to actually put their money where their mouth is and start getting arrested. We need to start forcing the system to arrest our sitting Congress people, because that is not a story you can ignore. That is a story that gets reported all across the entire country. We need to inculcate the idea inside of their minds that if they don't get arrested for getting into these government buildings, that they are going to have to pay a political price. I've talked about this before, but there is a necessary mind shift that we saw happen during the civil rights movement, where suddenly people were like, oh, wait, in my community, I'm going to be considered like a complete and utter loser if I don't get arrested in the fight for civil rights. And we need to, in this time, have Democrats who are elected to represent us understand that they need to get arrested in order to fight for our rights. And if they do not, then we are actually in, they're losers. That they will not have another shot at winning a primary in the future. How can we pressure courts to reverse presidential immunity? We can't. However, presidential immunity does not mean that he can do whatever he wants. That's one important thing to remember. Presidential immunity applies to what he can personally do without being arrested. And, however, it does not mean that he can do anything and the courts can't challenge it. It also doesn't mean that his underlings can do anything and not be challenged in court.
Make them be more like John Lewis.
Indeed, Andrew S. And Crochet Whimsy, exactly. The billionaires who work for Donald Trump can absolutely be arrested. His minions can absolutely be arrested. And yes, it does have to be an official duty of the president for that immunity to actually apply. And it has to be at least arguably underneath the Constitution. If he is violating the Constitution, that immunity does not apply. Unless he pardons them. But yes, my entire thing is force him to pardon the billionaires. Do it. Force him to use his power. Force him to make ever more erratic and indefensible decisions. Force him to do it. And you know what? Make it a rotation. You know, like, oh, you arrested him for doing something illegal. Oh, they just went and did the illegal thing again. Arrested again. Do the pardon again. Get him locked into that loop. I've played video games before. I've seen it happen. Get him locked into that loop. When do we start protesting at Tesla dealerships? Do it today. Unironically, get like several friends together. Go protest. We need to be outside of Tesla dealerships. We need to be outside of our state capitals. We need to be outside of every goddamn place in this country protesting. Because again, the title of this stream is not facetious, guys. I'm not being hyperbolic to try and make a point. We are in the greatest constitutional crisis since the Civil War, and I don't know how that shakes out. But I do know nothing good happens if we just kind of let it slide. If we do nothing. Yeah, exactly, John Bainbridge. Get him locked up in that Dormammu bargain. Exactly, you got me. You know, force the issue. People hate Elon. That is one of perhaps our saving graces right now. Which is that Elon Musk is deeply, deeply, deeply unlikable. Here is more reporting from the New Republic. Okay, at first Republicans were on board with Musk's radical plan to eradicate government agencies. In a poll from The Economist/YouGov taken in days after the 2024 presidential election, 47% of Republicans said they wanted Musk to have a lot of influence in Trump's administration. 29% said they wanted him to have a little influence. And just 12% said they hoped he would have none at all. But less than a month into Trump's reign in the White House, and his shadow president's nefarious efforts to ruin everything, it seems that Republican voters aren't so sweet on the unelected bureaucrat running rampant through the federal government. A new poll published Wednesday from The Economist/YouGov found that now only 26% of Republicans want Musk to have a lot of influence, a drop of 21 points. By contrast, 43% of Republican respondents said they wanted Musk to have a little influence, and 17% said they wanted his hands out of government altogether. So what exactly is happening? It seems that the more people learn about Musk, the less they like him, at least according to a new Hart research survey published Wednesday by Groundwork Collective and Public Citizen. The poll asked respondents how much influence they felt Musk should have in government, explaining aspects of his role in Doge, his lack of oversight, and his far-reaching access. By the end of the survey, 63% of voters reported having an unfavorable opinion of Musk, an increase of 9 points from the beginning of the survey. Meanwhile, only 32% of respondents had a favorable opinion, which was down 7% from the start, and showed a major negative swing among non-MAGA Republicans. As beloved as Musk may appear among the MAGA crowd, it's not clear that he appeals to voters in general, which could prove to be a problem for Trump, who claims to have a mandate from the American people to do whatever the hell he wants. Which, by the way, is also why it is worth contacting your Republican representatives. Because right now, they're kind of in a holding pattern. They're kind of trying to see and feel out if they're going to be able to get away with this. And they need to hear that they cannot. Okay? Especially they need to hear that they cannot, and that the Constitution itself conflicts with everything that they have their eyes set on right now. Okay? If you need help figuring out who your elected officials are, I'm linking in chat right now the USA.gov elected officials tool. This will help you find who your elected officials are and give you methods of contacting them. I do recommend you use it, especially if you have not. It's also worth contacting your governors, etc. Okay? Y'all need this. Y'all need this, okay? We need to have like Democrats sucking up all the air in the room whenever they talk. We need to actively like frustrate their attempts to do this. We need to push our Democratic politicians to do everything in their power to make sure time and energy flows away from Republicans. And we need to make sure that while Democrats kind of suck the air out of the room, suck the energy out of the party, Republicans understand that they cannot get away with what they are doing. Okay? If you are looking for groups to organize with DSA, organize with your local Dems, organize with something.
If you live in a red state or have GOP officials, talk to them as if you are a constitutionalist that's conservative coded. Lie and say you support Trump, but this overreaching scares you based on precedent in the future.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's no like truth detector to tell you, like, you have to be like, yes, I am a socialist and I would like to tell you, my conservative representative, how I want things to be done. No, all you have to say is that you are a citizen deeply and utterly concerned with the Constitution. That's it. You have to talk about it as if you are someone who just deeply cares about the integrity of the Constitution. Logan Hill, 110%. Thank you for the $20 super chat. I really appreciate that. But also thank you for the comment, because excellent advice. When you contact your elected representatives, understand which method of approaching them is going to benefit you and your point the most, and frame it in that way. Okay? To be fair, I'm concerned about it. And that's just like if you don't want to lie and say, I'm a Republican voter. You don't have to lie. You can just say, I am someone who loves the Constitution. I'm deeply concerned about the integrity of the Constitution under Donald Trump, especially given the fact that he, what's going on in the Treasury, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Frame it through the lens of patriotism, which I know you guys can do. It's possible to do. I know a lot of you might not be feeling particularly patriotic, but if you are talking to a Republican representative, that will get you a long way in the door, okay? Point out that they let Elon do this with Trump, and then they'll let Soros do it with the Democrat. Yep, 100%. 100%. Yeah, talk about how you are someone who deeply cares about the Constitution, and how you see Elon Musk as an unelected bureaucrat undermining the separation of powers and seizing the power of the purse for the president to have unilateral authority. Talk about that. Talk about how that is unacceptable, how that undermines the rule of law. You can absolutely frame all of these concerns in a way that Republican politicians understand is a major concern for them among their base. Play to their fears. Play to what they fear their base is going to be saying if too many of them become informed. So, that is what you have to do. Every single day, call about this until action is taken. And even then, continue, keep up the pressure until after, at the very least, until after the budget is figured out. We need to make sure that they know they cannot get away with the tax cuts they are planning. All right? So, what else we got going on here? What else have I not covered yet? Oh, this is important to talk about. Let me put this together real quick. Here. because especially with everything that is happening right now with the Treasury, especially given that they have now rehired Marco Velez, or are in the process of rehiring him, everything is going extraordinarily poorly for Republicans. They do not want this circus show happening here. And I am going to end off this segment with a bit of good news. And it's a very small bit of good news, but yeah, we'll end with that, I guess. So one thing we all need to be aware of here: U.S. Treasury claimed that Doge technologists didn't have right access when he actually did. Sources tell Wired that the ability of Doge's Marco Velez to alter code controlling trillions of federal spending was rescinded days after U.S. Treasury and White House officials said it didn't exist. So basically, the White House is lying about this. They've been lying about it for the past week or two. They have been lying. It is important to recognize that. It's not surprising, but also understand that, like, when you talk to your elected representatives, you can tell them, you know that the White House is lying about this. Okay? Additionally, keep in mind here that our democracy is moving about as quickly as it can go at this point, which is a breakneck speed considering we're, you know, how today's Friday. Congress has been back in session for 4 days now. Senator Ron Wyden here has been doing a relatively good job keeping up to date on the Treasury. It's past time for Treasury to come clean on Musk's takeover. People's Social Security, Medicare, and their most sensitive personal data is at risk. I'm not going to stop until I get answers. Responding to evidence of a Treasury cover-up, Wyden demands Bessent come clean on Musk infiltration of Treasury payment systems. And the general gist of this, from the United States Senate Committee on Finance, is that we do not fully understand or know what has been altered within the payment systems of the United States. We also do not know what data has been taken or to what end. We simply do not know. Okay? There is an incalculable amount of damage that could be done with this data alone, let alone the ability to alter the payment systems. And like, just one thing that I hadn't considered until earlier today, those payment systems and that data indicate, like, the entire extent of the United States spy network, for example. It is the system used in order to make sure our spies get paid. It could effectively be used to, you know, identify our entire intelligence apparatus. Like, that's just one aspect, beyond simply just shutting down payments to whoever they really don't like. And Silverscale, we don't know if a backdoor has been installed, though there has been some indication that perhaps a backdoor was installed into the payment system. If that is the case, that is something that should be treated as like an act of treason, because there is no reason to have a backdoor into our payment system other than to bypass congressional action. Like we're talking like the people responsible and associated with this kind of a data breach for like national security reasons need to be like apprehended and like put into maximum security immediately for like national security reasons. There's no kind of getting around that. Like, if we were to take this seriously, every single one of these, you know, unelected bureaucrats and Nazis who've been put into our government, they need to be arrested as soon as possible to limit the damage this security breach could actually entail. And that's just off of us knowing very little about what is going on. And yeah, so I'm going to I'll just read this from the United States Senate Committee on Finance. Senator Wyden wrote, new reports suggest the Treasury's claim in its February 4th letter that access of the data of the payment systems by Tom Krause and other officials affiliated with Doge was currently on a read-only basis with misleading and evasive. If Wired's reporting is accurate, the Treasury Department deliberately misled or outright lied to Congress to cover up Doge's handling of the nation's most sensitive financial system. The February 4th Treasury letter stated that individuals associated with Doge currently had read-only access to the Treasury Department's payment system, when it now appears that at least Mr. Alez had read-write access to the systems for several days, reportedly executing changes to the code. And that is chilling. What did he change? What did he change? Treasury's refusal to provide straight answers about Doge's actions, as well as its refusal to provide a briefing requested by several Senate committees, only heightens my suspicions. The letter continued, these reports make clear that Musk and his Doge functionaries have sought access to the payment systems not for an audit, which is what the official reason has been given, but instead to manipulate the system in order to enact a political agenda. The Treasury Department's payment systems facilitate nearly 90% of all federal payments and more than $6 trillion annually. These mission-critical systems are not to be manipulated or subject to the whims of unelected billionaires or software engineers with fantasies of destroying the federal government from within, which, by the way, yeah, those Nazis who Elon brought in, they have fantasized about destroying the federal government. So, publicly. So that's cool. Yeah. And guys, to that end, if you're like, well, you know, maybe they got that data and then didn't leak it, you know, maybe there's no intention here to leak it. You know, it's that could be, yeah, like, you don't know that they're gonna leak it. I mean, well, let's just take a look real quick here. This is from Bloomberg. Wow. Thanks, Bloomberg, for locking vital reporting. Just as an FYI, this is also happening with a lot of mainstream media. People putting content behind paywalls to make it harder and harder to access information. Just to let you guys know, I will never do that with any of the content I make. I want it as freely accessible as possible. So yeah, please consider supporting the show. Drop some subs, donos, super chats, etc., because that is what allows me to do this show and to make this data available to you guys. So let's check this here. Musk's Doge teen was fired by cybersecurity firm for leaking company secrets. You know, maybe the kind of guy you don't want to just hire to deal with our nation's most secure intelligence systems and treasury systems. It's almost like we shouldn't have that, or there should be some kind of vetting system where we don't allow neo-Nazis with a history of leaking trade secrets into our most secure offices. You know, I'm just spitballing here. I'm not an expert on these things. You know, I do seem to notice in YouTube chat that some of the folks who are like, you're taking this out of context, have gone awfully silent as I just continue the barrage and deluge of information that shows just how incredibly fucked they've been by the person that they supported. But let's continue here. Edward Korestein posted online that he had retained access to the firm's servers. Now he has access to sensitive government information. And if you think that they're not going to use that information to fuck you, you are stupid. This is the kind of guy who absolutely every single girl at a party needs to cover their glasses when he enters the room, all right? He's why ladies are watching each other's glasses nonstop at the club. Edward Korestein, a 19-year-old member of Elon Musk's squad. Also, if at 19 you have a history of leaking data, you should not be anywhere near this kind of job. You know, like, this guy has had a career that has lasted presumably 1 year, and he's already leaked shit? Are you kidding me? Edward Korestein, a 19-year-old member of Elon Musk's squad that was crisscrossing U.S. government agencies, was fired from an internship after he was accused of sharing information with a competitor. Edward has been terminated for leaking internal information to the competitors, said a June 2022 message from the executive of the firm, Path Network, which was seen by Bloomberg News. This is unacceptable and there is zero tolerance for this. A spokesperson for the Arizona-based hosting and data security firm said Thursday, boy howdy, he worked for a data security firm and leaked information to a competitor. Insane, dog. I can confirm that Edward Korestein's brief contract was terminated after the conclusion of an internal investigation into the leaking of proprietary company information that coincided with his tenure. Afterward, Korestein wrote that he'd retained access to the cybersecurity company's computers, though he said he hadn't taken advantage of it. I had access to every single machine, he wrote on Discord in late 2022. Which, by the way, I guess that would be an internship when he was like 16. Weeks after he was dismissed from Path Network, according to messages from Bloomberg, posting under the name Rivage, which 6 people who know him said he was his alias, Korestein said he could have wiped Path's customer supporting servers if he'd wished. He added, I never exploited it because it's just not me. Except you did when you leaked data to a competitor. That's you exploiting your access. And Lady Raincloud writes, as somebody who carried a secret clearance and did my job at threat of losing my entire life, do you have any idea how infuriating this shit is? I have some idea. This is the guy this is one of the guys who has access to whether or not your social security payments go through. This is the kid who's screaming at data engineers in the US government for being morons. For, you know, not breaking their entire systems on his whim. Yeah. God. So, yeah. Korestein didn't this is maybe one of the best parts of this article, though. Korestein didn't respond to requests for comment. Attempts to reach his parents for comment through publicly listed telephone numbers were unsuccessful. Dude is literally so young, they're calling up his parents. You gonna ground this boy? Yeah. Korestein went on to, of course, intern at Elon Musk's Neuralink company, which, you know, is good, I guess. And that is what got him his current job. So that's new. That's good. Also, in other news of, like, yeah, this is maybe one of those stories that has, like, a shred of good news. And that is not the teenager who has access to all of our national secrets. That part, that's just all bad. The good news is unrelated, and that is Donald Trump has appointed himself as the chairman of the Kennedy Center, apparently. That's new. That happened today. At my direction, we are going to make the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. great again. I have decided to immediately terminate multiple individuals from the Board of Trustees, including the chairman who did not share our vision for a golden age in arts and culture. We will soon announce a new board with an amazing chairman, Donald J. Trump. Just last year, the Kennedy Center featured drag shows, specifically targeting our youth. This will stop. The Kennedy Center is an American jewel, folks, and must reflect the brightest stars on its stage from across our nation. For the Kennedy Center, the best is yet to come. And the reason I say that this is maybe good news, like, one, well, let's start with the obvious. It's bad that the president is now just naming himself as, like, the head of something unilaterally. I think that's a bad precedent, okay? But on the other hand, this may take up some of his time. So the Kennedy Center is like one of the artistic hubs of Washington, D.C. Okay? This is like this is like putting like the company CEO putting himself in charge of the party planning committee for the office. That's kind of what this is the equivalent of. And it's really stupid. But on the plus side, it may take up more of his time and it will prevent him from doing more bad shit that will actively hurt all of us. You know, the more he can be tied up in this, the better. But also, as a side thing here, the more he wants to micromanage, the less he can, like, destroy our system. So that's good. But also, and I'm not entirely sure how to put this, there is a decent chance that a lot of Washington, D.C.'s elites and elected officials that work and live there, there is a decent chance, folks, that none of them really give a shit about the economic plight of many Americans in the working class. But one thing they do care about are fancy parties and fancy cocktail events and, you know, the arts in Washington, D.C. Because, you know, a lot of them are out of touch. They don't really know what to care about, and most things don't really affect them on a personal level. This might be one of those things where, like, you know, the Nancy Pelosi's, the, I don't know, who's like a fancy Republican who might care about this. I'm sure there's a few. We'll be like, oh man, this sucks. He's ruining the parties. And they might genuinely be a bit more radicalized because this affects them, you know? I don't know. No, look, probably don't mention this while contacting reps, but this is just me thinking, like, if you care. Yeah, Lindsey Graham, Susan Collins, there we go. Lisa Murkowski. Yep, these people might actually be like, oh, it's so uncouth. They might actually be something that drives a wedge here. In a way that could be beneficial. Just as a tiny silver lining potentially for this. Okay? My hors d'oeuvres! They're using actual pizza rolls. How uncouth. You know? It might be along those lines. I can't say for certain about that, but I do know these out-of-touch types really give a shit about their fancy parties. Media Breakdown, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Our vision for arts and culture, you know what this is sounding like, right? Like a certain failed historical painter? Yeah, unironically. But also, we're already in certain historical failed painter territory. I'll take it as an unambiguous win when this is taking up his time to fuck us all, you know? My precious schmoozing, indeed. So that is a potential piece of good news. Additionally, this is a good piece of news, which I was not expecting. If you've been paying a lot of attention recently, you might have heard rumblings that the Trump administration was talking about exposing the names of FBI agents that worked on January 6th probes. That they were going to take all of the names of all the FBI agents that had anything to do with January 6th, out them to the general public, and then just kind of see what happens to them, you know? When all these far-right militias get wind of their names. And thankfully, it appears they are backing down from this effort. Okay? Trump administration agrees to not publicly release names of FBI agents on January 6th probes. Okay. Oh, sorry. Without providing 2 days notice. Thanks, The Hill. I guess it's not that great of a piece of news. As part of the agreement, the Justice Department said the government would not disseminate the list of names to the public, directly or indirectly, pending the outcome of lawsuits without giving 2 days notice, at which point attorneys for the FBI agents could argue for a temporary block on its ability to do so. Okay, so the 2-day block basically gives them a window to argue that, like, hey, this is hella illegal, don't do that. So it sucks, but it's better than nothing, and it's an indicator that pressure is, to some degree, yielding results. But honestly, this is not enough pressure. We need to have an unprecedented amount of pressure that is kept up for months at a time, you know? Oh, God. There's also a list of DEI workers with face shots and full docs flying around. Scary shit. Yep. Yep. The Justice Department lawyers on Thursday insisted that the DOJ itself had not authorized the public release of names and had no plans to, nor had it given a formal go-ahead to share the list of names with other government entities. But when asked to represent what other government entities like the White House or the Department of Government Efficiency would not publicly share the names if granted access, government lawyers demurred. "I'm not in a position to make representations," DOJ lawyer Jeremy Simon said. "Why?" asked U.S. District Judge Gia Cobb. "You're the attorney for the U.S. government," which is maybe... like, man, we also kind of need to, like... I don't know if this is a thing that can work, but, like, there needs to maybe be a public campaign to disbar these lawyers who are putting forth literally the worst legal arguments of all time. You know, like, if you are representing the U.S. government and you're not representing the entirety of it, like, what is the point? You know? The agreement, which Cobb approved Friday afternoon, would not stop the Justice Department from disseminating the list to other government entities, though it appears those entities would also be bound not to publicly release the names without notice. So that's something, I guess. Is it that they don't know or they don't want to admit anything illegal and thus make themselves complicit? I think it is that they are worried about the... let me put it this way. I don't think they feel like they can commit to any kind of action coming from the White House or Doge, because both are chaired by people who are extremely unpredictable in the eyes of these federal bureaucrats, and these lawyers do not want to take on the responsibility of speaking for either Doge or the White House, because Donald Trump or Elon Musk on a whim could change their minds and just violate the law. And so far, there has been no real pushback to the violations of law. at least in any kind of like meaningful sense that would stop them from continuing to violate the law. Yeah, with no guardrails for our democracy, we have to rely on internal incompetence and confusion. True. Well, who controls the DOJ? Ha ha ha. This is what happens when a system built on norms encounters a leader who believes in none of them. True. True. And folks, I think that brings us basically to the end of our kind of wrap-up sesh. Yeah. We're in the cool zone for sure, folks. And what really needs to happen here is we need to organize ourselves. Because again, the Democrats are not going to, of their own free will, do stuff to save us. We need to make them. We need to make them save us. We need to roll up our sleeves, get to work, organize ourselves. Either organize our workplace so that we can strike, or organize ourselves politically so that we can pressure Democrats and pressure Republicans. We need to do that. It's an existential question. If we do not do it to the necessary degree, and that necessary bar is quite high, then we're starting to look at a much... I'm not ending stream, to be clear. We're looking at a much different world. We're looking at a much different tone of conversation. Folks, join your local DSAs. Call your local call your congressional politicians. Visit their offices. Turn out, turn up. Jack, you need to explain why that's the case with the Democratic Party instead of always repeating that talking point. And I need to explain which part, please. I've said a lot of words over the last 2.5 hours. You need to explain why that's the case, why you need to call your elected Democrats? Like why you need to exert your political power to pressure them? It's because they're Democrats. They don't have spines. They are, a lot of them, influenced and bought by big money donations, but ultimately are beholden to voters. Which is why you need to call them and make them know that you, as one of their constituents, give a shit about what is happening. And that makes them realize that there is going to be some kind of price to be paid. They won't save us. Explain to others. It's not apparent. Gotcha. They're not going to save us because of their own volition. They are bought and paid for by a lot of big money donors. A lot of the same people who bought Republicans also invested money into Democrats. A lot of Silicon Valley investor types, those Peter Thiel types, they also donated very heavily to Democrats. Okay? They also, they have influence over these Democrats. There are big money donors out there who are, basically stepping in here and making sure that Democrats do not do the things that are necessary to save us. On top of the fact that what we are asking Democrats to do at this point, and what is going to escalate in the future, is we may be asking Democratic elected officials to put themselves on the line, to actually get arrested for peacefully not complying with federal trespassing laws, for example, when they're being kept out of government buildings that it is the right of the American people to have access to. They might need to trespass. They might need to go through those doors to try and access what Doge is accessing. We are asking them to go farther beyond their comfort zones in order to make a stand for us. And that requires
Little PSA for
extraordinary amount of
Californians.
pressure.
There is a protest tomorrow in Riverside at a Tesla plant. 1 p.m. Be safe.
Hell yeah, if you're in California, turn up at the Riverside Tesla plant at 1 p.m. Let's go. We're going to be having, by the way, we're also going to have to get a lot of our information about organizing from one another because mainstream media is failing us. You know? Like the Obama administration with bankers, many people don't know or understand these things. No, Firestar,
Thanks for
great
everything you
question.
do on these streams, etc.
Silver Scale, thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it very, very much. But yes, we are in extraordinary times, and Democrats, as things worsen, are going to need to take extraordinary measures in order to take a stand for our civil liberties and the Constitution itself. And for them to feel empowered to take those extraordinary actions, we need to have an extraordinary amount of pressure and support for those actions. Okay? We need to radicalize our involvement and our pushes for, them to safeguard our democracy. Okay? We need to make sure that they know we have their back if they are Democrats, and implicit in that is that they then know that there is also a political price to be paid if they fail to live up to the moment. Okay? As we covered earlier in stream, Chuck Schumer is currently trying to get all the Democrats in the Senate on board with this delaying tactic that they are concocting. And that is not something Chuck Schumer would do unless he was receiving an extraordinary amount of pressure. But we need to increase it to a degree they have never seen before. So far, there have been a lot of news reports talking about how this is comparable to the Brett Kavanaugh confirmation when people were calling about that. We need to escalate it beyond that. We need it like at a level no living politician has ever seen. You know, we need to see phone calls, we need to see office visits, we need to see emails to a level that they are incapable of articulating. Because we need action from them that they are incapable of previously even considering possible. Yeah, tell your elected Democratic senator to put pressure on Hakeem Jeffries, okay? Do it. Put pressure on Hakeem Jeffries. Senators and House members sometimes talk to each other, okay? Like, get them to pressure Hakeem Jeffries to actually do shit. Yeah, Democrats are not an ideologically cohesive party compared to the Republicans. The average American, even leftists, don't get that. That's absolutely true. There are better and worse Democrats. And so there are some who are, progressive, like AOC. And then there are some who are in the pocket of big business, like Hakeem Jeffries. And Hakeem Jeffries will talk the talk, but he doesn't ultimately, in a lot of cases, walk the walk in a way we would like to see from someone who actually believes in civil liberties. Which is why he's still hemming and hawing to this day about potentially, having a showdown on the budget. And we need to have Democrats aligned when the budget negotiations start, because that is when they are going to be able to extract concessions and wield power. It's one of the few times they're going to be able to do that. And Hakeem Jeffries, is also pretty shitty on the talk too. So we need to put pressure on members of Congress, especially in the House. Also wanted to get your thoughts on this. I've not seen any reporting on any of the mainstream media, only on the internet. Any way we can get them to report? I gotta be honest, I don't know that we do not have mechanisms to force mainstream media to report. Because mainstream media, by and large, is owned and operated by these billionaire, 100-millionaire ghouls who are in the Trump administration. Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post. He's a billionaire. He supported Donald Trump. Now, he was at Donald Trump's inauguration as a guest of honor. There's not a mechanism in our press to do this outside of like supporting your local journalistic outfits. If you want to support someone who is covering the efforts right now, besides myself, consider dropping some subs, donos, super chats, etc. I would highly recommend checking out Nathan Tarkus. Yes, I keep saying Tarkus. I think that's a Dark Souls character. Nathan Tankus. Okay, he has a site called notesonthecrises.com. Definitely check it out. It is, I would consider this site the hub of the most crucial coverage over what is currently happening with the constitutional crisis. Because guys, a lot of this is all distraction. It's razzle dazzle. It is, blatant looting of the American project to fund billionaire projects, right? But the real threat here, the biggest overwhelming threat, is the access that Doge has to the Treasury payment systems. That is the number one threat and the number one constitutional crisis that is going on right now. Because if it is allowed to stand, Congress is effectively defunct. The president will no longer need Congress to fund anything. Instead, the president can simply hand down a dictate and say, if you don't do this, you don't get funding. No one who works for you gets paid. That's effectively what the president would be able to do if this stands. That is why this is the number one this is the biggest constitutional crisis since the Civil War. Okay? Yep, unitary executive theory. It's a thing that these Republican nut jobs behind Project 2025 have been pushing for a while. He can just choose to not pay Congress. True. So yeah, we are in a situation that is untenable and not really this is why we call it the cool zone, folks. Because this crisis is unknown territory. And what happens here, what happens now, is anyone's guess. Like, this is when you start getting, the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. We start getting into territory where, just things are gonna move fast, and things are going nuts, and, all bets are off. We are in the part of the century that we are currently in where people are going to be made or break. And we need to mobilize ourselves so that we can potentially avoid, the entire splintering of the American project, or to be able to have people we can hold on to should things really get worse. What happens if we go into unknown territory? What happens if we go into unknown territory is, frankly, if the Constitution is undermined to the degree and that it currently is, and that continues to be the case, we could start seeing the splintering off of states. We could start seeing states having a showdown with the federal government. That's why it's called the cool zone, folks. We don't know what will happen, but the possibilities include a lot of really scary and bad shit. We're talking a bunch of French lawyers didn't really know what was going to happen, and then suddenly you've got the French Revolution, and then you get Napoleon. It's not like anything could happen here. Don't know where it's gonna go. Hard to read the tea leaves here, but I like if Donald Trump has access to this, like the best case scenario is that they go 4 months, finish the looting of the American project, our economy collapses, and then we are able to like ride out the economic collapse and hope it is not to the degree that like the Great Depression was, you know? And then like hope that when the elections roll around for the midterms in 2 years, the president doesn't just summarily do away with elections, you know? Like let me put it this way. If the president can undermine the Constitution with no actual limits being placed upon him, you know, undermine some of the key ideas of the Constitution, there's no telling what else he will do. And there's no telling how people will respond to that. The federal government will always win because states' rights are nothing but a sham. You know when like push comes to shove, like National Guardsmen are not going to like they turn out for their states. You know, no, like when shit hits the fan, guys, like we're talking like the US military splinters. We're talking like you know, different states mobilizing statewide militias. We're talking like the only functional parts of government are like the states. That's what like a splintering of the American project would look like. It would not be amicable. It would be violent chaos. So yeah, it's really bad. It like if we do not apply the political pressure that our time is currently calling on us to do, if we do not turn out to protest, if we do not pressure our senators, our Congress people, if we do not do all of us, not just like some of us, if all of us do not do our part in this, the shit hitting the fan moment is like a violent breakup of the United States. And that is on the table right now, which is deeply scary. And again, it is best not to game this out too far because again, in the cool zone, anything can happen. But like, there are some really bad possibilities on the table right now. And there are also some good ones, but like a lot of really bad ones. A violent breakup of the United States would hurt a lot of and kill a lot of people. Yeah. The last time we had the Civil War was the most deadly war the United States ever fought for, you know, Americans. Also, ProPublica has identified multiple lawyers working with Elon's Doge, who are all former staffers and clerks for Neil Gorsuch and Justice Roberts. Is that right? Yeah, John Roberts. Thanks, John. Yeah, I mean, like what Dragonfly says, we are a ways out from like a breakup of the United States territory. Right now, you guys all have one job to do, and that is organize together. You know, by joining DSA, join your local Dems, organize. That is how we fight effectively. Organize with your local groups to put together protests. Focus on what is happening right now and what our needs are and how you can rise to the occasion to meet those needs. And what do we need right now? Okay? What do we need from each one of you right now? We need you to organize. Choose one group or two groups to organize with. One that is very easy to join, DSA. Another one that is very easy to join, your local Democrats. Those are both incredibly easy to join. Do it. Okay? Go commit to going to their next meetings. Additionally, what is the other thing you need to do? You need to start making it part of your daily routine to email, call, and if possible, go to the offices of your elected congresspeople. Those are the things you need to do. Join DSA, join Dems, or join one of your local groups to organize protests. And call, email, and attend your elected officials. Pressure them to do the right thing. Okay? 5 a day is going to be my morning caffeine routine. Turtle Choom, excellent idea. Here we go. Just gonna drop this here. Again, this is 5 calls. Use this as your tool for contacting your local representatives. Those are the two things you need to do. Organize and contact. Organize and contact. Organize and contact. If we are emailing / calling every day, do we just copy paste / read out the same script every time? Write down talking points versus writing out a full script. Write down the talking points versus writing out a full script. That way it will be different each time while conveying the same facts. And folks, if you need help connecting with your local Dems, join our Discord, riverboat.gg/Discord. And you can reach out to Dragonfly. Dragonfly will help you connect with your local Dems. And if you are interested in joining DSA, again, join the Discord, riverboat.gg/Discord, and reach out to Christina/Gamerg. She will be happy to provide you with info on how to join your local DSA. Okay? Want tips on union strategies? I would love tips on union strategies. Unionize your workplace if you can. Would calling Elon Musk a foreigner be an effective talking point? Probably not. You want to keep things polite. Organize and contact. Organize and contact. Organize and contact. Let's get to work. Whew. Do you have a doc of what we should say / send? I do not. That might be helpful. Maybe someone on the mod team can draft something along those lines. That would be a good thing to have. Pointing him, yes, Harold, I agree with that one. Pointing out that he's unelected and not, beholden to anyone. Oh, does five calls has a sample script? Oh, so it does. Yeah, definitely use this. What's important to you? State Attorney General prosecute Doge for illegal data breach. Yeah, it gives a bunch of different topics you can call about. Stop the dismantling of USAID. Fight against Elon Musk's government takeover. Protect Medicaid funding. Yeah, stuff like this. This is all great. Again, I'll link that in chat. Click one? Okay. Here you go. Musk and his Doge. Fight against Elon Musk's government takeover. Update. Musk and his Doge team of personal allies have also now gained access to classified material, including high-security intelligence reports for USAID and the U.S. Agency for International Development. Yep. So this has a bunch of talking points that you can use. It's put into different paragraphs, but you also don't have to read it out verbatim. And I would encourage you not to, but here is the script. Hi, my name is Name, and I'm a constituent from city zip code. I'm calling to express my outrage over Elon Musk's unlawful and undemocratic takeover of the federal government, and I ask that Rep/Sen Name choose 3 reasons. Forcefully speak out against an unelected billionaire having undue influence on and control over our government's data, personnel, and payment systems. Refuse to cooperate with Musk's private enterprise and masking as a government agency. Support any legal challenges or investigations into Musk and his government and his organization's activity. Halt all work in Congress until the unconstitutional power grabs stop, which I would say that maybe this is a really important one. If leaving a voicemail, please leave your full street address to ensure your call is tallied. Thanks for your time and consideration. Yeah, they do want proof that you actually live in their district. Can we get an address for the Riverside protest tomorrow? I don't have the address, but I do know it's the Tesla facility in Riverside. But whoever dropped that in chat, if you can drop the address, would be great. Oh, God. So, folks, we've been going for about 3 hours. If you've been enjoying or getting anything interesting out of the show, please do consider hitting the follow button, hit the subscribe button, drop some subs, donos, memberships, etc., because that is what allows the show to continue going. I could not do it without you guys. I'm still a relatively small streamer, and yeah, your support is what enables this show to continue trucking along. I would not be able to do it without you guys. The Tesla plant is at 4319 Ranchero Way, Temecula. That doesn't sound right for the Riverside one. Mr. Malachite is saying it should be 7920 Lindbergh Drive, Riverside, California, 92508. But that is unverified. Ms. Gender Lynn, I appreciate that if you could, you'd pour money on my content. I do appreciate that. Boo-boo-doo-doo-boo. Oof. Did you hear about the Pride and Cultural Arts Center opening in Minnesota? Maybe. Another DSA member? Hell yeah, let's go, folks. Whew, that has been a very dense info dump on you guys. Moving into the wind down section? I don't know. We could have a little bit of fun with our food, I guess. I'm just taking like a little break because, damn, talking that hard for 3 hours is a lot. I am going to go use the bathroom. I will be back, and when I come back, we will be doing more content, folks. BRB.
When light is returning, even though this is the darkest hour, no one can hold back the dawn. Let's keep it burning, let's keep the flame of hope alive, make safe our journey through the storm. And as we're striking, we will be standing side by side, our generation on the rise. Light is returning, even though this is the darkest hour, no one can hold back the dawn. Let's keep it burning, let's keep the flame of hope alive, make safe our journey through the storm. And as we're striking, we will be standing side by side, our generation on the rise. Light is returning, even though this is the darkest hour, no one can hold back the dawn.
Hello, 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 folks. How we doing? How we doing? Welcome, dreaded world. I hope your friend directed you appropriately. And folks, remember, we've been going for about 3 hours now, so please hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, etc., because we are still going. Hope you all are having a good night with your different look. I mean, my different look is I took my scrunchie out. That's my different look. And you know what? No, it's really fun. Know what I can do with that scrunchie? I can put him on this little gingerbread man. Now, this gingerbread man has like a little inflatable. Or like a dress, maybe? Ginger lady? I don't know. It's cute. Where's the email script thing? Jesus. Here we go. There you all go. They're transing the gingerbread men. It's true. Oh, mommy. Nina, thank you very much for the raid, by the way. I appreciate it. Oh, I think you heard my back crack there. Thanks, Amber Brains. Whew. Okay. Folks. Time for us to talk. Time for us to talk and continue to talk because remember when I indicated that like, oh, we had covered all the things? We have not covered all the things. It turns out there were more things to talk about, actually. So continuing on, it's time for a part 2 of the damage that has been done so far. Yay! So, folks, we've got a lot happening, and obviously very little time to break down all of it. So we're gonna do our best here, and by our best, I mean I'm gonna do my best to talk about this. But one thing to talk about that is good that is happening is that some people within our government actually are finding spines, which is great. So this is Ellen L. Weintraub, who, well, let's just read her post here. Received a letter from President of the United States today purporting to remove me as commissioner and chair of the FEC. There's a legal way to replace FEC commissioners. This isn't it. I've been so fortunate to serve the American people and stir up some good trouble along the way. That's not changing anytime soon. And that is dope as shit. All right? Someone having a spine, and you know what? That's exactly the kind of energy we need to bring into the next this time we're in. You know, like if you get someone saying, "Oh, resign please," or "We're removing you." Know your rights and know what they can and can't do. And if they can't summarily remove you, then you make them force you to leave. You know, you make them crank out that crowbar and get you out of there, all right? That's the kind of obstructionism we need. That's the kind of energy we need to bring to the next few years here, all right? They're expecting us to comply in advance. Yeah, when the president comes knocking on your door, you look him in the eye and you say, "Get a warrant, motherfucker." I never understood resigning in protest anyway. Well, the thing is, resigning in protest is something that would work under normal circumstances. It would put media pressure on an on whoever forced you to resign. It would lead to gigantic media blowback, etc., and it would like force some level of accountability. But we're not in normal times. We need to cultivate that brat energy. You know, make brat summer, brat year. Let's go. Okay? Yeah, exactly, one shot. At this point, it's just getting people who are going to break the law to fill your spot if you resign. So tell them no. Tell them they got to fire you the right way. Get Congress to fire you, you know? We're in the cool zone, folks. The cool zone. Now, another thing to take a look at here is that ProPublica has been doing some excellent journalism, all right? And by that, I mean like actual journalism, insofar as they published this piece earlier today, or rather they published it yesterday and then updated it earlier today. This is titled Elon Musk's Demolition Crew. And now, as you can see, this is by a large number of journalists here. But they have gone through and painstakingly identified every single member of Doge that is currently ransacking the government, as many people as possible. You've got Jacob Altick, 32, lawyer, connected to the executive office of the president. Altick is a 2021 graduate of University of Michigan Law School. He clerked for D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals Judge Naomi Rao, a Trump appointee known for critiquing the administrative state. For the last year and a half, he's worked as a corporate litigation associate at Wheel, where he co-authored a detailed legal analysis on administrative law jurisprudence at the Supreme Court. Last year, he was selected to begin a clerkship for Supreme Court Justice Neil Gorsuch in the 2025 term, which is set to begin this summer. And so, like, It goes on like that. We got a lot of these clowns. There's Marco Alez. And unfortunately, it kind of sounds like we're going to have to familiarize ourselves with a lot of these Nazi fucks. Because as we now know, thanks to online sleuthing, a lot of these people are posting Nazi shit on their social medias routinely up until about 6 months ago. And even then, some of them continued. You know? These are the people trying to destroy our democracy. So anyway, very interesting. This is the Elon Musk Doge tracker tool that ProPublica has put together. And yeah, worth taking a look at and bookmarking, because this will be updated with additional Doge personnel as they get unmasked, okay? Oh, Yari Nidaze, not just one of these fuckwads supports Nick Fuentes. Numerous of these fuckwads support Nick Fuentes and his Nazi shit, okay? Some of them talk openly about wanting eugenics-based immigration policy. They're Nazi fucks. And, or at the very least, they're willing to work alongside Nazi fucks. And to me, that makes them Nazi fucks. If you do see this, I'd like to ask your opinion on the Revolutionary Communists of America and if I should join them. No, that they're LARPy bullshitters. There you go. That is my opinion. You would be better served joining DSA. Also, just as an FYI, the Revolutionary Communists of America has largely been considered like a weird cult. Is DSA sock dems? Yes. But also they have more radical folks among their ranks as well. They're a big tent org, so there's a lot of different internal disagreements that you navigate, which you need to do anyway if you have any idea of how to do a revolution. So if you want to be able to actually do a revolution, you're going to need to deal with people who disagree with you. I guess DSA is Democratic Socialists of America, so they're not sock dems. Dem socks. A lot of socks. Anyway, slight sidetracking. That tool is really, really good for tracking who is responsible for, doing things like looting your Mima's Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security checks. So worth keeping that tool in mind. Thank you, ProPublica, as always, for your excellent reporting. Additionally, here we need to talk a little bit about the Doge situation. Again, we're sticking on that, all right? Which is that here is some good reporting from earlier today, courtesy of David Weigel. Doge protesters to Democrats do something, and this is an interesting look at kind of what's going on here. Okay? Hundreds of protesters crowded below the Department of Labor's steps on Wednesday, summoned by Democrats, the AFL-CIO, and alerts they'd seen online. "It's on Constitution," said a volunteer in a purple ACLU vest, redirecting a man who was carrying his "This is a coup" sign in the wrong direction. By 3:30 p.m., the sidewalks below the stairs were full. From there, the speakers from Congress, from Labor, from the agencies being hollowed out were barely audible. "They don't want anyone who's not a white man to have a fair chance to succeed in this world," said Emily Martin, the chief program officer at the Women's Law Center. "What's the plan?" shouted one protester through a green knit balaclava. This is a government right now by the billionaires for the billionaires, and we will not allow it to stand, declared Massachusetts Senator Ed Markey. Do your job, shouted another protester 20 feet from Markey's megaphone. Go back to work. Direct actions against the new Trump administration in Washington and Democratic voting state capitals was smaller than the first protests against his first term. They impeded the work of Doge only once, a kickoff meeting between Elon Musk and the Department of Labor employees at the Francis Perkins building was moved from in-person to virtual. Obviously, the speed is surprising, AFL-CIO President Liz Schumer told Semaphore. The blatant disregard for the norms they're trampling on, things that could potentially be illegal, it's sort of like ask for forgiveness instead of permission. That is not sort of what it's like, that's exactly what it's like. Except instead of asking for forgiveness, they're going to ask for, pardons. The speed and range of Doge's actions and the gusher of leaks from affected federal workers have fueled a multi-level resistance and angst about whether any of it will work. There's little Democrats can do to slow down Republican legislation on the Hill, unless they can do to exercise oversight if the GOP doesn't agree with them. They learned that lesson again on Wednesday when members of the House Oversight Committee bungled a surprise vote to subpoena Musk over the details of his effort to restructure government agencies with semi-anonymous employees. The vote was not alerted on a group text used by committee Democrats, and not all of them made it back in time. At the moment, congressional Democrats are playing a supplementary role in the anti-Trump resistance, which is, pretty accurate and succinct summation of things. They are reacting to the reporting on Doge's work and showing up at protests. They are cheering on lawsuits filed by attorneys general and the constellation of liberal groups that plotted out a second Trump resistance after the election. On Monday, Democrats gathered outside USAID's headquarters in solidarity with suspended workers. They were cheered on by a partially masked crowd as they marched into the building. They were told to leave. By Wednesday, at rallies outside the Capitol and the Department of Labor, the cheers were mixed with interruptions and boos, especially when they mentioned the lawsuits, even though several had already halted some early Trump orders. The Democrats are just letting Donald Trump completely control what everyone's talking about, said Saikat Chakrabarti, a former chief of staff for New York Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who launched a challenge to the former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi this week. He did not talk to Ocasio-Cortez before announcing his campaign, he said, and Ocasio-Cortez is not taking a position in the race. Woof. They're just on their back foot playing defense, Chakrabarti argued. Instead, look at what the Republicans did with something like Hunter Biden's laptop or Hillary Clinton's emails, both complete non-issues that they turned into issues. The Democrats have the advantage of having real stuff to talk about. A billionaire, Elon Musk, going in and leaking the information of every CIA employee in an email to the White House, canceling Head Start programs across the country, collecting people's social security numbers without their consent. And yeah, Democrats need to do a better job in the media with this, though it's also difficult because the media is largely complicit with kind of the disinformation being put out by the White House right now, It's so frustrating. We need them to actually have a united media campaign, and they just don't have it right now. There needs to be a great, a gigantic meeting across state and federal Dems in order to hash out a strategy, and that just hasn't happened. We need a Democratic Continental Conference, To be fair, Democrats have been running around screaming about the potential risk to CIA operations from Doge employees' access to and use of classified information. And every out-of-power party irritates its activist base when they can't dramatically impede the work of a new administration. Republicans were initially slow to embrace the Tea Party movement, organized by libertarian groups and conservative activists in 2009. Democrats were furious that key senators and even party leaders provided key support for the early Bush agenda in 2001. The two basic problems for the congressional opposition are that the real power to slow Musk down resides in the courts, and that the atomized media environment makes it hard for even a news junkie to follow what they're doing. Which I can tell you, as somebody who needs to be on top of what is happening to do my job, I can tell you it is really hard to figure out what the fuck is going on every single day in order to like have like an ability to explain it to you folks. And I hope that I'm doing a decent job at that, but it's difficult as shit. At one point at Wednesday's labor rally, a union organizer pointed out across the block at the Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit, informing protesters that all their complaints were being filed there. But this didn't mollify protesters, a mix of federal employees and local liberals who supported the cause, from demanding that Democrats walk in the other direction, to the Capitol and do something. That's kind of the thing, right? Like, a lot of people want Democrats to do something, but also, we need to figure out what we want them to do. You know, like, they are our tools, right? We need to figure out what we want them to do. And part of it is they're kind of limited by their position in Congress. So we need to figure out something that they can do outside of those limitations, you know? Outside of, like, delaying. Like, we should be insisting that they delay every single nomination by the full 30 hours that they can. A lot of them are indeed tools, true. But also, I think we can demand that they put themselves on the line and get arrested. They're going to be treated with kid gloves. They're going to be out immediately, you know? But we should maybe be forcing that issue. They need to be obstructionist at every opportunity and be loud about it. Yep. Musk's emergence as a high-powered Trump Inc. CEO is popular with Republicans. They're very comfortable defending the work of young programmers, young like the founding fathers, and an unelected billionaire disruptor. They've been saying unelected bureaucrat before these protesters were born, over the output of senior federal employees. And they're having fun with the sound and images of Social Security-age Democrats doing Mario Savio impressions outside brutalist federal buildings. What Democrats can't say, and probably shouldn't because it sounds ghoulish, is that the public might not care about this unless something terrible happens. Something that wouldn't if the workers were inside the buildings and not holding signs and bullhorns outside. And yeah. One of the deep worries I have is that there is a distinct possibility that a lot of Americans aren't going to pay attention or understand what any of this means unless, like, the country starts falling apart, you know? Like, unless, like, that payment system breaks and, like, Mima doesn't get her Social Security check, unless, like, that, you know, like, air traffic control completely fails on, like, a federal level, like, there's a decent chance that a lot of people, even like a lot of Republicans especially, are just going to be like, yeah, we need to get rid of it. This is just trimming the fat. It's totally normal to fire 35,000 employees from a vital federal agency. And I'm sure it can still do the job because of, you know, all the government fat I've been told by Fox News that exists over the past 30 years. You know? And it is quite possible that a lot of Americans are so insulated in their bubble of propaganda that, like, they aren't going to understand this as an issue until it starts hurting them. And by then, the damage is too far progressed to actually stop it. As we learned last year, all people care about are grocery prices. I mean, yeah, but also it'll take a while for them to realize that Donald Trump is making those prices worse, not better, you know? Yeah, the jobs report is not, yeah. The economy is bad. One of the things I was going to bring up earlier is the inflation rate. A lot of what has been done so far has the projected inflation rate on par with what it was, like, a year and a half ago for this year. Remember during the time when everyone was like, Joe Biden, the rampant inflation, it's out of control. Well, it's projected to be that high again for this coming year because of all of the shit around the economy that is currently going down. And if, you know, shit actually hits the fan, it's going to be a lot worse, you know? So, had to tell my mom that we're not average. The average American does not watch the evening news. People aren't politically or politically or civically educated. It's true. And, you know, like, even if you watch the evening news every day, you're still not fully up to snuff on, like, what is happening, you know? Or, like, you still don't get the context of why things are happening. Like, I can very easily sit here and talk for, like, 3 hours about one given issue, and, like, I still feel like I'm not giving enough context, you know? Inflation was up in 2022, yes. But the issue is Joe Biden's policies brought that inflation back down. And now, because of Trump's actions this year, the projected inflation goes back up to what it was in 2022. The different economic analyses that are coming out are grim as shit. And also, let's be real here, a lot of normal people who do not pay attention to politics still think of Elon Musk as Tony Stark. So, yeah, it is possible that Dave Weigel is completely correct, and bad things need to happen before people realize the absolute evil that has been unleashed upon them, you know? Sucks. Room for disagreement. In his Substack, Ken Klippenstein compared the Democrats' legal fight against Doge to the investigations of Russian influence in the 2016 election, i.e. a political dead end. Instead of making a plain-spoken case to the public about how Doge could negatively affect their daily lives, Democratic leaders conducted AstroTurf demonstrations in front of USAID, Treasury, and other government shrines, he wrote. They adopted the conspiratorial tone of the MAGA opposition to the Democrats that they've been so contemptuous of in the past. And, you know, normally I like Ken Klippenstein, but honestly, I do think that, like, one of the things every single one of these people needed to do was to pull an AOC, get on, like, their own personal Instagram feeds, and stream to their constituents, like, hey, this is what's happening. This is why it's happening. This is who is doing it. And this is how it's going to affect you. And I do think that you can both do that and also attend demonstrations. That's the thing. You can pat your head and rub your tummy at the same time. But the marching orders needed to go down and still need to go down. That every single one of these people need to be communicating with their constituents via social media, via every avenue available to them. You know, get on your TikTok, get on your Instagram Live, get on all your things, and let people know what is happening, why it's happening, who is behind it, and what will happen to them should folks like Musk succeed. No, it's okay, Lady Raincloud. You got to take care of yourself first before you can help others. It's all good. You get some rest, friend.
Money.
Very knifey duck. Thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah. As for Republicans, the Trump White House and House GOP leadership has dusted off an old playbook, highlighting the most intense rhetoric from the protests and suggesting that Democrats want a violent insurrection. Congresswoman LaMonica McIver says we are at war, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said in the Brady Room on Wednesday. Ilhan Omar says we might actually see somebody get killed. And Chris Van Hollen says we have to fight this in the Congress. We have to fight this in the streets. So what now? May I just point out, if you heard that type of violent, enticing rhetoric from our side of the aisle from Republican leaders on Capitol Hill, I think there'd be a lot more outrage in this room today. Omar did not suggest that someone would be killed in anti-Doge protests. In an MSNBC interview, she worried that an American who works for the U.S. government could be killed abroad because a USAID app used in emergencies was shut down. Wow. They even lie about this. It's always lies. Every single fucking thing they say is lies. It's kind of crazy. You know? Also, just as a heads up, folks, this is coming from Mark Joseph Stern over at Slate, I believe. Pam Bondi's Justice Department looks poised to prosecute blue state doctors who mail abortion pills into red states, probably under the Comstock Act. She's also very likely to restrict access to medication abortion within blue states by declaring that all mailing of abortion pills is unlawful. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at there. So much for we're not going to do it. We're not going to do a national abortion ban. It's all lies. They are not capable of saying true things. Ugh. Hey, Friar Tuck. Yeah, sorry, you're blue. I did not get a confirmation on the address. So, sorry, I can't help you there. I'm not aware of the details of that protest. One thing that has come out, and who knows if this will amount to anything. Trump's FBI pick, Kash Patel, took up to $5 million in stock from Chinese e-commerce giant Shein. So, who knows what the fuck that means? The parent company of Shein gave him $5 million in stock. And he said in his financial disclosure form that it was done for his consulting services. His valuable $5 million valuable consulting services. Sure, bud.
Stop getting me out of bed. Is there a list of people who want Plan B pills mailed to them? Amazon is still selling them, so I am happy to foot the bill and send some to people.
Well, One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $10 super chat. And also, I do not and would not keep a list of folks who need that, but I'm sure folks can figure out something. We do have a mutual aid section of the Discord for folks who need financial help. So definitely check that out in case people are looking for that. But that is an incredibly great offer. It might be dangerous to hold such a list, though, just as a point to consider. What's wild is a large portion of the population just forgot how bad Trump is, didn't vote for or voted for Trump, and are now flipping out. Yeah, but unfortunately, not enough people are flipping out. That's just facts. Yeah. God. And this is a disturbing story. And I'm just giving you guys a cursory overview of a lot of these things. So this is an official letter from Edward R. Martin Jr., United States Attorney for the District of Columbia. And basically, it is let me put it this way. This is to Mr. Elon Musk and Mr. Steve Davies of Doge. Dear Steve and Elon, thank you for the referral of individuals and networks who appear to be stealing government property and or threatening government employees. After your referral, as is my practice, I will begin an inquiry. Please let me reiterate again, if people are discovered to have broken the law or even acted simply unethically, we will investigate them and we will chase them to the end of the earth to hold them accountable. We will not rest or cease in this. No one should abuse American taxpayer dollars. And I need you all to understand, when I read this earlier today, I almost fucking died of irony. Nor American taxpayer workers. No one is above the law. And I just want to point out here, just because I'm an English major, and I don't know if you guys can see this, but this letter writes no one as one word. I have a degree in English literature. No one is two words. We're being cucked by fucking illiterate jags, man. God damn it. No one is above the law. I am proud that we have been able to assist local law enforcement in protecting the Doge workers and others over the past week or so. A safe DC is a priority for President Trump and all of us. Please keep in touch and continue to refer matters to me as soon as possible. All the best, Edward R. Martin Jr. And folks, in case you need this translated for you, that is the lawyer for the District of Columbia saying to Elon Musk, thank you for referring a bunch of people for prosecution. We'll get right on that, sir. So we have an unelected bureaucrat here referring just people he doesn't like for prosecution to the US government. It's fucked up. Like, we are in bad times here, folks. It is a witch hunt for anyone critical of Doge. I very much look forward to the Legal Eagle video on all of this because, oh man, they're going to have all lawyers on deck for that one. How does a man with zero riz become a dictator? More money than God. So, yeah, that is effectively a mechanism for Elon Musk to personally prosecute anyone in the United States that he dislikes. Cool stuff. Additionally, folks, let's just talk about this. You know, let's just talk about this. This is just like a, I don't know, kind of like an I told you so. Not an I told you so, but this is like, oh man, did the person who yells about grooming children, how like queer people are grooming children all the time, groom a child and abuse them? That's crazy, man. Who could have expected that? Except that it has an additional level of, man, whoever could have seen this coming to it. Because apparently a conservative critic who was well known for posting about the dastardly grooming of children at the hands of LGBTQ people, you know, by being gay in front of kids. You know, two men holding hands in front of children. Scandalous. Grooming. Well, this guy is interesting because of his personal connections. Let's take a look here. Conservative film critic, this is from the Daily Dot, who called a child trafficking movie a call to action, arrested for child molestation. Currently out on bail. And this is Aaron Craig Gleason. And if that name sounds a bit familiar to you, that's because you may have encountered his reviews in The Federalist, which is a noted conservative publication, as well as one organization called the... Well, that can't be right. That can't possibly be. Why? It says here that Gleason worked for the Daily Wire. Well, that's very interesting. I wonder what he did there. And if you're like, well, let's just go over to the Daily Wire and check. This is the page that comes up. That's so weird. At www.dailywire.com/author/Aaron Gleason. There's a glitch. 404 not found. Well, luckily, Daily Dot did a little bit of sleuthing and found there's a Internet Archive. Oh, what's this? Aaron Gleason. So interesting. Writing for the Daily Wire. Look at him. Has a profile and everything. Dude is currently being investigated for child molestation. Because every single one of these people, the loudest of them that go along with this, are almost inevitably doing the very thing that they are trying to say gay people are doing all the time. It's the least surprising news of the year. Honestly, yeah. Honestly, yeah. Also, in related news, somewhat. So, there is... Let's see here. Just real quick. Yeah. So, folks, you are all familiar with the Heritage Foundation, yes? You know, one of the evil think tanks of Washington, D.C. that basically bends every neuron in their employees' brains towards the idea of making life a living hell for every normal person in America, and especially if you're gay or, you know, trans. You're all aware of this? Well, meet one Jessica Rydell, who, well, got on social media yesterday and posted, "Quick update, my name has changed from Brian Rydell to Jessica Rydell. Fear not, my focus on rapid response, center-right economic policy and cool budget charts won't change. Link below will be my only comment and explanation on this. Back to policy." And, yep, look at that, a little trans flag right there. A little pride progress flag. Good for you, Jessica Rydell. I'm really glad that you are living your truth and are, you know, able to be yourself. That is great. That being said, you work for an organization that literally hates queer people. It is insane. It is insane. Let me just Google something real quick. Anyway, here's an article from GLAAD in 2023 about the Heritage Foundation. Let's see. Heritage stated support for freedom and limited government does not extend to LGBTQ Americans, as evidenced by decades of waging losing battles against LGBTQ military service, LGBTQ Boy Scouts and leaders, marriage equality, protections against discrimination for LGBTQ workers, LGBTQ parents, bans on conversion therapy, evidence-based healthcare for transgender youth, supporting bans on LGBTQ inclusive books, curriculum, and books about racism. Write about coordinated copycat state legislation targeting gender-affirming care for transgender youth. Every major medical organization supports gender-affirming care as evidence-based, safe, and life-saving. Supports groups such as Moms for Liberty, who seek to ban books, target guidelines to protect students' freedom to dress the way they wish and access the bathroom according to the gender they identify with, and have called school board meetings school board members pedophiles while posting private information to encourage online and real-life harassment. Criticized corporations honoring Pride Month in 2021. Falsely claimed children were being targeted with inappropriate content, such as cereal box and Lego sets. Supported state bills targeting transgender youth participation in sports, falsely claiming, I think the ultimate outcome will be to protect women and girls. Equal opportunities. An AP investigation found the bill sponsors could not cite as an instance of transgender participation ever being an issue in their states. Falsely claimed in March 2021 that the Equality Act will demolish civil rights and constitutional freedoms. The Equality Act offers comprehensive protections against discrimination for every LGBTQ American and expands existing civil rights for people of faith and all women. Criticized the 2020 U.S. Supreme Court Bostock ruling expanding civil rights, employment protections to LGBTQ workers, inaccurately claiming the word sex will still today, as when Congress passed the Civil Rights Act in 1964, refers to our biological reality as male or female. It does not refer to our sexual orientations or malleable gender identities as some see it. Reiterated opposition in 2018 to the expansion of anti-discrimination laws to elevate sexual orientation and gender identity as protected classes. 79% of Americans support laws protecting LGBTQ people from discrimination as of March 2022. Defended the Boy Scouts of America's right to discriminate. And I'm not going to read all that. Claimed in 2008, it's time to hold accountable those lawmakers who have opened the door for this court ruling by trying to appease homosexual rights activists with laws that allow civil unions. You cannot have peace at any price with those who seek to conquer and vanquish our values. In 2013, falsely claimed same-sex marriage never will be widely accepted in America for a simple reason. It's based on a lie. More than 300,000 couples have wed since marriage equality was legalized in 2015. A May 2022 poll shows that only 26% think same-sex marriage should be illegal in America. Baselessly claimed in 2003, Americans are once again drawing the line in the sand between the recent legalization of same-sex marriage in Vermont and Canada, the Supreme Court ruling in Lawrence v. Texas that struck down the state's sodomy law, the opening of a high school for gay students in New York City, and the decisions by the Episcopal Church to approve a gay bishop and allow gay marriages. Americans are saying they have had enough. As of June 2021, support for marriage equality is at a record high of 70%. Falsely claimed marriage equality will harm children. Opposed ban on discredited and dangerous so-called conversion therapy practices. Claimed that transgender identity and issues became something that most Americans had never heard of. To a cause claiming the mantle of civil rights. Falsely claimed a resurgence of gender-affirming procedures. Not in light of new scientific evidence, mind you, but as a result of growing ideological movement. Baselessly supported rejecting transgender people from serving in the military. Opposed Don't Ask, Don't Tell in 1993. And anyway, yes, my name has changed. I am transgender and I work at the Heritage Foundation. Fuck you. Like fuck you. Just like straight up. That's collaborationist bullshit. You've been working for years with a group that is explicitly dedicated to eliminating people like you. Fuck you. Fuck you for making a career throwing us all under the bus. Fuck you. Fuck you. Okay? Like, you do not deserve to have a pride flag on your Substack to announce you're coming out. Fuck you. You have shit and pissed on that flag every single goddamn day. And you've done it for an organization that wants to make sure you're shitting and pissing on that flag in the men's room. Like, fuck you. Like, Jesus Christ. And like at the same time, it's just like, I'm glad you can live your truth, but at the same time, you're working for an organization that has been against all kinds of gender affirming procedures, and you're writing in your article, I've unmistakably known I was transgender since the age of 4. Medical scans and examinations have since confirmed my predominantly female brain biology, along with other biological characteristics that have countered my outwardly male appearance. And it's just like, fuck you. Like 1000%, this bitch is one of those people who's like, I actually have a female brain. I am actually a real trans woman as opposed to a fake trans woman because my brain is more female than other people's brains. Fuck you. While I've been myself with family and close friends, I've essentially had to role play a different gender professionally. Yeah. In the workplace where they fucking hate you if you're trans. Are you surprised that you got old after you went to the beach that makes you old? I'm not an activist. I'm more moderate on transgender policy issues. And let me tell you something. You are not moderate on transgender policy issues if you work for the fucking Heritage Foundation. All right? You are not a moderate. Like I'm sorry, you can't be like, "Oh, well, I'm moderate on the Jewish question while working for the fucking Nazis." Fuck you. All right? Jesus. Piece of shit. I'm also not naive about the intense abuse and demonization my community endures from politicians, demagogues, and bullies who defend themselves by dismissing transgenderism, as well as some made-up mental delusion with no legitimate biological basis. Too many adults still cling to their 10th grade biology teacher's purposely oversimplified summary that XX versus XY chromosomes cleanly determines all subsequent male or female biological and gender development. Students who continue in biology and related fields learn that each person's genes contain a full blueprint for both male and female development, and while the vast majority of humans still develop bitch, you work for an organization who that sole purpose on LGBTQ issues is to get people to ignore facts about it. If I rolled my eyes as hard as my body wants me to right now, they detach from my skull. That said, working in conformity-obsessed politics, I'm resigned to some insults and reduced opportunities to share my economic policy analysis, even among those who otherwise decry cancel culture. But being in the out group is nothing new. Growing up in 1980s northern Wisconsin as an awkward kid trying to act naturally male, I was bullied and beaten so badly and so frequently for so long that my family eventually had to sell our house and move to a new school district. And then you sided with an organization that was the bedrock of those people's ideology. The same people who beat you had the ideology that the Heritage Foundation mainstreams. You work for the people who have ensured that current children get beaten and bloodied so badly. Jesus! It's infuriating. Like, can I pull something up here? Just as an FYI here, Here is the Heritage Foundation in 2010, advocating against the Matthew Shepard Hate Crimes Prevention Act of 2009. Now, for those of you who don't know who Matthew Shepard was, Matthew Shepard was a young gay man who was basically beaten and crucified on the side of a road in the middle of nowhere and left to bleed and freeze to death. It was national news and a huge deal. This organization testified against that bill. They actively used their political capital in Congress to oppose a bill to essentially codify protections for LGBTQ people. Yeah. They opposed it. Now, luckily, this did get enacted. And what does it do? The bill removes, in the case of hate crimes related to race, color, religion, origin, national origin of the victim, the prerequisite that the victim be engaging in federally protected activity like voting or going to school, gives federal authorities greater ability to engage in hate crimes investigations that local authorities choose not to pursue, provides $5 million per year in funding for the fiscal years 2010 through 2012 to help state and local agencies pay for investigating and prosecuting hate crimes, and requires the Federal Bureau of Investigation to track statistics on hate crimes based on gender and gender identity. And this came, of course, after 11 years of activism from Matthew Shepard's family and LGBTQ activists. So the Heritage Foundation fought this tooth and nail. And it's infuriating, you know? Like, you work for the organization that wanted like the beating and lynching of gay and trans people to be like covered up. Like that was what the Heritage Foundation fought for. They fought to ensure the ability to cover up the hate crimes that were done to you and to people who weren't lucky enough to survive those hate crimes. This stubborn resolve came in handy in 2001 when, as an unknown 26-year-old economist, I was hired at a leading conservative think tank and expected to keep my head down and support the home team. Instead, my relentless highlighting of Bush's soaring budget deficits earned a briefing and communications ban from the Bush White House, a near termination of my nascent DC think tank career, and years later, complete vindication to the point that Bush's own OMB director would recruit me to become his chief economist during his 2010 election to the U.S. Senate. And throughout 23 years in Washington, my nonpartisan, data-heavy, inconvenient economic truths have consistently drawn the ire of White Houses, lawmakers, speech audiences, television interviews, and Twitter mobs from across the political spectrum. As long as my economic information is correct and presented respectfully, then other people's response to it, or to my gender, is their problem. And the issue here is that you are fucking wrong. They're going... In Donald Trump's America, in the conservative regime you have helped prop up, both directly and indirectly with your work, they're going to make it your problem. The same way they are making it every single person in America's problem. Like, I'm sorry, the age of, like, I'm fiscally conservative, but, you know, moderate socially is long gone. You don't get that. You don't have a place anymore. Okay? Like, you also don't get to play that card when you work for one of the most virulent anti-LGBT organizations in the country. I'm sorry, you don't get to do that. I mean, obviously you get to come out, but like, I suspect it's not going to last that long. I suspect there's going to be a little bit of a honeymoon because you've got folks here on Twitter like Scott Hodge. Jessica Rydell was my successor at the Heritage Foundation and did much more insightful work then, and still does, than I ever did. Too bad it wasn't appreciated back then, but we can now, and I'm pleased to call her a dear friend. And it's like, we got like conservative folks coming out congratulating Jessica, and that's lovely. But also, they are going to throw her under the bus so goddamn hard. And like, it's really not that difficult to see based on like, you know, the Twitter replies. You've worked for an organization, Jessica, that its entire existence has opposed the existence of people like you and propped up the ideologies of people like this. It's deeply sad. It is deeply sad that you have given your life to supporting people like this. Because these people are the ones your ideology has fostered, and your economic theory is not separable from the anti-LGBTQ ideas that your organization espouses. You can try to say that for you personally, you compartmentalize and these two things are separate all you want, that's fine. But in the wider world, you've supported the marriage of these two things. You helped create a monster, and that monster seeks to destroy you and all of us. And there's something deeply sad about that, and you don't see it yet. But Jessica, you will. And I'm, you know, as furious as I am, I feel for you. Because finding out is not going to be fun. I just want to know what she's thinking by coming out as trans now. Yeah, kind of the worst time to do it if you work at the Heritage Foundation. She doesn't see the leopard coming. It's kind of insane, right? Yeah, I mean, I think every conservative trans girl thinks that they're an exception, and they never are. They never are, especially in these times. Like, the times where like conservatives can trick you into thinking that you are an exception to your face getting eaten is like Not now. It's when they need you in order to assume power. It's not when they have power. Saw someone say that Jasmine Crockett put forth impeachment documents for Trump, but I can't find much of anything. There have been stories about different folks, doing impeachment proceedings. It's all been bullshit. Largely because, you know, it wouldn't succeed, you know? So, yeah, no. As far as I can tell, there is no Jasmine Crockett impeachment proceedings being filed. Non-zero percent, it becomes another, haha, I was just totally faking being trans for a social experiment. True. True.
Always two there are, no more, no less. One to embody power, the other to crave it. Good night, rebels.
Shell Bell, thank you for the $20 dono. That is incredibly generous of you, and also for the Star Wars reference. Always appreciated. Folks, we've been going for over 4 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider dropping subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because that is the only way this show continues. And fuck, it's hard to put a show together like this sometimes. God. A big problem with impeachment is who enforces it. And then there is Vance, who is one of the well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of... Vance waiting in the wings is kind of a terrifying prospect, because he's also just a fucking Nazi, you know? He's fucking psychotic, and he fucks couches, you know? Thanks, Ms. Gender Lynn. Presumably, she's wealthy enough to hermetically seal herself off from the transphobia. No one's wealthy enough to do that. You know? I don't think you can. Well, yeah, Mr. Malachite, I don't know that it's worth it to sign petitions for impeachment. I would sign petitions for more effective methods, because, like, you can sign all the petitions on impeachment you want, but, like, even if Democrats introduced articles of impeachment, they go nowhere, you know? Republicans aren't going to vote for that. Who would be after Vance? The Speaker of the House. So, what's his butt? The guy who watches porn with his son. Mike Johnson. Michael Penis. Wait, what? Mike Johnson has a porn accountability app with his son, who's like 16 or 17. Yeah. I think it's like I think it's called Purity Eyes or something like that. So, like, if he watches porn, or if his son, like, if he watches porn, like, it gets sent to his son, and if his son watches porn, it gets sent to his dad. It's so fucking weird. It's purity culture in evangelical Christian circles is fucking nuts, dude. Covenant Eyes. Thank you, Blackberry Bumblebee. You got it. It's so creepy. Yeah. Yeah, it is. I grew up, I grew up in evangelical culture, and I can tell you, like, there's some real weird shit that goes on there. that app is how they got Josh Duggar? Is that true? I don't know if that's true or not. No, that's not true? Okay, cool. What a weird power dynamic that would create for the kid, right? Yeah, purity balls are pretty fucked up, for sure. Your Ascended Kitten, thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. Oh, okay, Josh Duggar was watching CP on a work computer. That makes a lot more sense. His son gets to monitor his old man's porn habits too? I guess so. They're, just two men accountable to each other. Nothing weird about that. Jessa T, get good sleep, okay? Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting that Mike Johnson adopted a second son for some reason. Huh.
For the Whiskey Fund.
Tier Star, the Whiskey Fund needs a funding, so I really do thank you a lot for that. Thank you for the $10 dono. Yeah, there's some weirdness about Mike Johnson adopting that son that he's not related to for seemingly no reason. That was definitely weird as shit. And the son who's not in any of their family photos, deeply weird. The egg raffle also needs funding. You guys and your goddamn egg raffles. Yeah, the Kitsune Cavalier. Yeah, kind of more of that. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I hit the mic. All right. I'm preparing to go into a segment I know is going to make me mad.
Checking out this group to see if it is valid. Indivisible. They have planned protests and community groups.
Yes, Indivisible is valid. One of the things I want to go over is actually a conversation between Indivisible with Indivisible's founders. Well, let me put it to you guys, okay? We could either cover this conversation with Indivisible's founders, which I think will probably have some good information on things we can do and kind of the state of play in the political world, which could be useful. Or we could cover an Asmongold segment. Or we could do both. But we'll see what I got left in the tank. Both? Okay. Also, just real quick, if any of you guys got those subs, those donuts, we got any Oilers? Any fuel for the riverboat before we embark on our next leg of the voyage? Also, folks, can we just not? No, we must. Sophie Bliss, thank you for the membership. I appreciate it. Thank you so goddamn much. Also, we got over 400 people watching. Hell yeah. Let's keep going. Please no. Well, we're gonna start with constructive things because I think that's more important. But then we'll do the Asmongold shit because, frankly, too many people pay attention to what Asmongold thinks, and I need to dunk on that shit because algorithm. That's just how the game works. Hello, the left tech cat. As a mongoloid. Damn it. All right, I need to pee because I've been drinking my water. You all should too. Isn't he now the biggest political streamer on Twitch? He might be. He might be. All right, I will be back in a few minutes. Don't you guys go anywhere, okay?
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, "Why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him," Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Hello, 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 folks. What a banger. Indeed, indeed. That is William Tell by Ken Theriot. Theriot? Ken Theriot? Not sure how you pronounce the last name. Asmund shit can rot like that rat clock. I don't think I want to know what the rat clock is. Why do some of these songs sound like you? I don't know, but I have been learning how to sing this song. So I've just really been obsessed with this song and like this story, you know? It's pretty straightforward. I don't like how you're responding to me not knowing what a rat clock is. It's pretty straightforward because I don't think any part of that phrase is straightforward. No. The rat clock is essential Asmund. I don't like this. The last time you guys roped me into Asmongold lore, I learned about his house. And I don't like it. I don't like that one bit. It was just me staring at the screen in utter horror for like an hour and a half. He used a rat carcass heating up in the sun to know when to wake up. Dude's clearly deeply mentally unwell. Why are we turning to him for his political takes? I don't understand. Not insulting? Oh, Friar Tuck, I didn't interpret it as insulting.
I didn't know other people knew the William Tell song. Well, it's fine that I'm out of bed because I'm gonna shower.
Hell yeah, thank you for the $5 super chat. And yes, I do like the William Tell song. I just like the concept and story of William Tell. Like, I get one of those stories where I'm like, I get why this is a legendary, you know? Like, I get it. I get why people want to hold on to it and like hold him up as like a figure. Sorry, this is the channel for learning and truth. Now you've learned the truth and can't go back. You're right, I can't unlearn rat clock. God. He did well, I would argue he did politics because no one cared about his freaking insane living habits anymore. Zach Fletcher, thank you for the $5 super chat. I think you really might enjoy Thief and the Moon and Burn the Witch by Sean James. Feels very pointed at this moment. I'll check him out. Just there we go. Cool. Firefishy, thank you for resubscribing over on Twitch. Have I ever listened to I have listened to the William Tell Overture, but like I'm not into that. You know, I like the I like this folk song version, you know? Like there's just something so applicable to it in these times. You know, a lot of people, they think of William Tell, they just think of, like, shooting the apple off of his child's head, you know? But a lot of people just really miss the core and essence of the story, which is the aftermath of that. And telling autocrats to fuck off. Do you like Woody Guthrie's Pretty Boy Floyd? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, you've heard of cottagecore. Time to start with applecore. Exactly. The hilarious and fun anti-authoritarian movement based on William Tell's legend. Not gonna lie, I thought the story was he hit his kid instead of the apple. No, the legend was he had such a big dick that he hit the apple, split it in half, and then like as he
Many
had
people miss the core of William Tell's story, but fortunately for his son William did not, in fact, miss the core.
Well done, very knifey deck. Tier Star, thank you for gifting the Left Tech Cat a sub as well. Look, it's just the story of a guy with a colossal penis who, you know, snipes an apple off of his kid's head. And then when, like, the guy in charge of everything's like, wait a minute, why do you got two of those? He goes, surprise, bitch. Pop, pop. No more tyranny. Excellent story. 10 out of 10. I like it. Then he walks up to the nearest wench and goes, hey. Gessler had more to him than I've known. I guess he got the point in the end. Indeed. You guys get it. You guys get the story. Ms. Genderlin, thank you for laughing at my dick joke. God. All right, let's jump in. Let's see what Indivisible is actually doing. One of the few groups I've seen like taking this threat seriously, and honestly, that's so important in the times we're in. So let's take a look here. They had about an hour-long conversation about what the fuck are we gonna do? And honestly, that's the kind of conversation I think we all need to be a part of. So let's jump in, shall we?
That's recording in progress. We're going to send this out afterwards, so we will be recording. We're going to let people join. We'll give people maybe 90 seconds to get in. But while you're here, let us know. There is a little function that on the right in the text box. It might say,
we're going to skip.
You can feel a crescendo building, and it feels really good. I think a lot of folks on Capitol. Oh, the chat box is open. Yeah. Silver Spring, Maryland is the first. We happen to be calling in from Silver Spring, Maryland now. Here we go, from Florida, from Illinois, from Arizona, from Wisconsin, from Maryland. You know, I say this every time, but one of my favorite things about this is
why are these two familiar? We watched another event the other day where they spoke at the end. We also watched an organizing meeting the other day, like a couple days ago with them. So we've been keeping up with Indivisible for this past week.
everybody introducing it. And we have been doing this for 8 years now, y'all. I remember our earliest Facebook Lives. This was an organic feature of the Facebook Lives. People would just start saying, hey, I'm calling in from this area. And you just got this sense that you're not alone, that you are organizing with other folks all across the country. And if we're all doing our part, we're going to have big impact. That's the goal.
Also, during those early calls 8 years ago, we were actually doing them with an iPhone put on top of a trash can.
Yeah.
So our setup has
Marginally improved. Yeah. I will say I sat down and I have Leah's coffee, which has no sugar in it, and that's what I'm going to be drinking during this. But I need the caffeine anyway, so we'll go with it. Okay,
right,
I think
go ahead and
let's get started. We have a lot of questions that have come in.
It's true. Elon Musk looked at, heard the legend of William Tell and said, "I'll be smarter than Gessler." True, Lo Casey. True.
Per usual, we're going to run over just why we do these calls, what we're covering here.
Wolf
but
66,
most of
thanks
this
for the
is
100 bits.
Q&A. So, Leah, do you want to start with
housekeeping?
housekeeping?
Okay. All right, y'all. So again, mostly Q&A. Some of this is going to be live. Some of this was submitted in advance. If you have a question, please use the Q&A feature. You can pop whatever your thoughts are in the general chat, but if you want your question to be answered, use the Q&A feature. It's a button on the and sent out to everyone who read in the chat. We also follow up with we're just monitoring and seeing how it goes. Final note, just noting, this is a really rough time. Emotions are running high. A lot of people are scared. A lot of people are really directly personally impacted, or
a lot of people are really fucking angry,
under threat right now. All of that is very real. When things are hard,
night,
we
Charlie.
can get emotional at each other. We're going to ask folks to really try to keep it respectful and supportive in the chat. We are all in this together. We want to act like we're all in it together. So with that, Ezra, over to you.
Great. Just to note, I'm seeing some questions in the chat, but I want to know, we've been trying to use the Q&A feature at the bottom of the Zoom, so you'll see it. This just simplifies our ability to go through quickly. Our goal is to bounce back and forth in between questions that came in ahead of time and questions that are coming live, but if you put it in the chat, I mean, y'all can see the chat. It's just going so fast, it's hard to track, but the Q&A function will help us out. We'll try to take as much as we can. Couple notes. Well, let me just, for folks who are brand new here, welcome. You are a valued member of this movement. We want you here. Thank you for being here. This is a people-powered movement. What we are doing here is trying to build up a force to take on this assault on our democracy. We are organizing where we can with the tools that we've got, identifying the leverage that we have. None of us is going to do this on our own. We are organizing to put pressure where we can put pressure, and together we're making waves, y'all. We're having a big impact. And if you're brand new, I'm Ezra. This is Leah. We're the co-founders of Indivisible. We're also married. If you're like, those co-founders are sitting quite close together, that's because we're married. This is our house. That's where we're
Yeah, you're not keeping enough room between you for Jesus.
In from. Nothing weird going on here. And I do also want to say, just give a little bit of an apology up front. We had made a practice.
I will say one thing about this guy. He gives off cool youth pastor vibes. You know, like, if anyone knows what I mean by that those are the vibes he gives off to me, which I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing in this case, but, you know, that it just is.
Practice of following up after each of these calls with an email the day after, with a survey that with all of the resources that we send out and a recording. We had a technical snafu. I promised y'all that last Thursday. We had a technical snafu. It wasn't going to go out until Monday. By Monday, frankly, so many things had occurred that a lot of what we had discussed on Friday was less relevant. I recognize that. I don't like that. Again, it was an accident, and I think we've made some good corrections. So you should expect a follow-up email tomorrow on Friday with a recording of all of this, with a transcript, and we're going to include a survey because we like to get your feedback on how things are going and sometimes on strategic questions that were.
Matt Fury, like, 4 hours ago, you were in chat being real belligerent, and then when I answered your questions, you shut up for like 4 hours, and now you're back saying stupid shit again. I don't understand. Is whiskey motivating you? Because, like, I get that. I've had whiskey before. I've had the dark liquor. But, like, I don't know, like, maybe drink some water, okay?
We're wrestling with. So again, apologies. You know, this is a grassroots movement. We're doing it live. We're trying to improve things live. And so there are going to be hiccups along the way, but I appreciate everybody having a lot of grace and building with us. Also, I might be sniffling some. I'm on Dayquil, working through something. Our 2-year-old is working through a cold. It's worked its way to me. Aaliyah is currently okay. We'll see.
Yeah, and Sherlock Smoog, I know that like in the original telling of William Tell, you know, he shoots the apple and then he and his son are about to leave, and then the second arrow falls out, and Gessler's like, "What? Huh? What's the noise?" And then they're like, "Well, I had the second arrow to kill you, you know, if I killed my son." And then Gessler's like, "What? Kill them both now." And so then they flee. And like his son gets away, but then William Tell gets captured and put in chains and is being shipped off. But then there's a terrible storm, and so they're like, we don't have enough dick power to steer the ship. The only one who can save us is William Tell. And so then they unlock his shackles and he steers the ship, but then he steers it to a nearby rocky outcrop and then jumps ship and like jumps onto the outcrop like an anime character. And then everyone on the ship dies except for him and Gessler pursues him into the forest where William Tell finally shoots him and he dies. It's a pretty badass story, honestly.
See how long that lasts. Okay, all that said, let's talk a little bit about what's happened over the course of the last week, just to give you a sense before we get to Q&A. And I want to start this off by just celebrating
cockstrong and
leaders
cocksure
all across the country. I mean, if you have opened up a newspaper, if you turn on the radio, if you turn on the news, look, last Sunday, 50,000 people joined a call with Lee and me and some partners, and the survey question that I meant to send out last Friday was going to be a question of, hey, is there any appetite for in-person action? Like, what's keeping you from that? I drafted that because I wanted to get your input so we could figure out, should we be calling for this? And because the survey didn't get out, we didn't have that input. And we made a judgment call. We said, look, we're seeing a lot of energy out there. We're getting a lot of inputs from Indivisible leaders. I think we need to escalate. I think we need to call for in-person actions. The reason why we do not willy-nilly call for in-person actions is because the worst thing you can do as an organizer is call for people to show up and then have nobody show up. It is counterproductive. It makes you look weak. It makes your opposition say, oh, good, I don't need to pay attention to them.
Fair.
So it's chancy. You don't just call for a lot of action and then have nobody show up. But we thought the energy was high enough. So we had 50,000 people join that call, which itself was impressive. But our call to action on that call was in-person action. We wanted to see pressure on the United States Senate, both Democrats and Republicans. We wanted to see Senate Democrats use the power they have to actually push back. And y'all, if you were watching Rachel Maddow this week, if you
man, god damn it. Libs. It's okay, it's fine. We'll persevere, but like man. We do have to make common cause with these people.
You've like I said, opened up a newspaper or turned on the radio, you have been seeing coverage of. There have now been 260 events registered, orchestrated, in some cases already carried out in blue states, red states, purple states. Buildings absolutely swarmed. People around the blocks of Tom Tillis's office or Susan Collins's office or Lisa Murkowski's office. We are seeing this incredible grassroots pressure. I can't tell you how many journalists Lee and I have talked to over the last 2.5 months. And the reason why they called us is they say, oh, the resistance is dead, huh? Nobody's showing up. What are y'all going to do? They're just going to steamroll you, right? Like that has been what our conversations were from basically November until December. And what we've been...
I mean, the good news is it does seem like Indivisible is having an effect at actually mobilizing people. And honestly, the more bodies we get out there making a stink about this, I'm not going to turn my nose up. You know, I'm not going to turn my nose up if 95% of the people showing up are libs. I'm not going to turn my nose up to that. We are in the middle of a absolute goddamn crisis. So, you know, I'll take whatever we can get. And honestly, a hard truth incoming. Most of the people who show up to protests, when the protests are successful, tend to be libs. You need to have protests that your like white 70-year-old grandma is going to go to, okay? Like that's when you know like, oh shit, we're going to win.
Telling them is, you're not seeing what we're seeing. There were more indivisible groups that formed in November of last year than formed any month going back to 2017. Then we beat that number in December. Then we beat that number again in January. We were telling people it's not blowing up in a big public protest yet, but it's coming. It is coming. And boy, y'all are proving us right. This morning, I had conversations to that effect with folks from Vox, USA Today, Huffington Post, The Guardian, some radio show. We'll let you know where all we are. I'm spending that time bragging about you all, talking about the actions that you...
It's true. I reacted too strongly to the Rachel Maddow name drop. It just took me by surprise. Made me throw up a little bit in my mouth, but that's okay. It's okay. It's all right. She's not the worst person in the world, all right? She's fine. Aggressively fine.
You are doing. This is what we are doing together. And don't get me wrong. It is fun to see your face in the paper. I'm sure you like seeing your faces on Rachel Maddow with your actions, and that is good. That's good. Don't get me wrong. But we're not just doing it for that purpose. This is...
Ooh, Super Jet Guy, good question. Hey, Riverboat Jack, I was wondering how we can get other left-leaning streamers to be on board with convincing their audience to be more active and agitating. I genuinely don't know. Honestly, I don't have a ton of connections with a lot of other lefty streamers or that I like maintain. I do think that a lot of that should be stuff that you bring up to them to like kind of gauge the waters. Like y'all need to be like, hey, you got any plans to organize? And then like suggest like DSA or local Dems or whatever. I was just annoying enough pushing DSA in Jack's chat that Jack started doing it too. And then I went to DSA and now I'm in DSA and now I'm trying to do shit. It's true.
This is how it works. 260 events focused on senators all across the country. We see that surge of activity, and it's a virtuous cycle. People are upset. You hold events. That gets media coverage. More people see it. You get more members. You hold more events.
It's true. Pastor Ben followed me on Blue Sky the other day. Maybe so.
Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. And why? Not just for the coverage, not just because it's fun, but for impact. Trump overreaches, we create a ruckus, the Democrats see that ruckus, they start fighting back, and then that fight back generates more public interest and more pressure. That pressure slows things down or causes retreat. That's the game, y'all. That's what we're doing together. So
part of the frustrating bit about this is that there's not really like a definitive blow we can do with our collective action. Because the mechanisms are for us to reel in Republican overreach are so eroded that honestly what we have is we need to slow everything down to like a standstill with collective action. Like our main goal right now needs to be kind of like slowing and killing the momentum of the conservative onslaught with 1,000 paper cuts. You know, slow it down by every means available to us with pressure and with politics.
2 weeks ago, Trump tried to freeze all federal programs, wildly unconstitutional power grab. Immediately, there was this blowback. That was the flashpoint that set off a lot of this over the course of the last couple of weeks. Within 48 hours, they had to back off. Just overwhelming outrage. Trump wants you to think he's king, wants you to think you're powerless. Not the case. We have demonstrated when we fight back, not necessarily going to stop everything. I'm not telling you everything's going to be fine, but we can stop some things. We can slow other things. Now, on that note of not being able to stop all things, of course, Trump and the team are regrouping. Elon Musk has sent his teenage flying monkeys into the Treasury and the agencies. We were just out there in the protest on Tuesday. They seized control of the federal payment system. I think for those on this call, you're probably following this. This is Social Security. This is Medicaid. This is Meals on Wheels. This is Head Start. This is student loans. Look, I'm not going to cover all this. We can get into it in the Q&A. But when the president hands the richest man in the world the keys to the Treasury and allows him to personally decide whether you're going to get your student loans, whether you're going to get your Social Security check, they're taking a wrecking ball to the Constitution. That is what they're doing. So I don't want to sugarcoat it. And it's hard to not be an alarmist when everything that's
I mean, this is the thing. They might be libs, but they accurately understand the depth and severity of this problem. You know?
Going on is so alarming. Timothy Snyder, the expert in authoritarianism, calls this a coup. Heather Cox Richardson, the brilliant commentator historian, she says this is the most dangerous place our republic has ever been in. Listen to them if you don't want to listen to us. So I'm not here.
Yeah, we are in the middle of an existential crisis. So like this organizing stuff, I know that this organizing stuff is not the most exciting thing I cover on this show, but it might just be the most important stuff that I cover on this show. Because this is what we need to do. This is the pathway for us to actually do shit.
Here to just alarm, we're here to act. That is what Indivisible does. We can get full of anxiety and depression.
Super Jet Guy, do it. Why not? What is there to lose?
But your chains. We're not here just to consume news. We're here to consume news so that we can take action together. So 3 big points that I have in my mind as we lead into the coming week. First, we've got to unify the opposition. We've got to unify the opposition. We are moving in that direction. What's that Gandhi quote? First they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win. I would amend that a little bit for pushing Senate Democrats to start fighting back. First they ignore and laugh at you. Then they engage in kind of BS public relations stunts to try to show you that they're doing something without actually doing anything.
Yep.
And then they join you in a unified opposition. I would say we're somewhere between steps 2 and 3.
I'd have to agree with that. And honestly, that laying it out like that makes me feel a little bit better that we're a lot closer to getting to step number 3, and it's been less than a week since they've been back in Washington.
2 weeks ago, we were at step 1. They were ignoring and laughing at us. That's not where we are anymore.
Because keep in mind, 2 weeks ago, they weren't even in Washington, D.C. I think they've arrived in Washington, D.C. now. And part of it, guys, is that they have been like they've been doing the performative, we're going out in front of these buildings routine. Like they've been doing that. They've been staging this. But I think also part of it is kind of a shock on their part that they actually genuinely aren't being allowed into these buildings. You know, like that is a genuine like reality check for them. And that's very I think that is getting us further towards where we want to go than we might realize.
They are not laughing at us anymore. I will tell you, Lee and I are both fielding calls from...
I'm surprised there's no mechanism to remove Trump purely on the basis of his brain turned to mozzarella. Well, the unfortunate part is that there is a mechanism for removing a president whose brain has turned into moldy mozzarella. The issue is that that mechanism is controlled by his cabinet. People he appointed and who are beholden to him for power. Huzzah!
Capitol Hill from Democratic members saying, why is everybody yelling at us? What do we need to do? Tell us how to get this to stop. They are listening to you, and that's good. That's how this should work. Our goal is not to yell at Democrats for the next 4 years or the next 2 years or the next 2 months. Our goal is to cheerlead a unified Democratic opposition. That's what we're all building together. That's a long first thing, unifying the opposition. Second thing that we have to do, we got to get loud, and we've got to elevate this sense of crisis.
I think I'm doing that with the name of my stream. I think I'm doing it. I'm doing. We gotta build a big tent, motherfuckers. We gotta scream to the heavens and shake the clouds.
We are doing that all over the country right now. Keep in mind, we've got a couple 3,000 people on this call now. Most of the people, most of the time, are not paying attention. That's just life. That's just how this works. It is up to all of us to welcome new people in when they lift their head up and say, oh my gosh, he's coming after Head Start. Oh my gosh, he's coming after our Social Security payment. Oh my gosh, they're shutting down the government. We need to welcome people in as they are awakening to the fact that there is a massive constitutional crisis underway. Because we're not going to win this just with us. We're not going to win this just with Kamala Harris voters. We're not going to win this just with non-voters. We need Trump voters who voted for lower egg prices and lower bread prices to feel betrayed and understand that we would welcome them into our coalition. We do not have to.
I understand what he's going for here, and let me try and like parse a little bit what he means here, because we need Democrats and we need people who don't vote to help make us think about this, right? But another important aspect of this is that Republican politicians see that there is a political cost to be paid here. And that is unfortunately not something that Democratic voters or people who don't generally vote are necessarily capable of demonstrating en masse. So I understand why he's going with we need Republican voters. I get it. Disaffected GOPers are going to be very effective at communicating to their elected representatives.
Agree on a long-term vision for the future of the Democratic Party or what a future 2029 governing coalition will prioritize with its first piece of legislation. We don't have to agree on that. What we have to agree on is no. We have to agree that collectively what's happening here is unacceptable.
Yeah, there's a great, if you're having trouble like kind of understanding this, a really good explanation of how coalitions to achieve a common cause need to work is actually in the television show Andor. If you guys haven't seen it, you absolutely should. It's the best Star Wars thing that currently exists. But also, there is a lot of the show dedicated to different factions working together that have like extraordinarily disparate ideological views, but they are all united in their hatred of the Empire and opposing the Empire, and that is what ultimately is most important in keeping their coalition together. And so that is the kind of ethos we also need to take when we are approaching this particular political crisis, because ultimately we are not having a conversation about whether, you know, our country is going to be socialist. We're not having a conversation about whether our country is going to be liberal. We're not having a conversation about whether our country is going to be conservative. We are having a conversation about whether or not we are going to have a country at all. That is fundamentally what we are talking about. And a lot of people agree we should have that country. And that is something that plays to our benefit when we are in this coalition building mode.
So getting loud and welcoming new people into our coalition, this is how we start building the coalition that breaks their hold on power. And third, I think we have a real opportunity right now to strategically focus on Musk. Now, there are going to be a lot of villains over the course.
This is true. Remember earlier today, I talked about the polling that came out that showed there's been like an over 20% shift of Republican support for Elon Musk. And that is only to our benefit. Focusing on the rift between Musk and Trump is going to be very beneficial. Because also a lot of Republicans tie Donald Trump and Elon Musk together. It's helpful.
In the coming days and coming weeks, people like Russell Vought, the human embodiment of Project 2025, obviously Donald Trump himself, J.D. Vance. Musk is particularly unpopular. The public does not like unelected foreign billionaires who are screwing around with their money, and that's what's happening. So this is true among many Republicans, certainly a lot of independents, and certainly Democrats. And not only is it unpopular, he's got a big freaking ego, and that is on a collision course with Trump's. So I think we should be taking advantage of the fact that a lot of this overreach is coming from Elon Musk, and we should be doing what we can to create a fracture in that coalition on their side. Okay, Leah, summarize. Unifying the opposition, getting loud and welcoming new people into our coalition as they become aware of the threat we're under, and focusing as much as we can on fracturing their coalition, especially by a focus on Elon Musk's overreach. Anything else you want to add before we get to Q&A?
Well, I just want to make sure, I want to pull out that when we talk about unifying the opposition and then getting loud, part of the reason we're getting loud is to make sure that Republicans are feeling the pressure from the
That's right.
full faction, like the full array of their own stakeholders, right? Because fundamentally, we are pushing everybody. And I know I want to shout out, there are folks outside of Murkowski's office who are on this call, folks outside of Tillis's offices on this call. We are pushing as hard as we can on all sides because we need to make sure that everybody involved feels the heat and understands that this is a constitutional crisis and this is unacceptable. But part of what we do is we raise the temperature so that more people are getting mad at the Republicans because we know it can't just be us, people who they know didn't vote for them.
I love this from Susan Miller. 20 indivisible grandmas in Kanan Warner's offices in Richmond on Tuesday. That's what we're looking for. That's what we're looking for.
Shout out. I think Jess Craven said there's 50 people on a call with Adam Schiff's chief of staff right now. I saw 500 people outside of Fetterman's office and nobody's happy with him. The chat is full of people reporting.
That's great. I actually love to hear about this because guess what? I'm going to pose to you guys a question. How many of you have been hearing about these protests? Genuine question. How many of you up to this point have heard anything about these protests outside of individual offices? Sorta, kinda, a little, nada, only on Reddit, only from streamers. Of those of you who have heard of it, did you hear about it from any kind of like mainstream media source? Because like I feel like the coverage of these individual, of course not, no, MSNBC did, Maddow. Okay, Rachel Maddow did. Okay, second Maddow reference. Yeah, like the coverage of these protests is almost non-existent in the mainstream media. It's crazy. Like serious question, is Rachel Maddow the only mainstream media source that actually reported on this? Like the only mainstream national media? That's crazy. So all I have to say is this is why I want to talk about this kind of stuff on stream. It's why I'm focusing on this, because there's not coverage about the pressure. It's like this doesn't exist. It's very weird. Like I'm not prone to like conspiracism or anything, but like it's very weird. The silence that is ringing out.
Back, so there's a lot of people who've been leading these actions going on here.
And I love a report back. Please get pictures. Please get video. The way we're able to get you on Rachel Maddow at night, or the way we're able to get you in the New York Times or the Post, or the way your local paper is.
Well, that explains this. The only reason people are finding out about these protests and like the pressure campaign is because of this org. That's why he name dropped Rachel Maddow at the beginning. God damn it.
Is able to cover you is you've created a good visual. Those are important. So please, I love hearing it in the chat, but also elevate it on social media. Let us know. Let us help elevate it for you. Okay, I think we actually covered all that pretty quickly, and we've got a lot of time for Q&A. Sometimes that takes a bit longer, but we've got so many questions. Why don't we jump into it? Oh, I welcome feedback. We used to call this bracing for impact. We have braced. The impact is here. We've started calling it "What's the Plan" with Leah and Ezra. Welcome feedback on the title. We'll follow up on that. But let's get into the first questions. First questions were around taking action. Sue from Minnesota asked, "What is the number one action we should take today?" Leah, what do you tell Sue?
I wonder if I'm related to this Sue. Could be.
Contact your local elected or your representatives. So fundamentally, if you have not contacted your senators about every upcoming nominee, if you have not contacted your House of Representatives member, tell them that you are incredibly alarmed about everything that is happening and you want to see action, do that. It's the number one thing. I know it sounds simple. I know it can sometimes sound a little like not enough with the scope of the crisis, but everything actually depends. Like the first thing that we have to do in order to drive action is just get in touch with our elected officials.
That's right. We'll get into some specifics too, because I saw some questions that came in. But what if I have a Democrat? What if they're doing the right thing? What if I have a Republican? We'll get into that later in the Q&A because I saw those coming up. Sandra in Pennsylvania, in your opinion, might actions focused on local politics be more or less crucial than Washington, D.C. at this particular time?
I think we're in an all of the above situation. I think local actions, everyone at every level across the country who is in elected office right now is making decisions about how they orient in response to this government, how they are handling the threat that local grants or local programs are going to be yanked away at any moment, how they are handling federal incursions and attacks, how they are handling it if ICE attempts to enter a church or a school in their area. And so organizing to push your elected officials locally around what they actually control in this moment, yes, super important. And organize while also organizing to push your federal representatives.
That's right. We put out a new Indivisible guide, a guide to democracy on the brink, free Google Doc. Feel free to take it, amend it, make it your own. But we put that out a week after the election, and I think one of the main points that we tried to make in that guide compared to the guide 8 years ago was encouraging folks to not just focus on Congress. Your leverage might be with Congress, and we're in a moment right now where there is a lot of leverage to be had with Congress, but your leverage might be with your city council person or your mayor or your state senator. I can't tell you that. You're smart. You're paying attention. You've got a group of folks together. Identify where that leverage is and focus there. Not everybody has to do the same thing. There are plenty of Indivisible groups that are fully focused on state policy. That's cool. That works. Question from Judy in Maryland. Hi, Judy from Maryland. I am doom scrolling the constant stream of news coming from the White House. Elon Musk, Marco.
Super Jet Guy, don't rely on someone more charismatic than you. Just do it yourself. You got this.
Rubio, I'm immobilized. 2 exclamation points. Help. Leah?
Stop doing that. Sorry. That's my honest advice is, look, part of what we know about this moment is that they are seeking to overwhelm. And so if you are mostly focusing on the doom scrolling instead of identifying concrete actions that you can take locally that have an impact, you are playing into their strategy.
Yeah, this is honestly maybe the most important piece of advice. Genuinely. If you are getting overwhelmed by the news to the point you are feeling apathetic or incapable of taking action, you need to recognize that about yourself, and you need to pull yourself away from the temptation to doom scroll. If you need to, move the app off your home screen or something. Like you gotta stop. It's bad for you. All right? And if the doom scrolling is making you unable to function, stop. It is bad for you. You are hurting yourself. You are harming yourself. Stop. Because they want that exact reaction. They want you to feel like you are against an overwhelming power. They want you to feel like you are insignificant. They want you to feel like you can't accomplish anything. They want you to feel like you got nothing left worthwhile to give, and that apathy is their tool. It is what they are trying to cultivate in you. It's one of the reasons I come down really hard against doomering, You can doomer every once in a while for a treat. But don't make it a habit, because it will consume you and it will destroy you. You are not alone, and you are not powerless. Ask yourself, what would William Tell do?
I want to just reiterate, I think I've said this a few times, it does not, following everything that is happening in enormous detail right now does not make you a better person. What is going to matter, what is ultimately going to give you a sense of agency?
Celestial, exactly. I'm just going to read your comment out. Not going to lie, Riverboat Jack, my local leftists are sitting around doom posting online while Indivisible's getting the fuck out. Mad respect to them. Libs that get out are helping more than leftists who don't. Yes. Which is why, by the way, I value you lefties in my community who actually do shit. You know? I value that. It is a rare quality that I hope to continue to cultivate in my community, because I have, like, there's no, it's not useful anymore. We are in a new time where simply being correct on an issue is not enough. There was a long period of time, maybe like 10, 15 years, where like people were just correct on stuff and they were like, huh, I've done my duty. I must away. And they didn't realize they were coming off like Tuxedo Mask. You guys didn't do shit. Being correct about something isn't the same as actually doing something. You have to do something. If you are correct on something and don't do anything, you are just as bad as every liberal, you know? Do you value me joining DSA? Zell Rex, you have no idea how much I value you joining DSA. Like, join DSA, go to the meetings, participate, and better your local communities. That is what, at the core of what I want people to do, you know? I want you to go out there with the knowledge I give you so that you guys can make your local communities better. It's not enough for me to just say, oh, we should bring back postal banking. The people who are going to get back the postal banking are you guys. You know? Through your advocacy and support of ideas like that, through your local activism, that's what gets this stuff made into reality. So pick something and do it.
Is figuring out what action you can take locally that will happen.
You're very welcome, Mr. Malachite.
Great. Moira from Virginia says,
Is liberal not left? Liberal is left, but there are cooler leftist ideologies to have. Because, for example, I'm a socialist, and I make no secret about it. I just think workers deserve to, democratically own their workplaces and operate their workplaces. Because I think it's weird that we live in a country that supposedly values democracy while, we spend a vast chunk of our lives in organizations that are run essentially by petty tyrants, your bosses, your CEOs. And I think that's wrong. I think that's bad. And all of the data I've ever seen on any kind of democratic co-op situation indicates that like the workers there are paid more, they have more agency, they're happier, and they like their democratic nature means that they stay local. They put down roots. They don't just up and offshore jobs. Because of the democratic nature of the organization, they tend to pay their taxes as opposed to, dodging them in the Cayman Islands. And just like on so many different levels, it seems to be a superior way to more ethically have businesses, And so I think that we can't rely on the accumulation of capital to remain benign, which is kind of what liberalism tends to do, right? Like liberals tend to be like, well, I believe in civil rights and democracy and strong protections against like the overreach of corporations. But the issue is the corporations are still run by petty tyrants. And if you allow a petty tyrant to accumulate enough capital, which is how the entire system of capitalism tends to do, it consolidates wealth. And eventually you're going to have a petty tyrant who has the money to be a tyrant. That's exactly how we get Elon Musk, And additionally, you might be like, well, we'll just put restrictions, we'll put the protections for consumers and stuff into effect. And the issue is, we had a New Deal. Like the New Deal was that, right, under FDR. But then we had like a century of people consolidating enough capital to buy political favors and undermine all of those protections. And one by one, they got repealed and replaced with more business-friendly ideas. And ultimately, that is currently the crisis threatening to destroy the country and rip it apart. Do you consider yourself a Marxist? I suppose so, yeah. I think Karl Marx had some good ideas. And like his main, Karl Marx was mostly all about identifying how capitalism functions. You know, there's a reason why a lot of economists tend to learn some of Marx. It's because he had very accurate ideas of how capital works. So, yeah, I'm a socialist because I oppose that accumulation of capital, and I believe in the fundamental right for freedom, autonomy, and flourishing for all folks. So, yeah, I don't tend to make a huge deal about it, because I think my advocacy tends to focus on more immediate problems, but I do talk a lot about how in a long stretch of time how I would like to see the world improved with, like, for example, we used to have in like until the 1960s, we used to have postal banks. And if you don't know what those are, like, postal banking was essentially every single post office in America could function as a bank. Meaning you could cash your checks there. You could open a savings account there. And that was killed by private banking corporations, right? But if we brought that back, you could effectively have a really great mechanism through which you could put out loans to, like, foster democratic worker co-ops. Which, by the way, if you want to bring back postal banking, you may be able to do it through local laws. You could maybe create a postal bank in your local area. And that would be really cool, because one of the things that postal banks can do, they can offer incentives to loan out money to prospective democratic worker co-op startups, which benefits your local community because they stay local and tend to be more successful. They survive adverse economic conditions better. Yeah, credit unions are pretty all right, but I would love postal banking specifically because everyone in America is supposed to live close enough to a bank in order to get their mail, and or close enough to a post office in order to get their mail, and that would then mean everyone in America would live close enough to a bank. And because there are some areas of the country where you are not close to a bank, you got to drive 4 hours if you want to cash that check. Did you ever get a chance to cover Amazon going, hey, ignore the union that just got made U.S. government? Okay, thanks, bye. No, but also, like, good luck ignoring your unionization efforts, you know? God. Anyway, long tangent, sorry.
Got 73 people from my national network to both call and email senators using all your tools. That's great, Maura. Love to hear it. How do I keep momentum going? I would just point out your two senators could use some pressure too. They've been voting for quite a few nominees of Trump. So,
Mr. Anderson,
Leah,
howdy.
if they've been calling and they've been emailing, how do you think of continuing the pressure? What comes next?
Well, so first, I think we talk about in-person meetings. Again, in-person meetings are part of how folks know that you really mean business. If you are willing to take time out of your day to show up to a Senate office, that is a sign that you will take time out of your day to help or not help on someone's upcoming reelection. The other point that I will note, I can't help but notice that you are in Virginia, which means that you are in one of the places that is going to be really crucial this year electorally in demonstrating that voters are absolutely fed up with and horrified by everything that is happening.
Yes, Dragonfly. Yes, I agree with that completely. A good way to pressure elected Dems is to join your local Dems and get them to send a joint letter to elected representatives. I agree. I'm gonna definitely try and introduce that in the next Dem meeting in February here. The first meeting I went to with my local Dems was a pretty positive experience, and I'd love to from the first thing I do to in that group to be to introduce that motion
in Washington. So I would be thinking about, one, how do you move your group or your network into in-person contact with your elected officials? And then also, how are you moving them directly into preparing for elections? Because what happens in Virginia sends a very powerful message to every other elected official this year.
I'm going to bounce back. I've done a whole bunch of pre-questions. I'm going to do some that have come in the chat. The first one that I see in here is Kelly asks, what are your thoughts on Ken Martin for a DNC chair? I will just note, Indivisible endorsed Ben Wickler. There was overwhelming support for Ben Wickler. He had something above 90% support when we polled Indivisible group leaders. It was actually on one of these calls 2 calls
That was
ago
a
where we asked
heartbreaking
you all,
loss.
do you think Indivisible should endorse? And the response was overwhelming. Yeah, you should move forward. And that's why we ended up moving forward with endorsement. Ben lost. He didn't get the nomination. So we got this guy, Ken Martin. Leah, any thoughts on Ken Martin?
Well, let me start by just saying I do think that it is a positive thing overall that we are looking at somebody for DNC chair who has actually done the work of being the head of a state party. I think for too long we've kind of treated it as, you know, a public position, but not necessarily a position that you're qualified for by having done.
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily rat fuckery on that DNC vote. It's just that, you know, Wickler's been in the party for 6 years. You know, Martin's been in the party for, you know, 15 years. You know, like there's a dearth of, like, you know, Martin's just had a lot more time to put down his roots and make connections with other folks in the DNC, and that adds up
on that work to like prepare for it. So I think that is positive, and I know that we know a lot of folks in the state parties who have very positive things to say about Ken Martin. And so, you know, I think obviously we are invested in the Democratic Party doing better. We want to work with them to do better. We ultimately want the kind of year-round organizing and the kind of deep alliances with grassroots partners that we saw with Ben Wickler in the Wisconsin Democratic Party. So I think we're hopeful to work with them. And, you know, obviously I shared the like deep enthusiasm of a lot of folks across the network for Ben. And so we're really, you know, unfortunately, or we're grateful that he is going to be continuing to turn Wisconsin around. All of us depend on the futures of Wisconsin, and that's that.
That's right. And look, let's be real, y'all. Had Ben won, all of our problems would have been solved. Had Ben won, it's not as if we could have said, okay, our job here is done, let's go home. The DNC party chair is important and has some power, but nothing is a replacement for the organizing work you're doing. I've got no beef with Ken. I've had...
Also, let me just say, I am pleasantly surprised that David Hogg won vice chair, and that is good news. You know, there's some good work for David Hogg to do. And I think that he might improve the, you know, Ken Martin's, you know, chairmanship, we'll say.
Heard pretty good reviews of his work. I think he did pretty darn good work as a party chair in Minnesota. So
Malcolm Kenyatta got another vice chair spot. Awesome.
Major conflict that we have there, but nor is there any major solution that is going to come from above. If you think somebody in some smoke-filled room in Washington, D.C. is going to solve all of our problems for you, I'm sorry to say, we've been in some of those rooms. Nobody's solving your problems. It's going to come from all of us organizing where we are and putting pressure on the system. And the reason why we think that works is because we've seen it work repeatedly over the course of the last 8 hours, or 8 years. God, 8 hours. I think the Dayquil must be wearing off. I will note, our position is we are not an arm of the Democratic Party, have not been ever, are not now, won't be. We will work with Democrats hand in glove when it makes sense. And when they're not doing what we want, we will tell them, hey, be better. You should be doing better. That is our role. There is a rich history of social movements existing alongside formal party structures. And so it is good and healthy and empowering to develop your own power at the local level. And if it makes sense to work with your local party structure, great. If you're pushing them, that's also fine. It's going to lead to some good outcomes. I'm going to bounce back to a couple questions that came in ahead of time. We got a question. Love this question. Judy.
Well, Brassman, if Dems had gone with seniority, Martin O'Malley would have won. So Ken Martin is kind of like a compromise candidate the DNC went with. And Martin O'Malley is not active necessarily. He's been active in the Democratic Party, not so much within the DNC, if you know the distinction. And so, like, Ken Martin has been active in the DNC for a lot longer than Ben Wickler has. And it just comes down to the fact that, like, Ken Martin had more connections with folks in the DNC among the voting group that voted for his chairmanship. That's really what it boils down to. It's not like, oh, it's his turn. It's less that and more people know him and are familiar with his politics and think he would do a good job.
From Minnesota asked, how much good do petitions do?
You want to take it?
You know, I have a soft spot in my heart for railing against petitions, I will say. The original Indivisible guide was launched with a then Twitter thread in which I said, look, petitions aren't enough. We actually got to organize and do more. That was the idea behind the Indivisible guide. I would say online petitions without any kind of action attached to them. And that's key. I want to underline with it. Without any kind of action attached to them, online petitions are generally used to harvest your email address and cell phone numbers so that some entity can ask you for money. I want you to absorb that. If you think you are having impact by signing an online petition, I want you to know probably what you're doing is getting more calls and emails to ask you for money. Now, there are ways to use petitions that are impactful. For instance, gather 100,000 petitions, get them all printed out in some kind of visible way, deliver them to the elected official. You can construct actions that are effective. But if all you're doing all day is signing petitions and thinking you're doing the Lord's work, you're just going to be asked for a lot of money from folks, and then your email address and cell phone number is probably going to be sold to other organizations that are also going to ask you for money. So it can be part of a tool set that we use. I wouldn't reject it out of hand in all circumstances, but I would take with you, I would bring a healthy dose of skepticism to that tactic, unless it's attached to something more meaningful.
I would add a couple of additional qualifications. I think sometimes people do use petitions to get a lot of people in order to move them into
That's right.
higher order
That's
action,
right.
right? And so it's not that the problem is if you think that's the end of your contribution, not that you should never sign anything ever. And then the other thing is corporate petitions, I think, can be a really effective.
Yeah. Good point.
Or more generally, it depends who the target is, right? This, I think we don't do petitions to the Supreme Court because we think that they are not a super good, not going to be particularly swayed by that. But a bunch of petitions to a very local person might freak them out. And so, just thinking about who is the target, what is the strategy of the campaign, how does it layer in, is really important for assessing whether it's actually a useful tactic. But in general, I would say do not let your action end with petitions.
Good deal. We got a ton of questions. I have a whole set of questions about Musk. So Leah, I'm just going to read a couple, and I think we should just reflect on this in some way and try to answer all of them. So Catherine from New Jersey said, is there anything we can do to stop Musk? Accessing Social Security servers, controlling hiring, etc. Mark from Nevada, Elon Musk is a new type and magnitude of threat. He is not an elected official. What types of action would be most effective? Christine.
Oh man, Dragonfly, if AOC primaries Chuck Schumer, that will be so good. I don't think he's going to be able to withstand that.
In Illinois, what can we do about the disruption of foreign aid? Nancy from Connecticut, are there grounds yet for impeaching Trump? How to stop Elon Musk?
There are so many grounds for impeaching Donald Trump at this point, but none of them, you can impeach him all day, every day. It's not going to do anything because there are no votes. There are no votes for it.
Ellen from New York, is Doge actually a real government agency? Does it have a budget? Is it authorized at all? Are you getting a flavor for what's here?
What the hell is going on here?
Exactly. Do you want to reflect a little bit and how we're approaching the Musk issue?
Yeah, sure. So let me just say, first of all, there are a lot of very valid questions about why is something not being done about this, and we agree with all of those questions. And also the answer to a lot of them is some version of we are in constitutional Calvin Ball territory. And Calvin Ball, for those who are not,
huge Calvin and Hobbes fans.
Calvin and Hobbes fans is a game in which the rules are constantly being remade up. And I think the only rule is you can't do the same thing twice. Point being, there is kind of what are the rules on paper? What is the Constitution on paper? And then there is who is actually enforcing and charged with enforcing and acting on those rules right now, and how are they behaving? The president, we could spend the rest of today talking about the unconstitutional and illegal things that have happened, all of them over the last 3.5 weeks.
I've been spending the last 5 hours talking about that.
And we would run out of time. It's a lot. It's a lot. The attitude of this administration has been absolutely flagrant breaking of laws, absolutely flagrant violating of the Constitution. And I want to just kind of say this because, you know, there's what messaging we would take to voters on the doors, and this is not that. This is my messaging to you, people who showed up to talk about politics at 3:30 on a Thursday afternoon. You know, some of this stuff can feel pretty abstract, right? We're talking about Congress has the power of the purse and the president is supposed to implement. But the entire American system of government rests on certain divisions of authorities and powers, and rests on like the idea that Congress writes laws and authorizes and appropriates funds, and the president is charged with carrying those things out. Do they have discretion and, you know, the ability to make decisions within how they do that? Yeah, sure, within, you know, within appropriate levels. But it is a massive and fundamental constitutional crisis if the president simply says, I now have the authority to decide not to spend money the way that Congress authorized. Because why on earth would you ever have faith that the next budget you pass, if you are Congress, is going to be carried out in that sense? At that point, there's literally no role for Congress, because they're just, you know, the president is simply deciding how he is going to spend money himself. And so that's why we're talking about this.
It basically makes the president the dictator. It's exactly.
It's kind of an undergirding crisis that everything else rests upon. USAID is an authorized, there's a mandate, you know, is an entity that was brought into existence by Congress, right? You cannot simply decide that you are not going to do that. You cannot simply fold all of those programs down, both morally, because, you know, we are talking about extraordinary losses of life, extraordinary damage and human suffering, and also legally, because we are, you know, we are talking again about things that have been appropriated and run through Congress. This is so anyways, all of which is just to say, this is not the public messaging that I would frame this around. I think publicly, we're going to frame it overwhelmingly around what is the direct and immediate impact that this is having on people, and what is the threat that this poses to you and your life and well-being. But fundamentally, what we are talking about is like how power is allocated across the US government, and a president who has demonstrated that he and his like task enforcer, Elon Musk, are simply not going to be bound by any existing laws.
Leah, can I follow up on that?
Yeah, that is the issue, Brass Man. Like, Congress should, if it was working properly, impeach Donald Trump, right? Congress should remove him from power if it was working right. But the issue is, Republicans do not care about the rule of law. They do not care about anything other than power. So impeachment and removing him from power for violating the Constitution are just things that aren't going to happen. You know, it's deeply frustrating. In a just world, he would be removed.
And because I'm curious, Leah is the brilliant strategist between the two of us. Okay, we agree with all that. How do we get him out?
That's the question.
That's the question.
Yeah. So right now, what we need.
Why do people act like impeachment does something? Because impeachment basically is like the president, like confirmation that the president did crimes. And usually in the past, if a president was impeached, they would resign, because what ensues after impeachment is a trial by Congress. You know, it would be considered too embarrassing for any politician to live through. And so most politicians resign before it goes to that congressional trial. However, we don't have the votes for impeachment, and because Congress does the trial, the votes on the outcome of the trial are also politically motivated. So, like, the trial only functions if, like, the movement to impeach is also backed up by, you know, enough votes to convict.
To do is simply raise the like threat level of what is happening and make sure everyone understands. And what we need and part of why we focus on Democrats is because as long as Democrats are behaving like it is business as usual, most people will think that it is business as usual. Most Americans do not start with incredibly strong opinions about like the division of authority between Congress and the president, the way that they know that something is an emergency is because a lot of people are yelling, "This is an emergency" at the top of their lungs, and then explaining exactly what that emergency is and how it's going to impact them. And so we need to shake Washington into the appropriate level of alarm. There are a bunch of legal efforts to stop this moving right now. There are more lawsuits than I can count moving. Some of them are moving quickly, some of them are moving slowly, but efforts to, around USAID, around access to the Treasury payment system, around the effort to buy out federal employees, which is also wildly illegal and unauthorized. All of these things are moving. It's our job to build the public consensus around the fact that this is crazy, unconstitutional, illegal, and corrupt.
Well, impeachment usually comes with the removal of power. That's what impeachment does. It is the process by which you would remove a president from being president.
In order to make sure that we get to the legal outcomes that we want, and in order to create the leverage for Democrats, or create the public conditions for Democrats to use the leverage that they have in the future in order to try to force a change here. And when I talk about that, there are upcoming things that Democrats will have opportunities to weigh in on, where their votes really are required, right? A budget negotiation is coming up. Debt ceiling limits are coming up.
So there's a lot that depends on unifying the Democratic opposition. I saw this question and I was like, oh, I'm going to ask that question. I was like, oh, look who asked that question, Jessica Craven. Great to have Jessica Craven ask. For folks who aren't familiar, incredible leader in the movement. I was just seeing one of her actions and really great visuals coming out of there. If you're not following her on TikTok or Blue Sky or elsewhere, please do. Really great insights. But she asked, when are we going to call for a new minority leader? And we're getting a lot of questions to this effect. We're at folks asking, where is Chuck Schumer? I just did an event with Leah and a lot of partners over at the Treasury building. This was an event that we called for on Sunday night when we called.
Yeah, but the issue, Olympians, is that our system has functioned with like honorable gentlemen's agreements for like 2.5 centuries. Before we got to someone who was like, what if we just didn't do those, though? What if we just ignored those? Because they're not technically the law. And that's kind of where we're at.
Called for it. Leah was working behind the scenes to make sure that we could call for it. We did. At that point, no members of Congress.
That's a shit system? Yup. But it's the one we got.
We're signed up to come and speak. Nobody actually wanted to come and speak, and we got some pushback for it. Within 24 hours, members of Congress were knocking down our door. Can we get 2 minutes? Can I get 2 minutes? I'd like 2 minutes at this rally. We had 31 senators and representatives actually come and speak at this rally, including none other than Chuck Schumer, who came and spoke. Actually, I do want to give some credit to Maxwell Frost. Yes. Maxwell Frost, early on, I think he's partly responsible for...
Maxwell Frost is one of the few lawmakers who's actually understood that this shit is important.
Building the momentum. He was able to recruit a lot of his colleagues, and he did great work.
Frost, Jasmine Crockett also...
Indeed.
Really important first movers there.
That's right. But so Chuck Schumer gets in and he gives his speech to the crowd and tries to rile them up. And he tries to lead a chant, something to the effect of fight, 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 or we're going to fight back. We're going to win. And the crowd responds, shut down the Senate. Shut down the Senate. And when I followed and closed out the event, I brought this up, that it is, it's great to have the Senate minority leader there. We're not looking for speeches. That's not what we want. We're looking for action. We're looking for action. Talk is cheap. Chants are cheap. The Senate minority leader and the Senate Democrats have power they can use. And my message to them is pretend you are Mitch McConnell in the minority and then do what he would do. Because we know that the Republicans, when they're in the minority, use the tools of the minority to stop, or if they can't stop, slow things down. And that's what we're asking them to do. So I understand the frustration with the Senate minority leader and Senate and House leadership overall. One thing I will say, though, and this is not an excuse for Schumer, but Schumer is minority leader of a caucus of Democrats. And if you see Schumer take an action that you don't like, or you see him not taking action that you would like him to take, part of that could be that Schumer's not whipping the votes. He's not actually exercising the leadership potential available to him. But part of it is that he's going to be hearing from members of his own caucus that they don't want him to do that. On the same day as that rally, when we had a couple thousand people outside of Treasury, and when there were all these members of Congress trying to fire up the crowd, saying, we're going to fight back, 22 Senate Democrats voted to confirm yet another Trump nominee. Forget slowing down the Senate. They're voting for this guy's nominees. So I want a unified opposition. I want to be cheering on a unified Democratic opposition. But until we have that, we got to put pressure not just on Chuck Schumer, but on all of our Senate Democratic representatives. What on the Senate side, on the House side, we need to see them fight.
There are a lot of limp Democrats. Okay, we gotta make sure they got spines.
Back. And so my ideal outcome of this, it's a pincher movement. You got us putting pressure on our electeds, including our Senate Democrats, and you got Schumer using his power as leader to move them along together. We need both of those things to happen. And look, if Schumer isn't up to the job, I'm open to whoever is up to the job to lead this. But we've got to put the pressure on them now to demonstrate there is demand. And this is why I'm thrilled. I'm inspired by the 260 actions all over the country at Democratic offices, at Republican offices. What I hear from senior staff on the inside, including from people who work for some of these senators who continue to vote for nominees, is, look, Ezra, you got to raise the temperature on us if you want us to vote against it. You got to raise the temperature. Yeah. Let's listen to him, y'all. Let's raise the temperature.
And I do think that there have been a few articles coming out so far along the line of primary every Democrat. Those articles are really effective, guys. They're really effective. They've been doing the rounds among staffers.
That's what we got to do. Okay, let's continue forward. Love that question, Jessica. Please keep on coming. Let's keep on talking, keep on strategizing. Let's move forward some on, we had a whole set of questions on Dim's posture. Let's see which ones of these are still relevant after our my rant there. Dana from New York says, it feels like when the GOP had the minority in Congress, they still found ways to obstruct, slow things down. Why aren't we? I will just briefly say, Lee and I were both Capitol Hill staffers. We both worked for progressive members of the House in 2009, back when we had a Democratic trifecta. And Obama came in, and he got a huge majority of the popular vote. He had a huge majority in the House. He had 60 votes in the Senate, so a much larger majority than Republicans have now in the Senate. And you know what Mitch McConnell didn't say? Mitch McConnell, leading the minority back in 2009, he never said these words. I'm in the minority. What do you expect me to do? Never said that. He never said, I'm powerless. What do you want me to do? No. Mitch McConnell and the Senate Republicans circulated a memo detailing, it's a 3-page memo, I'll send it around, detailing all of the tools that the Senate minority has to slow down the business of the Senate. That's what Mitch McConnell did in the minority. So you are absolutely right. Donald Trump wants you to feel powerless. Many Senate Democrats want you to think that they're powerless. Neither of those things is true. You have power if you...
Yep. I've been telling you guys, the political parties that be want you to feel like you are not important, that you are not powerful, and they want you to be uninvolved. They want you to be apathetic. They definitely want you to turn out to vote like every 2 to 4 years, you know? But generally, they want you to be pretty passive and apathetic, largely because they mostly just want to talk to their big money donors and not you. They don't, most of these politicians, left and right, just want to make a few phone calls to a few rich people instead of, you know, having to actually appeal to working class stiffs like you and me.
Organize. The Senate Democrats have power if they choose to use it. We've got to organize to convince them to use their power, and then we're all going to be happy.
The one other thing I want to add here, so I want to shout out like an example, and the next question is give us some examples of people who are doing a good job. And I just want to shout out an example. Like yesterday, Reps Judy Chu and Gwen Moore saw that there was a meeting going on between Mike Johnson and Secretary of the Treasury Bessent, and they just barged on in and they said, "Hey, we can't get answers. We're not able to do our oversight duty."
That's great. I hadn't heard about this. This is a major improvement. I would love to see this story plastered all over every news outlet.
So we're coming to your meeting. Now, I personally cannot tell you when the Secretary of Treasury is going to be on the Hill and say, hey, everyone, go try to show up to this meeting at this time. But what we can all kind of do is say, hey, members of Congress, we want to see you fighting, raise the temperature, figure out how you can. And then when they see those opportunities, they take them, right? And so it's kind of this cycle of us doing the work to try and emphasize that we will have their backs if they are brave, if they are fighters, if they are champions, if they seize those opportunities when they come up, and then them being creative about what do they find? What are the ways in which they escalate?
And actually, on that note, let's shower some love on
Yeah.
a few members. So we talked about Maxwell Frost. We talked about Crockett. We've talked about Brian Schatz. I saw come up in the chat. He was the first of any senator to say, "I'm going to put a hold on any State Department nominee. I'm going to use my power to object to unanimous consent and make it very
go,
painful
Brian
for you to move
Schatz.
forward to raise attention." That's the first one to do that.
Chris Murphy's doing a great job.
Well, so yeah, so Lisa Blunt Rochester was the first senator to say, "I'm going to oppose all nominees, blanket opposition." Then Chris Murphy at our event on Tuesday announced the same thing. So we are seeing moves in the right direction. If you happen to be represented by any of those senators, let them know you appreciate them. We cannot just be using sticks. We want carrots too. We want to give incentives to do the right thing, because ideally we are all on the same side here. We are all cheerleading each other on. My goal is not, as we said, our goal is not to be in this fractured position that we exist. Our goal is to build a unified opposition. We are getting there. We are getting there. We're not there yet, but we are getting there. And part of getting there means celebrating the folks who are coming over to our side and
100%.
welcoming them with open arms.
And appreciating champions.
That's right. Okay, Janet.
Let's try and cover a few other conversations as well, because I know there's more on local organizing, contacting our reps.
Okay, so what we can skip to contacting our representatives. Petra from New York said, well, we'll correct this, but said, "You say phone calls are the gold standards. I have not yet. I've yet."
To not get an answering machine.
Oh, I've yet to not get an answering machine, right, from my senators. Why aren't emails better? Let's talk about the medium. Like, the message is important, but the medium, how we're contacting our members of Congress. Phone calls versus emails versus op-eds versus in-person visits versus everything.
Wait a minute, but all your Dem reps are being so milquetoast. That's good. That means you can influence them to have the spine. You can do the work. You can do the good work. You know, like, we need to influence them the most. Let's do it.
Leah, can you talk about what works?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. First, I just want to shout out that we have heard from multiple sources across the Senate and House that part of the reason you might be having trouble getting through is because there are absolutely record numbers of calls flooding the systems right now.
Yes, there are.
You know, I think Lisa Murkowski said something about, you know, the volume being literally such that people are not getting through to her office.
40 times the typical number of calls to Lisa Murkowski's office.
Right, exactly.
That's child shit. All right? We need 100 times. We need 100 times the usual volume of calls, okay? If we need that. Like, I know it sounds kind of like tee-hee, haha, I'm being facetious. I'm not. We need literally 100 times more to emphasize to these people the severity of the problem. There may have been another time in her life where she's gotten this volume of calls. We need it to be such that it is exceptional, that it is like, holy shit, this is the first time we've ever seen this many calls to a congressional office. That's what we need to see.
Exactly. So first of all, good job, everybody. Second, you know, so in general, what we talk about with engaging your elected officials is,
kind of, Mitsu, like, you gotta take a look at the field and say, well, on the one hand, we have a dictatorial fascist, and, you know, I labor for the rest of my days in the Matrix mines. Or, on the other hand, I am able to continue to live in a democracy, you know, and at least have some semblance of agency over my life and the lives of my loved ones, you know? And in order to get that better outcome, we got to make some phone calls. We got to show up at some offices, you know?
Is that the more effort you're putting in, the more seriously they know how to take it. And then there are also specific parts about how calls and emails are recorded within an office that make calls kind of your simplest and best mechanism for feedback. So when you call, you are talking to a person, they are hooked into a computer system, they are literally recording what issue you called about and whether you are a yay or a nay on it in a very like 1990s style computer system. And they're taking down your address so that they can verify that you're a constituent. If you're not a constituent, they are going to say thank you and they're going to hang up and they're not going to report any of that at all. So don't call people who are not your elected officials. So that's how a call works. Emails, they will also try to verify that you are a constituent, but it's kind of up to every individual office how often those are processed, whether they are effectively processed into the tally, et cetera, et cetera. Calling is your simplest and cleanest option. And again, it's a kind of like ladder of escalation. The more effort you put into telling them how much you care about something, the more seriously they know how to take it. That's why we talk about escalating to in-person events and in-person visits. That helps them understand that we mean business.
I think part of the advantage of having this discussion is just to kind of be nerd out as former congressional staffers and give you like a peek behind the curtain. So just to give you a little bit more sense of how this plays out, when I joined, we started working on Capitol Hill when I was like 23 years old. I was a junior legislative staffer, and one of my roles was to categorize emails that were coming in, and you would batch those emails. We got 50 emails on the energy secretary. We got 100 emails on HR 32, whatever it is. You batch those all. As the junior staffer, you draft the response. You get that response cleared by one of your higher ups, and then you click send and send it to all those people who called in, all right, who emailed in. All of those people exist in that system and are coded. They wrote in about X issue. They care about energy. They care about animal rights. They care about whatever it is. The difference between that and calls is partly emotional. When you are in an office and the phones are just ringing off the hook, you have this sense of a deluge coming at you. It's just overwhelming. It's like ring, ring, ring. All 10 lines are used up. As soon as you hang up, that line is again filled up. It has an impact on the vibes in the office.
That's true.
Emails, it's just harder to have that impact. You send 1,000 emails and, it's the same process. I still batch them. I still click send once. The emails still go out. We do tally those up, don't get me wrong. We will still report to the chief of staff or the legislative director or the member, we got X number of incoming from constituents. So it's not meaningless, but it does have a different impact. It does have a different impact. And this is why Leah says the more effort you put in, probably the more impact it has. Showing up in person, actually surprising the member with how many people are out there, that is real impact there. That actually affects behavior. It's why you see a lot of members scared to hold town halls because they don't want to be put in that position. You're changing their behavior. So all tactics that we've discussed have some value, but one of the reasons why we're pushing for in-person tactics now is because that is simply the gold standard. Nothing is more impactful than that. Demonstrating a large number of constituents care about this issue so much that they're willing to take time out of their day to show up. Leah, another good specific question about kind of tactics. Louise from Massachusetts asks, are Zoom meetings with senators and representatives a good alternative to in-person meetings?
I would say yes and. Like a lot of time, elected officials are all over the place. They go a lot of different places. They're, not always available in person on the timeline you want to talk to them. And if you can get if you can get a Zoom on something that's timely and urgent, then that's great. That might be what you can do. I do think that, look, we've all been living in this increasingly Zoom-based age over the last few years. And I think we all know that there is a big difference between being on a Zoom with people and being in person in terms of both relationship building, in terms of the quality of conversation, in terms of the ability to genuinely feel like you're be heard. And so I think we should be kind of looking for both. We should be looking for, if we need to have like a quick conversation with folks on a Zoom, that's great. And also, these are our elected officials. It's not unreasonable for us to expect that they show up on a regular basis in person.
I agree with all of that. One thing I would say is I'm seeing in the chat and I see in some of the questions, folks having trouble getting through to voicemail boxes at all, or getting through and then getting no response at all. So let me say a couple things. If you manage to get through, it's very important that you identify who you are and what your address is so that they can verify that you are a constituent. Step one. The other thing, you should actively request a call back or an email back or some sort of written response so you get feedback. You should request that. That's a reasonable thing to request. The other thing that you can do if you are on the phone is ask for the name of the staffer who you're talking to. Be polite. This isn't about being rude. It's about accountability. I will say, there are really good interns and there are not so good interns. There are really competent legislative correspondents and there are not so competent legislative correspondents. You want that junior staffer who's taking your call to know, oh no, they know who I am and they know, and there might be repercussions if I don't do my job. So again, be friendly, but you can be insistent that you want a response
friendly and firm
because you are a constituent. Let's go to another specific question that came in ahead of time. Barbara from Illinois says, my 2 Democratic senators are on board with the asks. Who else can I reach out to? Is there a list of Republican senators likely to listen? Leah?
Yeah. So we don't advise calling elected officials who are not your own elected officials. And that's for a very simple reason, which is that they, fundamentally, we're thinking about this in terms of what leverage you have in relationship to your own elected officials. You don't have leverage over somebody who does not represent your state unless you are, a uniquely powerful, famous, or rich person. You are unlikely to be able to sway their decision-making calculus if you do not live in their state and you are not organizing in their state. So, fundamentally, what we urge folks to do is think about, based on where you are, what is your leverage, and think about us all collectively as operating like a big pro-democracy team. I guarantee you there are people in Ohio and Maine and North Carolina and Alaska who are waging very spirited and determined campaigns targeting their Republican senators to try to get them to go the right way, to try to make sure that they hear from their local constituents and that their local constituents hear what they are up to. What we need, if you are not in a place where you have a Republican senator, is to think about, is your local county council doing what they need to do? Is your mayor doing what they need to do? Is your governor doing what you need to do, as well as your elected officials, your Democrats?
Yeah, and also in these times, it's really important to start getting involved in your local politics, because that is a mechanism to keep your local community safe from the federal government overreach that is absolutely happening right now. Get your local laws together, get your local ordinances together, get your local, state laws together. Make sure you're getting folks elected who are, gonna help you. Because that's important. Having a local government that can support and protect undocumented immigrants, having a local government that can support and protect, LGBTQ refugees from out of state that are moving in. This stuff is important. It can mean the difference between life and death for folks, unironically.
Democratic senators.
Let's try to zoom. Great answer, Leah. Let's try to zoom through some questions that came in live. I'm just going to go through fast. Caroline asked, should we leave email addresses on voicemail as well as street addresses? Email is great. Now, they can write you a letter, though. They can send you a letter. So if they've got your address and your name, they should send you a letter. Emails can be kind of a pain to leave over voicemail, but you can do that. But I wouldn't just trust email being enough. Ron Smith, I want to touch on this. So Ron said Slotkin's answering machine hangs up just as you tell it to leave a message. Well, listen, Slotkin, you got your start at Indivisible. I've seen you talk about that. You went to local Indivisible meetings. I expect you to actually take in incoming from your constituents. Look, with a great deal of love, I expect that, and I think her as her constituent can expect that as well. If you are not able to reach your representative or senator, you should escalate tactics. That is reasonable. And by that, I mean, if they're not holding a town hall, call them out publicly for not holding a town hall. If you literally can't get through to their office by calling them, call them out publicly. We have seen Indivisible groups put on what we've called empty chair town halls, where they invite the senator or the representative, they invite the local press, they invite other local elected officials, and if the senator or representative doesn't show up, they have a cardboard cutout on stage there to represent the no-show senator. Your senator wants to look responsive, and if they can ignore you, they might. My preference is that, and we've seen this among many Indivisible groups, my preference is that they set up lines of communication so that they can actually talk. But if you can't get through and they're not talking your feedback, you got to escalate. That's what you got to do. Leah, anything on that?
No.
Okay.
Let's see.
I'm gonna try to go through fast here too. Joan, related to this, says planning a local office visit, but no response to my request to have a staffer meet with us. What now? Show up. Joan, show up. You do not need an appointment. They work for you.
Yep.
They work for you. Would you're their boss. Show up to their office. Say, hey, we're here. We're here to meet. I got 20 of your constituents. I got the local press here too.
Optimally.
Optimally, I've got the local press here too. We're upset. You just voted for yet another Trump nominee. What are you doing here? Show up. You do not need an appointment. Show up.
That's right.
Okay, let's
It also just
get local press, grab a bunch of people together, show up.
Just to be clear, helps you get an appointment next time if they think that you're going to show up otherwise.
That's right. That's right.
Sometimes.
Your
mileage might vary on that.
I feel for Layla from DC. Says DC is very vulnerable to this administration, and we don't have reps or senators to call, and we're losing our jobs.
Yeah.
Help.
Look, we are people. We've been in DC for a long time, and we feel very personally how infuriating it is to not have elected representation in this Congress, to not have not have voting representation in Congress, to not have senators who are representing your interests, especially given how how obviously the Trump administration intends to assert its own kind of radical ideological agenda when it comes to DC, and especially given how hostile they are to federal workers. So first of all, just, identifying on a human level, what I would say is there are going to be a lot of moments over the coming period, like the action on Tuesday. Gosh, it's been a long week. Like the action on Tuesday this week, where what we can do in DC is show up. And what we can do by showing up is really help folks we're trying to help be brave, understand that they're going to have a big crowd with them when they are brave, and help folks who are trying to get away with shenanigans understand that there's going to be a big crowd watching when they try to get away with shenanigans. So, there's a lot of really determined organizing that's happening to support federal workers, to try to help people who are resisting, who are to try to make sure that they can't get away with any of this quietly. And so I would just encourage you to get tapped in with all of those efforts and figure out where and how you can plug in.
And this is not the immediate fight in front of us right now because we lack the House, the Senate, the presidency, but we should have DC being a state.
Is this stream live? It is not. It is not, Nagmachan. It'd be cool if it was, but no, this was recorded like 2 days ago or yesterday.
With two duly elected senators with full voting rights. Just to say out loud, this was a major campaign of ours in 2021. We failed to get all Democrats on board. Two of them, Kirsten Sinema and Joe Manchin, are neither in Congress nor are they Democrats anymore. If we manage to build a new Democratic trifecta, this should be one of the top priorities, is actually giving representation to the District of Columbia.
Yep.
Just to say out loud.
Yep.
Carrie from California, going to go quickly because we kind of answered this already. Does it do any good for non-constituents to call the 7 identified moderate Republican senators in other states? The quick answer is no. That's not your job. They're not going to listen. When we were congressional staff, we had a place.
Hey, just quick breaking news. Just a little bit of good news for a change. 1 second here. Let me bring this up. Let's pull this up. This is from 2 hours ago, but we did not catch it. Now, a federal judge has temporarily blocked Elon Musk's Doge employees from being granted access to sensitive financial information in the Treasury Department, and very importantly, any records they already obtained needs to be destroyed. So, breaking news. Yes, I'm sorry. I've been talking a lot for over 6 hours. Slurring words happens. But yeah. The records that they have already obtained need to be destroyed, meaning that all of the data that Doge employees have downloaded, there is now a court order that exists that says you need to destroy that. Now, it remains to be seen whether or not they will do that, but honestly, the more stuff that piles up, the more kind of giga-fucked they are at this point. Like I'm struggling to kind of articulate it. Have you guys ever wondered, like, why are these guys like young as shit? Why are these guys like 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds, etc.? It's because they're patsies. It's because they're being used as like fall guys when all of this inevitably comes back down on them. You know? And not only that, but like, guys, they're fucking with like the CIA. They're getting like payment information for like our entire spy network. You know, they're pissing off a lot of extremely powerful and competent people who make the day-to-day business of our government work. And like, for example, guys, Chad Loader over on Blue Sky has managed to find like their Pornhub accounts. You know, like, they are not secure individuals. Okay? Like, they are not, you know, operating with a whole lot of cover here. And this is just like a cursory kind of like scanning the internet type stuff, right? So like, that's impressively bad OPSEC. These people don't even know what that means. But what is very important here is that if they do ignore this, they're basically going to be like, well, the president will pardon us, right? I don't know if that is the case. You know? Like, especially if Elon Musk and Donald Trump have a falling out, there's a decent chance that, like, Donald Trump hangs him out to dry. Because that is not an alliance that is prone to longevity. No, because Lady Ringcloud, I think he deeply dislikes Elon. Basically, everyone in Donald Trump's inner circle who have been loyal to him for years through January 6th, they fucking hate him. They got the knives out for that guy, you know? There was a news story that we covered earlier in the New Republic about how basically all of Trump's inner circle despise him. And they're hoping that, like, you know, that Donald Trump's chief of staff can, like, rein him in a bit. But when the top people around Donald Trump are leaking about Elon Musk to the press, and it's been, like, I don't know, like a couple weeks, you know, it's not good for, like, the integrity of what's happening. You know, somebody within the Trump administration made Marco Alez resign. And now Elon Musk is bringing him back. You know, one of the best things we have going for us is our enemies all hate each other. I mean, they all hate each other and they're very stupid. So, well, yeah, Elon Musk also doesn't give a shit because he thinks he is evolved beyond the petty laws of mortals, you know? But as we've learned from the ballad of William Tell, you know, even the highest head may be brought low due to the hand upon the bow. Did you see the cover of Time magazine? I did, in fact, see the cover of Time magazine that had Elon Musk behind the desk of the president. That's sure to piss off Donald Trump. But honestly, like, let's just take a look at this real quick. Orders that sufficient reason having been shown, therefore, pending the hearing of the state's application for a preliminary injunction pursuant to Rule 65 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, the defendants are: 1, restrained from granting access to any Treasury Department payment record, payment systems, or any other data systems maintained by the Treasury Department containing personally identifiable information and or confidential financial information of payees, other than to civil servants with a need to access to perform their job duties within the Bureau of Fiscal Services, who have passed all background checks, which, by the way, is no one that Elon Musk has brought in, and security clearances, and taken all information security training called for in the federal statutes and Treasury Department regulations, restrained from granting access to all political appointees, special government employees, that eliminates all of Elon Musk's guys, and government employees detailed from an agency outside the Treasury Department to any Treasury Department payment record, payment systems, or any other data systems maintained by the Treasury Department containing personally identifiable information and or confidential financial information of payees, and 3, ordered to direct any person prohibited above from having access to such information records and systems, but who has had access to such information records and systems since January 20th, 2025, to immediately destroy any and all copies of material downloaded from the Treasury Department's records and systems, if any, and further orders that if any opposition submission by defendants be filed by 5 p.m. on Tuesday, February 11th, 2025, and that any reply by the states be filed by 5 p.m. on Thursday, February 13th, 2025, and further. So we will have some updates for this next week. But that is fucking phenomenal news, okay? Because again, there has been like some like, oh my god, what are the legal limits here? Obviously they're breaking laws, but we're not really sure what all is happening and how to codify it. But now basically there's a court saying y'all need to destroy this, and if you don't, you are in violation of the law. That's good. That is good. That is helpful. And not only that, like, they have been now prohibited from accessing that information. So at least for this weekend, we're good. You know, we've been wibble wobbling back and forth this past week. Are we okay? Are we bad? Are we not okay? We're okay. Like, yeah, it's fucking sweating while trying to land this plane. God. It is good. However, how are they going to enforce it? Well, the issue is if someone figures out that someone has that data and hasn't destroyed it, their ass is going to jail. Their ass is going to prison, you know? I wish Dems could be just as crafty maneuvering around the law as the GOP. Apache, the issue is the GOP is not crafty about maneuvering around the law. That's kind of their secret. They're not crafty about it whatsoever. They just do it and then, you know, look at the cops and say, "What are you going to do about it, bitch?" And then dare them to arrest them. That's pretty much what happens. And currently, yeah, they also have access to a slew of presidential pardons. But anyway, that was breaking news. That's good, and I wanted you all to know about it.
Where we put messages that came in from out of our state or district.
Why is the order temporary? Because it is pending an injunction, I believe, if I'm recalling the word right. But basically, the court is trying to determine whether this should be a permanent barring for these people, or if this is just a temporary while they figure... basically, this is a temporary pause while they figure things out in court. And if once they figure things out in court, it will either be dropped and Elon's boys can access the Treasury payment system again, or it will be upheld and made more binding and permanent. So that is the more likely outcome, but basically it's paused until Tuesday, at which point, or by which point, the court will need to have heard from the defendants, i.e. Elon Musk's folks, and then it will continue through Thursday, by which point there will need to be a response from those bringing the suit. So, yeah. That was some good breaking news. I like that. Honestly, it felt really good to have some positive breaking news for all of you. I forgot what it felt like, chat, to tell you good things. Whew.
It's called the trash can.
Yeah, I mean, also keep in mind they all hate each other, right? All these people hate each other. And now if one of them finds out that another one hasn't deleted that data, they can basically destroy them. And almost certainly will by leaking to the press.
Ignored it. You got to focus on what you can do and what leverage you've got, and that's focusing on who your elected officials are. I wish it were different, because I sometimes would like to call and yell at other elected officials, but you got to recognize where you got power.
I just want to elevate one quick messaging point from on kind of Elon specifically, folks. The problem with Elon is that he is a maniac, out of control, narcissist billionaire who is taking control of your data, and
he's also high on ketamine. So like it's a terrible combination of qualities.
Potentially either stealing it or using it for his own ends. The problem with Elon is not that he is a naturalized US citizen, right? Like we have, naturalized US citizens are cool and Americans. So what if we could try to avoid like, foreign terminology as we're talking about him, that can, that's one of the things that we want to make sure that we're careful about in our language, because we're folks who really appreciate and welcome our immigrants. The problem with him is actually that he is trying to destroy the Constitution of the United States, not where he was born.
That's a really good amendment, and actually, I will take note of
I've
that
done that too.
Yeah,
I've done that to myself in the last couple of weeks.
I've made that error.
Like, you know
Mea
what?
culpa,
That's not where I wanted to go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Great question. Thanks for pushing on that. We're all trying to grow and learn together, and build together.
Yep.
We get this question most weeks, and just want to, for folks who are new, I think it's an important one. How often should we call the same office, daily, weekly, etc.? Real quickly, for Mary in the chat.
You should call for every issue that you are trying to contact them on. So the way that this is going to work is you are going in the call tally once per issue. So if I call every day about Rust Vote, I am still going in the tally once for Rust Vote. But I could call every single day about a different member of the Trump cabinet who is up for confirmation, right? And so making sure that you are calling on a regular basis for anything that is happening that they're going to have to consider, that's the way to go. We will advise you.
And you know what? Make sure you there are a lot of different related issues for you to call in about in order to maximize your effect. Scatter your shots across the week
via the Indivisible newsletter around what are your actions for the week and where do we want you to go. So always just open the newsletter on Mondays and you will have your marching orders.
Well, the reason people bring up their age, Mr. Malachite, is because it's pretty ridiculous that someone is not old enough to rent a car, but someone is old enough to have access to the single most protected, software system we have in the U.S. government. That's part of that is an issue, right? Yeah, I for example, I don't think someone who was in high school a year ago should have access to that.
Orders for the week.
That's right. Sorry, Leah, I'm crowding you out a little bit here. Yeah,
you set up that's optimized for two people, to be honest.
I know. We did get questions in the chat and questions in the question answering system about how do we know what votes are coming up, and I will tell you, there's a lot coming at us every single day, every single week. Here's what I would recommend. Follow Indivisible on Blue Sky. That's where we're very active. Follow Leah on Blue Sky. Follow me on Blue Sky if you'd like, especially Leah, though. We are trying to keep people up to date on what is happening. As Leah said, every single Monday, I'm writing an intro, which Leah helps me with, and the team is writing a set of action items every single Monday going out. And in that email, we're saying, hey, here's the big stuff happening this week. There's a big vote coming up. There's a big nomination. There's a big debate. We're trying to keep you informed in real time and cut through.
Well, Amber Brains, she's your kid, so obviously she turned out great.
The noise and say, this is where we are actually working together. So I would also highly encourage you to identify sources of good information. That's not just going to be the New York Times and the Washington Post and CNN. Find the folks who are actually telling you the truth. Find the Jess Cravens of the world. Find the folks who might not have an official mainstream media platform. We need to be building up free and independent sources of information, because I'm not relying on those other sources right now. I'm relying as much on the sources of folks who are in this fight, who are not trying to purport to have a BS unbiased point of view, but have a bias towards democracy, who are actually organizing to try to stop what's going on. So I would encourage you, we've made recommendations before. We'll follow up with some of those recommendations. We welcome your recommendations as well. Leah, anything else on sources of info?
I will just give a shout out to Wired Magazine, who
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
they've
is
been great.
has been doing some phenomenal journalism over the last couple of weeks. There's nobody who's been better placed to report on Elon. And
Met Fury, are you okay? You like come in every like, few hours and you say like some weird shit, and then like when it is immediately debunked or like addressed or approached, you disappear like Tuxedo Mask. It's weird. You know? At a certain point, you got to contribute something to the conversation.
I think I saw somebody in the chat called it the muskrats.
The muskrats.
Take that. Yeah, so I think keeping the different kinds of journalists who are doing a good job supported is going to be really important, because we have to show that
it's a video, Pluvius. This is an organizing call with Indivisible, and I think Indivisible has been doing the best organizing work out in the field right now. So we've been focusing on what they've been doing and getting updates and actionable items from them for you guys to use.
We have to show there's a market for real and good news.
That's right. And I do want to call it, Rachel Maddow has been incredible covering this movement. Just this week, she is shining a light on the work that you all are doing. Do not want to underplay that. We do not need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. There are good sources out there in mainstream media land.
Do not throw out babies with bathwater.
Somebody asked who was the Jess I was talking about, Jessica Craven. Great follow on TikTok, Blue Sky elsewhere. The Contrarian, which is a new site set up by Jen Rubin. I just did her did an interview with her. She's, again, biased towards democracy. That's what we're looking for. Willing to call out Dems if they're not doing right. Willing to cheerlead Dems if they are doing right. That's what we're looking for. Okay. We are at 4 o'clock as per usual. We have more questions than we have the ability to give answers. We'll go for a little bit longer, but wanted to let everybody know we are continuing to do this every week. We appear to be growing every week, which is great. The movement is growing. We want more.
Excellent. Andrew S., you were able to confirm the location Okay, excellent. Call to action, folks. If you are in California near Riverside or in Riverside, the location of the Tesla protest is going to be at 7920 Lindbergh Drive, Riverside, California, 92508. And it will be running from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. I will post that address in... I'll post that info in all the chats. There we go. Hey, Tipster, how you doing? There we go. There we go. Thank you very much for confirming that, Andrew S. I appreciate the work behind the scenes. Oh, I'm tired and stressed, Tipster. Tired and stressed.
For people in. Leah, any words for people who have to drop off now?
I mean, I just want to...
Yo, Tiramisu! You signed up for DSA! Let's go! Another one! I need like a bell to ring. I need like a ding kind of bell. I keep feeling like Janine from Ghostbusters. We got one! I can't do a good Janine. I'm sorry. I don't got her voice. I'm sorry.
Shine again on the people who are in this call, who are in the chat, who showed up in person to a Senate office over the course of this week.
If only you had a
We
soundboard.
really, we went into the call on Sunday night really wondering whether we were going to be able to collectively show what was happening, because we thought we were hearing from so many people around the country who were activated, who were concerned, who wanted to do more. And yet there's still always this like nervousness when you make a call like that to say, let's all push in the same direction. Folks came through in incredible and creative and determined and passionate ways on just a couple of days' notice. And we're just like incredibly proud to be in the movement with you. And I hope you understand how much it has single-handedly shifted the national discourse in a matter of a couple of days. Because if you are looking at what Democrats were saying a week and a half ago. If you're looking at what Lisa Murkowski was talking
Yeah,
about.
keep in mind, guys, it has been less than a week since Democrats returned to Congress. It has been less than a week since Democrats returned to Congress. We've made a lot of movement so far.
About a week and a half ago. And if you're looking at it right now, it's night and day. And that is the dedicated power of constituents. That is you.
That's right. For folks who are asking, 3 p.m. every single Thursday, Lee and I will be answering questions live. You can ask questions in the chat. If you want to join Blue Sky and ask questions there, we're trying to stay as engaged there. We're trying to push out our perspective wherever we can. We also welcome constructive feedback. We're trying to improve. We know there are a ton of questions out there that we're not able to get to. Next week I will not be sick, God willing, and hopefully Leah won't have caught it by then, but come rain or shine, in sickness and in health, we will be here with you Thursdays at 3 p.m. Eastern every week until we get rid of these guys who are trying to take over our government. With that said, should we cover a couple more?
We'll do a couple more.
Okay,
Let's
we'll cover a couple
go.
more questions. We actually had a whole set of questions, a couple of questions on mass deportations that I'd like to cover. Christine from New Jersey. And if you got to go, we love you. Thank you for joining. And we'll see you again next week. Please bring more people on. We're trying to build this movement up. There were a couple questions on mass deportations that I want to ask. One from New Jersey, Christine said, what is the status of deportations? Are they legal? How many have been deported so far? Are the raids being conducted? And then Diane in Arizona asked, in Arizona, what can we do to be more proactive to oppose the mass deportation programs?
Yeah, great question. So the answer, very high level answer is they have been rolling out more aggressive enforcement actions across the country in a variety of different places. And it's also hard to have a full appraisal of exactly what's going on because we rightfully do not trust these people at all in terms of what they are doing and how they are releasing information. This is both a combination of very real harm and pain and suffering that they're attempting to inflict on people, and also PR that they are attempting, the story that they are attempting to tell, and those things kind of get merged. It's causing real pain, and they're also trying to kind of
Hey, Sake Tanuki.
They're answering questions? I can finally get my theoretical math homework done.
Yeah, you just have to ask, okay? They're taking any questions, all right? They're just lay it on them, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I appreciate it. And also, thank you for injecting some much needed BWA to the end of the stream. I appreciate that.
Stress this as a central theme of what they are doing. And which makes it hard to get accurate information about exactly how many people, where, et cetera, how it differs from what was happening before, et cetera. What we know is that they have announced, their intention to remove previous prohibitions on going after folks in churches, in schools, in educational institutions, in hospitals. What we know is that there have been multiple enforcement actions and raids that have swept up larger numbers of people, including, folks who were not, including American citizens. What we know is that this is causing enormous pain and fear and, widespread communities feeling like they need to go underground amongst our immigrant neighbors and friends. So fundamentally, what I would say is, to answer the second question, is we just want to get information with our local immigrant rights organizations wherever we can find them, because they are the ones who are going to have the best information on what is happening in your town, in your county, in your neighborhood. They're going to want the ones who are going to have the best information for how you plug in and how you can defend them. If you are part of an Indivisible group, it can help a lot to sort of offer the labor of your group rather than saying, I got, interact with these 50 different random people who all want to help. You can kind of be an organized director of volunteer support, and that can be really useful. But the first and most important thing is making contact with people who've got accurate information and can help direct you.
Great info there. Got a question. I like this question.
I really appreciate that it's clear that they have been in this type of organizing for a long time and have good, general advice for organizing on a local level.
From Peggy from Illinois. Who is our leader, and who can we depend on to lead us out of this nightmare? Peggy, I've got some bad news and some good news for you. The bad news is, if you're looking to me and Leah, we're not the leader of this movement. If you're looking to the national level, there is no leader out there who's going to ride in on a horse and save all.
Yep. No one is coming to save us, chat. We gotta save ourselves. Time to roll up the sleeves and get to fucking work, all right? That fucking felt excessive. I'm sorry, chat. I'm being too uncouth with my language. Fave Star Trek starship class? That's so hard. Actually, I'm not sure if I know what the starship classes are in Star Trek. Like I know like the different names of ships, but I don't think I know the classification of ships. They're good organizers. I can tell by the way they're talking about affecting change. They probably just have worse politics than mine. Exactly. You know what? I'm happy to work with them right up until we start disagreeing, and then we can go our merry way. Pick a ship, and I'll tell you. The Stargazer. What is the Stargazer?
All of us. That's the bad news. That it's not somewhere else if you're looking for this. The good news is you're the leader of this. That's the good news. The Indivisible movement, we've got about 1,200 local Indivisible groups. More groups joined in November than any month since 2017. I said this earlier, more in December.
You mean a goth mommy isn't coming to scoop me up in her beefy arms and whisk me away? No, you must become the goth mommy.
Than in January, more than in January than December.
Class. I like the
These are the leaders of the movement. They're at the local level. They are the ones who are actually driving this and changing what is politically possible. I can get in front of a mic in front of the Treasury building and yell about how Chuck Schumer needs to start fighting back. That is meaningless if there are not people who are leading the movement at the ground level to push their own senators. No individual one of us is going to lead this. Our only hope is if we all, frustrating as it may be, as annoying as it is, if we all say, well, I guess we've got to get our friends and family members together and start fighting back. That's how we do this. So,
and you know what? Maybe if we keep them fighting after we've won, we could fight for, like, I don't know, better stuff in general. Just kind of an idea. You know, like maybe an ongoing fight after this initial one is won. I'm just spitballing here. Maybe we could push for better things in the future instead of just not bad things. Yeah, like some kind of healthcare for all type system. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
Where is our leader? Look around. Look around you. That's where they are. And we need you in it. So if you're brand new to Indivisible, if this is your first call, I hope you'll find your local Indivisible group. If you look around and you don't see one, I hope you'll start it. When you look around and see the 260 Indivisible group actions that are happening all over the country, a lot of those folks got their start in the last few weeks.
Well, the issue is, Johnny Ramo, that Republicans haven't thrown out the game book just yet. If they ever do, well then organizing will have been useful because the people being organized will have other tasks to do that aren't just making phone calls.
Few days, I saw an action in Maine from an Indivisible group in Waldo County. Brand new Indivisible group is now putting pressure on Susan Collins. How great is that? We need that kind of action all over the country. These folks aren't superheroes. They're just like you. They're fed up. They want to see their electeds fight back, and so they're organizing to make it happen. Leah might be our leader. Okay, I'll just put that out there. Another question. I know we're getting near time. Avery in Colorado, we get a lot of questions about media, and so we haven't covered it yet. So I do want to touch on this before we close out. Mainstream media is still reporting like this is normal politics. Can we influence them?
Yeah, Melanie Dennis. I'm really looking forward to 2028 because that seems to be like when the most likely general strike possibility kind of opens up due to the fact that UAW and like a bunch of other major unions are renegotiating contracts around that time. It'd be really cool to see, but, it kind of proof of concept. Hopefully that goes well, and then we'll look ahead to 2032. Jesus.
them.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think
Sorry, what is the DSA? DSA stands for Democratic Socialists of America. It's an organizing group that pushes for progressive socialist agendas across the United States.
the short answer is we're finding out how much we can influence them right now. Like, I think what is definitely the case is that if both parties are behaving like things are normal politics, then the media will treat it like normal politics. What we have been trying to do is to move into formation as an opposition movement to demonstrate that this is not normal, that this is a slow motion coup, actually a pretty fast moving coup, that this is a constitutional crisis, and to do the kinds of things that you would expect people to do if that was happening. And so I think we are seeing some shifts in how media coverage is proceeding as a result of that kind of organizing and that kind of pressure. And I also think we are going to have to cultivate the channels and the
Well, the issue is we don't have the organization to do a general strike. You know, like that's kind of the issue. I don't think people have the supply lines in order to do a general strike. I don't think they got the motivation to do a general strike just yet. 2028 though. I think that'll happen.
communications through systems that are not controlled by corporate media in order to successfully
Yeah, we
get
don't
our
got the
message out
sauce
over
yet.
the long term, because fundamentally we know that
Gotta
we cannot
ferment it.
trust entities that are controlled by large corporations that have a ton of interests that come before the Trump administration to accurately represent everything that's happening here.
Economic boycotts are weaker than strikes though. That's kind of the issue, right? We need time to build up an actual general strike, or at the very least support our local strikers who are striking in their various industries at disparate times.
That's right. And so let me just build off of this because I think this might be our survey that we follow up with tomorrow. We'll work on the language, but one thing that we've recognized that's different about this moment compared to 8 years ago is just the media ecosystem is much weaker than it was before.
Oh,
An
the reporting has been so dog shit, dude. You are 100% right.
increasingly large number of people are not getting their information from mainstream media. They're not getting it from the New York Times or the Washington Post or CNN, right?
We've had to get so much information directly from this call. It's kind of ridiculous.
They're getting it from other sources. You know what? We got a lot of folks with followings in this movement. We got a lot of folks with followings who are connected to this movement, and a lot of people are getting their information from those folks. I'm curious.
Can he see me right now?
To find out where are the messengers in the movement and how can we be working more closely with them to get the message out. I think we ought to be doing that work. We cannot just rely on mainstream media to be covering it. We should be cultivating, as Leah says, these other sources. So I think we might follow up to this to do some fact finding, find out who in your community are you listening to, who is out there that isn't directly connected to mainstream media, and how can Indivisible and the broader opposition movement work with them to get the message out to a broader population of folks. I like that. That's a good question. I appreciate all your questions. I'm sorry we answered roughly 5% of your questions. We try to do a good
He's probably that annoying chatter I muted on YouTube.
A collection of them that's relatively representative. If we're missing things, please follow up with us. You can find us on Blue Sky. Come next week. We will be back here in a week, 3 p.m. Eastern time on Thursdays. What's the plan with Leah and Ezra? See you next week, y'all.
Bye, y'all.
We did it. Honestly, I really appreciate Indivisible and like their organizing calls, because every single time we sit through one of them together and kind of learn a bit together, I feel better. I personally feel like I have more agency after, being reminded. Because, like being someone who yells at you guys to do stuff and like tells you guys what the right thing to do, sometimes I need to be told that I'm doing the right thing, because like I'm just doing what like the only things that I can think of that make sense. And it's nice to see other people who are like, yes, that is the thing that makes sense, actually. All right. Whew. So that was our Indivisible section. How we all feeling, folks? They actually show a road forward, unlike Doom posters, because they are actual organizers, not internet yellers. Yeah, I'm not interested. I'm not interested in yelling on the internet just for yelling's sake, you know? That's not interesting, and it's not helpful. I think it can be entertaining to some folks, but like generally speaking, like we got better stuff to do. Like we got streets to yell in, you know? Ugh, they motivate me. I'm talking to my friends and my mom about the SA. Let's go, Princess Fiona. Because one of the cool things about the SA is if you get a bunch of friends to go, then you guys can like vote together and stuff. You can actually vote together to do stuff. That's kind of cool, right? That's kind of cool. I think this community so far, we've mobilized like, what, 16 to 20 DSAers so far? We got to keep pumping those numbers up, though. I legit fell asleep and just woke up. And Jack, how long have you been streaming? 6.5 hours. Well, actually over 6.5 hours. We're approaching 7 hours. My dreams literally warped the sound of your voice into a different YouTuber. I was like, oh, they also know DSA? Excellent. I'm incepting DSA into you. I need the yelling so that I know I'm not the only one screaming into the void, but nobody else is giving direction, so I need to be here. Sorry, you're blue. Doing my best. I will yell at you and let you know you're doing a good job. It's not possible for me to join DSA right now, but I'm planning on meeting with my mayor sometime this coming week. If I can ask, is it not possible because, like, financially? Because you can join DSA without paying dues. That is possible. My goal is to make the Dems as socialist as I am. Join your local Dems and help make that happen. True! Radicalize your local Democratic Party. Make them actually good instead of shit. You know? Do stuff. We can do it together, folks. The power arrayed against us may be scary and maybe overwhelming and maybe like warping our perceptions of reality on a daily basis, but you know what? They gotta resort to all that trickery because they don't got people. We got people. You got people. Let's turn them out. Make Dems good, not shit. There you go. You guys are getting it. I am people. True! It works. Dragonfly says she's radicalized her local Dems from Clintonites to Medicare for All. Eat the rich. Fuck yeah. Love to see that. Well, folks, we've been going for almost 7 hours. If you're enjoying the show, please hit that follow button. Hit that subscribe button, please. And consider dropping those subs, those donos, those super chats. You know, the things that keep me alive and able to make content and stream for 7 hours until it's 3:30 in the morning, because that's hard to do. Almost at 300 likes. Hell yeah, we are. Also, we're getting real close to 10,500 subscribers. And you know what? That's even closer to 11,000 subscribers, which would be very cool. We're growing fast, folks, but make sure you help us keep growing by hitting that follow button, hitting that subscribe button, hitting that like button, and also just tell your friends about the show. Been seeing a lot of you guys coming into chat being like, I got my girlfriend to watch. I got my friend to watch. Let's keep that up. Especially because genuinely we're in the middle of a constitutional crisis, but I feel very energized right now. I feel good. What's an org that's easier to get normie liberals to volunteer for? Also, I'll send SCs again when I figure out an issue with my card. It's all good, Brutus Magnuson. Honestly, DSA, very low commitment to high commitment. There's like a broad range of involvement you can make possible, you can make happen. Your local Democrats meet once a month, generally speaking, and that is a very low effort way to get involved in your local community and learn what's up without like having an ongoing weekly commitment to something. And if you grab several friends and show up to your local Democratic meeting, you can literally influence your local Democratic policy, which is cool as shit. You stream so late? I do, Rundo. Just go to a meeting, introduce them to socialism. True. You don't even got to be like, hello, I'm Marco Socialisto, and I'm here to make you all see the glory of Karl Marx. You don't got to do that. Instead, you can just be like, I think democracy is cool, and maybe, you know, I heard about this thing called the Democratic Worker Co-op. I think we should maybe look into that and maybe invest in making some more in this town. We should, hey, postal banking's pretty cool. What if we made the bank into a post office? Hey, you know, you just slowly over time introduce more ideas for your local Democratic Party platform. Isn't it like 3:30 in the morning where you are? Yes. Hello, I'm Groucho Marx, Carl's lesser known brother. Were you trying to say Groucho Marx? I do like the, you know, you got Karl Marx, you got Groucho Marx, and then you got Groucho Marx, but no one ever talks about Groucho. Groucho smash! Seems they destroy everyone's lives until no one can support themselves. That's what they did to me, and no accountability whatsoever in any way at all. Ty E. McCullough-wise, I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about. Some people are night owls. I am a night owl. My brain comes alive at night. By the way, I have a signal chat for Riverboat Jack community members who are DSA members to coordinate across the country, across chapters, and do insider DSA talk. It's true. I'm in it. It's cool. Become one of the shimp, the DSA shimp. Become a member of our elite club. Eating Cherry Garcia Ben & Jerry's. Ooh. I have the same for local Dems. Riverboat Dems. Let's bring some riverboat democracy. I like it. Krug Mercs. Andrew S., thank you for the $5 super chat.
Gonna hit the sack. Need to rest up for tomorrow. Be safe, everyone, and make sure to study on how to protest safely.
True, we do have on the Discord, under the protest part of the Discord, we have a great primer on going to protests and being safe. And remember, the protest tomorrow is at the Tesla place at 7920 Lindbergh Drive, Riverside, California, 92508, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Folks, if you can, be there, because we need to get out. We need to protest. And you know what? I think the fastest way to protest a capitalist is to fuck with their capital, you know, with a protest or something. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. Good night, Dragonfly. Get good sleep. Still feeling uninspired by Twin Cities Dems, but things are dire enough to keep with them. Well, that's the thing, Charles. Like, most local Democratic parties are uninspiring. They will demotivate you practically by design. However, if you also go to DSA, you can grab a number of DSA members. One of the things I want to talk about in the next electoral meeting for DSA is getting people together in DSA so that we can join the local Democratic Party and attend meetings as kind of like a DSA faction within the local Dems. that is operating within the Democratic Party. Meant to write DSA, not Dems. Well, that's okay. But you know what? It is what you make it. It is what you make it. And so my goal is to radicalize DSA into actually doing material shit. I'm gonna, Gamer GM. I want to talk to him after the electoral meeting. We gonna have to be the ones inspiring the Dems, huh? Yep. Most Democrats, chat, are old and they don't know what the hell is going on. Okay, so if you present to them like a common sense way that is more humane and more like ethical and like generally just better all around, if you present to them a genuinely better idea, most of them will be like, okay, that sounds great, we should try that. You know, if they're not high level politicians, of course. Rob Adler, we covered that earlier. It was great. The Working People's Party. I like the Working Families Party. They're great. So DSA is trying to do to the Dems what MAGA did to the GOP. Well, correction. I and maybe a couple other people in our local DSA chapter want to do to the Dems what MAGA did to the GOP. We have not implemented it yet or come up with a specific policy, but you know what? I want to make it happen. I want our local socialists in Minnesota to take over the state level party. That is one of my goals with my environment, my immediate activism that I want to do. The Working Families Party is great. Indivisible, the org we just watched talk about organizing, organizes with the Working Families Party. We need determination more than ever, folks. Let's see here. Oof. Long fucking stream. Will spite do cause will spite do because I have plenty of that? Spite will also do in a pinch. Midwestern socialist takeover of the Dems, let's go. It's my plan. It's not like the most complicated one, but it seems silly that like if you have a bunch of people in DSA over here, that you wouldn't then get that group of people to go into the local Democratic Party to, directly activate the party instead of just being outside of it. You can just go to the meeting too. It's not adding like a revolutionary step necessarily. DSA needs to basically become the Tea Party of the Democratic Party. I agree. We bringing back sewer socialism. We going in, baby, and we going in through the sewer. Any suggestions on speaking to a large group, like to a DSA group, for someone who isn't too good with getting their thoughts out effectively? Maybe write down what you want to say. Writing stuff out or writing bullet points can be very, very helpful. I wouldn't recommend writing out necessarily your entire speech or the entire thing you want to say. Check that. Write out everything you want to say and then boil that down to like a couple of talking points. Yeah. That way you're not just like reading what you wrote and are instead just being like, okay, that's what I want to talk about next. Okay. And if you are talking via Zoom, that can make it a little bit easier, a little bit less social anxiety versus being in a room of people. Walking neon carpet. You could actually start a DSA chapter in your state. That would also be an option. You could be the founding member of a chapter, which would be cool as shit. The FAA got me out of the jury duty that I didn't want to do. Well, it seems like the federal government is still good at something. Congrats, Quigley. Hello, right-handed Sith. The Tea Party, but for good, instead of empowering corporations. Yeah, if it worked in the Republican Party, there's no reason why it wouldn't work in the Dems. In fact, I imagine it would work better in the Dems because we have a lot better ideas than the folks in the Tea Party. What is DSA? DSA stands for Democratic Socialists of America. It is an organization that runs alongside the Democratic Party in a lot of places, and it allows for more progressive candidates to succeed across the country. It's one of the most effective farther left organizing groups in the United States. All right, folks, I am exhausted. We've been going for 7 hours, but you know what? I appreciate each and every one of you guys being here. We managed to go for that entire show with around 350 to 400 folks watching, and that is incredible. Thank you all for watching and supporting me with your eyeballs. I really, really appreciate it. And I am not sure if I'll be back tomorrow, but I really enjoyed today's stream, and it really helped me to feel better. So I hope it helped you guys to feel better. And remember, before I go, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because that is what allows me to make this show happen. You guys are what allow me to make this show happen, and I appreciate it every goddamn day that you guys have made this possible for me. So, with that, y'all have a good night.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman, William Tell, came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason. But the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.